Okay, I think it's live. Are we live? I I don't know if anything's. Yeah, it looks like we're live. Amui, if you wanna check.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah, no.
And then I guess post this around.
What the fuck?
What?
I accidentally pressed Control B instead of Control V and it
Oh,
did a bunch of
love
shit.
to see it.
Ping everybody.
Be annoying as possible.
Let's fucking go.
All right. You
Post
posted the
this.
wrong link. We're
Did
not live
I?
on Twitch. We're live on YouTube.
Oh, what? Wait, no, what? Why are we like what?
Because we're doing it because YouTube is where you get like the drama clicks.
Why are we
No.
all?
Drama clicks.
It'll also just be up as like a video for what we need.
I mean, I can make it into a video.
Well, yeah, but I don't.
I thought we were gonna be on Twitch.
No,
Oh.
because then it'll be like easier to search on YouTube, and it doesn't have to appear on like our channel page. And well, it will, but it'll be on like this like live tab, so it's like separate.
How do
from the
I?
video.
Well, what the fuck is the link for that shit?
Go to the YouTube channel and just grab the link.
That's what I'm doing. All right, let's try this again. We're actually on YouTube
Nice.
for some reason. All right.
All right, then I guess I'll like here. Let me post this in 4P.
You do that. Should I just go full Mad Lad and just like at him on Twitter?
Sure. I mean, what could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
It can only go right, right?
It can only go right. I mean, it's not like we're going to be. It's not like we're going to be all like. You know.
Oh, woke
it's
leftists ruining anime. No, we're not gonna be doing that.
Yeah.
We'll address
just
all
constructive criticism, right?
FD.
Well, not even necessarily criticism. Kind of just want to like.
FD.
I think he talks about some interesting stuff in this video, and I kind of just want to like expand on it. I guess.
I haven't seen this video at all. I saw the
right.
hour
So I've
and
seen this
30
video
minutes.
like I was like listening to it yesterday, so I've seen it like 1.5 times. Mumi watched.
I watched it once.
I haven't seen it at all. I was just like 1.5 hours, too long.
I was tempted to watch through it a second time, but I was like, it'd probably be better just to wait for the stream.
Now I guess one thing to point out is that despite what the like his like name might lead you to believe, nothing in this video is gonna have anything to do with semiotics. So
I've always wondered about that. And I was just like,
yeah, this video has like he's not talking about like signifiers and like nothing.
Okay.
No.
Is he?
That's
is he
not
a theory
relevant.
guy? I don't know.
So I think he said, I don't know, he said he was like a grad school dropout, but he said it was like his like master's was in like gender studies, I think.
Okay.
So he will like bring up topics like hegemonic masculinity and stuff in the video. So well, I guess there's only one thing left to do, and that's just to start the goddamn video. So
hold on, hold on.
Are you all right?
I'm adding everybody on Twitch, Twitter. Why all this freaking social media platforms start with
Start with T, Twitch, Twitter. Those are really the only two.
You know, that's why we got to be online. You know.
Yeah.
We got to be online.
There you go.
With
I
all
added
the
him.
Japanese.
Oh
in the
my
tie.
god.
I've added him. I've added Joe. Everyone's added.
This is only gonna go poorly.
I think it'll go fine.
This is how we get blocked. This is how we get like the channel just like mass flagged.
Hey, if you're not getting blocked by somebody, you're not doing it right.
You're not being annoying enough.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll retweet that. What could go wrong?
YouTube.
Yeah. So how are we? Okay, how are we going about this? So
have you seen like Mahler's streams?
Oh no.
Where it's
No.
like, okay, we're gonna watch a 90-minute video, all right? We're gonna spend the next 7.5 hours.
Oh.
Every minute, every 5 seconds, we will pause.
Are we watching it in like 2
and
times
make
speed
like a
or something?
smart ass comment? I have no. I mean, if it gets down to it, I think we should probably just like start off at like 1 time speed. We can also like skip around. There's like large portions of this video where he talks about like.
I guess
like,
Joe hasn't seen it all the way through.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this video at all.
Well, like this like
Yeah.
whole part about like Attack on Titan and Erin and stuff, I just like skipped because I don't care about Attack on Titan.
I listened to it, but like there was only like some parts in there that
Yeah.
were like somewhat relevant to my interest. I guess I don't
Yeah.
care about Attack on Titan.
I have completely malformed understandings of Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Like I don't
But yeah,
know
we're not-
anything about what this video is about, anything like that. You know,
We're
I'm the
not.
kind
We're
of
not.
person
We're not
who will-
shitting on this video. We just want
No.
to.
Yeah,
It's more like it was an interesting topic that he broached, and so it's like
yeah, well,
something
'cause,
to
like,
talk
I mean,
about.
kind of what you want, right? You want like to open up like a dialogue or like a broader discussion that isn't just like he's wrong.
Right. Like,
Get him.
we'll probably talk about it when we get there, because like he talks about like his
Right.
history with like his work history, I guess, and how it kind of affects how he
Yeah,
approaches
and how
stuff.
that.
And
Yeah,
it's,
well,
that's the kind of thing when we talk about like we want different perspectives
mhm.
in like the sphere, people to like give their perspective. That's the kind of thing we're talking about, right?
uh-huh.
Like you want people to have some kind of history and some kind of profession or some kind of different kind of background to come in and be like, hey, this is what applies to my background. This is what how I kind of see it from where I'm standing, kind of thing. Like that's what you want to like encourage. You don't want to like just shout them down and be like, no, like just because you disagree doesn't mean like they're not saying something that could be like, you know, something you could build on and like have some kind of interesting dialogue with.
So,
But yeah, I guess we're watching the whole thing.
Yeah, or maybe not. I have no idea.
Mhm.
Let's hit
Yeah.
play. Or do you have something to say, Joe?
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I think it's, I don't know. Let's see how it goes. I mean,
Yeah, we're not gonna.
we don't-
This isn't gonna be a no pause challenge because that will probably kill us. Man, let's just see how it goes.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Oh right, there's this whole intro. I'm just gonna. There's like a whole intro bit.
It's very
that
loud.
does
Are
not-
there captions?
Like this is cool and everything, but this is not relevant. So just we skip the openings in this
Okay.
stream.
Anime is weird.
What anime was cool?
Oh yeah, he's sort of like
Never-
he did like change. So the title of this was like originally like anime is cool actually, and then I think it was something else,
Okay.
and now
No, I
it's
think it was anime is
popularized.
good actually.
Anime is
which-
good. Something. Along
I thought that
those
was a
lines.
weird title because it's like you watch the video, you didn't actually.
It's not really. Yeah, this is a more apt title.
Is that
Yeah.
like the Linus Tech Tips like first 24 hours clickbait title strategy?
Yeah, like the Veritasium kind of thing, where it's like
Yeah.
you got to change that title
First
for
24
like, better
hours has to be the
engagement.
most clickbait title you could think of. You know?
Well, that's what
Absolutely.
Kenny told us to do too. Like Kenny said he had like 3 or 4 titles in like the chamber when he made a video, and he changed the thumbnail too.
He will. Sometimes I think
Um,
Kenny has uploaded a new video because he changes the title and thumbnail. I'm like, oh, oh no, never mind. This I've seen
Well,
this already.
I mean, this video changed the thumbnail too. Like this
Yeah, it
video's thumbnail
did.
was originally like just
It was
random anime, like just
Now
popular
it's
anime.
like-
Now it's the
now it's
plot.
like
Okay.
Yeah,
fans-
Plot,
yeah,
plot,
fair
plot,
enough.
plot. Okay. All right.
So,
gonna get those clicks.
Oh, we
Let's
skipped
play
the
the games.
the OPs. What if it's on?
do you want to watch?
the-
We can watch the opening.
Dude, what if
I
it's
don't-
on anime music quiz, dude?
What if the opening is actually
Yeah.
important, like crux to his argument?
What if it's on AMQ? You're gonna lose to Roger on AMQ. He watches all the OPs.
You can't skip the OP. What's wrong with
someone,
you?
So someone else, I think he credits like whoever made this. Intro by Needless Nick. Needless Nick.
Okay.
Like the music or the whole thing?
I think the whole thing maybe.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, or maybe it was everybody. Like, I don't know.
Well, I think that's his editor. I actually saw like
Yeah.
his editor was like promoting himself on Twitter earlier.
Yeah, something like that. His editor, I think he actually says, was at Anime North today, like interviewing people. And
Oh wow.
yeah,
Did he interview
you get
you?
interviewed for this video?
No, I didn't get interviewed.
Okay.
The
You didn't
odds
have
would
anyone
not
come
have
up to you and
worked
tell
in my
you
favor.
to like say something misleading about anime, and they were gonna like edit
No,
it
I
wrong?
was at like the
Hot
game.
take
I was in the
coming at
game
you
area the entire
right
time,
now.
just getting drunk.
And
That's-
is
Yeah, that's what you do at like anime.
anime
conventions.
is weird.
But yeah, I'm like a Tekken player. But I
Oh, yeah, this is just gonna be like a bunch of like some of these clips are like some of like the examples of anime being weird are just like really weird dubs. So we're just gonna
don't play that. Oh, okay.
yeah, we're gonna
Now, I
skip
want to be clear, anime
this.
is not weird because culturally we don't understand it. It's not weird because it's cartoons. It's weird because it's made by weird people for weird people. And if you watch anime, you should do it with a condom on your brain or you're going to catch the weird. I know this from experience. In fact,
Nah, go in raw. Poke holes in the
Going
condom.
raw.
let it break midway through.
I mean,
So there's a really interesting thing that
Mhm.
so I don't know if it was mentioned. Well, I guess I recently talked to Stevie Swan. He's
Right.
a professor. Yeah, I don't remember what university he teaches at.
You
Sorry,
just
Stevie.
talked to him last night.
I just talked to him last night. Sorry,
Really?
Stevie.
had a lot
I
of
completely
drinking
forgot.
good
since
here.
then.
He's like a fucking guy or some shit. I
Okay,
don't
so
fucking.
I had to interview him, however, like at night because the time difference thing.
Right,
So I
yeah.
was a little tired. But so one of the things that Stevie Swan actually talks about that I thought was really interesting was that like there is this image of like anime like being something. So the term that FD Signifier is talking about right now is usually what's called shinya or like late night anime.
Mhm. Right,
So
yeah.
that's usually like what people mean when they talk about like anime.
Yeah,
But there's a lot of stuff that kind of gets that kind of makes it kind of problematic, not in the sense of like, bad, but like it kind of throws a wrench into this discussion if you actually ask people like what is actually anime,
Mhm.
because like you can't just say that like anime is just late night, because anime is used in a lot of other different kinds of like stuff, and you can't just say, oh well, anime is like Japanese cartoons, because like
Right, yeah.
then you have stuff like Crayon Shin-chan,
Crayon Shin-chan, Sazai-san mentioned in
yeah,
chat,
Sazai-san,
completely
like all that kind of stuff.
normal shows play prime time.
One of the things that Stevie actually mentions that as a joke that I thought was really interesting was that like everybody knows about like the claymation Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer cartoon that gets played every Christmas.
Yeah.
Most of that was animated in Japan. So he's just like, have we just been watching anime every Christmas? So it's
Anpanman is hardcore.
I'm willing to believe that what he means right now is like Shinya, but like
Yeah.
Shinya is like it can be kind of esoteric because like Pokemon's not Shinya.
No.
But
One
Pokemon is very
Piece is not
anime.
late night. One Piece plays on Sunday mornings.
Yeah, so it's a little, it's one of those things where it's just like the claim is kind of intuitive, but like when you like kind of break it down in like sort of like something to address, it's
Yeah.
very hard.
Well, even like normal anime are made by weird people. Like I'm not gonna pull this up on stream. But for those of you who know the Hosoda quote, the Mamoru Hosoda quote that I'm thinking of right now, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Like we don't even have to go to like Hosoda, right? Like everybody
Right.
loves like Miyazaki, but
Miyazaki and Takahata, yeah.
We can't forget the the Miya-san. Those are some dangerous thoughts.
Those are some
quote.
dangerous thoughts.
Those are some dangerous thoughts, Miya-san. Or like Miyazaki, like talking about like Nausicaa's like heaving breasts and whatnot.
Right, yeah.
A sign
Miyazaki,
of
please
good
stop
motherhood.
yelling in the middle of this restaurant.
Yeah. Even completely like normie stuff is made by people who are, probably in some ways weird or like out
I mean,
of the
that's just
norm.
like art in general, right?
Yeah,
Like, I mean,
yeah.
Disney and shit, like they fucking make porn of their shit and just like to rib each other, like in the
Yeah.
office.
I mean, fucking
Like-
just fucking look at like Osamu Tezuka.
Oh
I don't know
yeah.
if there's much to like
I mean, like
contend with here,
Tezuka-san
but
seeing all like the furry stuff that he ended up like drawing later on in life.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. The rats. The
You
rats.
know, it turns out Tezuka was just Sonic Fox reincarnated.
It's just like the Ano quote about people who are directors. Yeah, well, because it's like one of those things where it's like a lot of people are attracted to art because they struggle to express themselves through ordinary ways, basically.
Yeah, it's also kind of like very challenging. I also want to so there's also kind of a little bit of a problem here, which is that when we say it's made by weird people, we kind of end up pedestalizing very specific industries of people. Like
Mhm.
anime, a lot of anime is subcontracted. A lot of
Right.
anime is like deregionalized now. You know, it's outside of like the Tokyo, Japan core.
Right.
Are we going to say that like people working in like the Philippines, Vietnam,
In those
South
in
Korea,
betweening
like,
and coloring
are we going to call
studios?
them weird? Like, is this
Yeah.
what we're also going to say? Like, there's this assumption that like the people working on anime are like, you know, it's like the sort of like otaku no like video imagination, right? Like they're
Mhm.
all like headbanded, like otaku, like sort of crouched over, you know,
The
working on
sort of
making manga.
mythic cryptid otaku.
Yeah, but it's actually kind of dicey because like there's so much sort of flow happening between like people like working, like people go in and out all the time, and so it's just like we kind of got to be really careful about that kind of stuff because
Sure.
yeah.
All right. Well, we're 2.5 minutes in,
yeah, if we do this like this whole time, we're really going to be
or
here for, like,
we
7
are
fucking
going
hours.
to die.
That once upon a time, I may have been what some people would call a weeb. I don't think I ever got that deep into it. I was a little too old for it. It was, a long time ago. When I was younger, anime was much harder to get access to. Dragon Ball, Ronin Warriors, Sailor Moon, stuff like that made it to like Saturday morning cartoons every once in a while. I, like many future men of culture, convinced my mom to rent me Ninja Scroll from Blockbuster a few times during middle school. By high school, like any self-respecting nerd, I joined the football team and tried to act like I'd never shouted out a special attack while jumping off the couch in my pajamas. By the time I got to college in the early 2000s, Toonami was bringing anime to a larger audience, but by then I was actually learning how to talk to girls, so I wasn't paying as much attention as I probably should have. Surprisingly, the closest I ever got to being a full-blown weeb was in my late 20s when I was a high school teacher. I ended up sponsoring anime clubs and was exposed to just how big anime had gotten since those Toonami days in the early 2000s. And suddenly, I was binging Naruto and Bleach and also diving into things like Gurren Lagann and Madoka Magica and Code Geass and Monster. Things that you won't necessarily see on Toonami, you have to look for them and you probably have to watch them on one of those sites that's likely to give your computer diseases. And from that, I was pretty much hooked. I even started reading a lot of manga for anime that weren't getting second seasons. So suddenly I had a collection of Spice and Wolf books. Still holding out for season 3, guys. It's only been like...
Yeah, this is kind of dated. Well, I guess it's kind of weirdly dated because we've known that there's going to be like a new Spice and Wolf project for quite a while. Like I think probably maybe a year and a half, maybe half a year, somewhere in that time span. But yeah, this video comes out just a few days after the announcement of Spice and Wolf. It's not a season 3, technically, I guess, but it is like a remake, which is interesting.
Now I know why people who do reaction channels just sit there and not say anything or do anything.
Because what do you want us to like pick apart? This man is just like telling us like stories.
He's just giving out his credentials. He's showing us. He's like, hey, look, I'm like you kids.
Yeah,
I'm hip with the cool kids.
How do you do,
guys.
my fellow kids?
A decade. I even discovered early Anitube in the late 2000s, early 2010s.
Okay, I like that
so
joke.
I watched influential creators like Beatrice the Golden Witch, Giga, Kanido, Glass Reflection, and the legendary Cryptic Demolition D. I was
shout out to Jimmy's dad. I was gonna say. Oh yeah, so this made me think. I wonder if he was at all. If he's like, where like some of these channels. I wonder if he was at all aware of your channel, depending on the time frame here.
No, I don't think so.
Probably not.
in there. Like, some of you watching this don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
This
But
does
there's
feel like
a
the kind
collection of people, maybe
Mhm.
my
This feels like the kind of like this feels like the kind of distributive experience, in the sense that like he watches like big AniTubers, and then he watches like what other big AniTubers recommend.
Right, yeah. Beatrice
So it's not
has,
like
that whole minor corner of this.
Yeah, you know, he's probably not gonna bust out a Bob Samurai.
Robert Ronan, let's go.
Oh hell yeah,
Favorite anime
the
YouTuber.
MILF Hunter.
What? The what?
Yeah, have you not? That was like that. That used to be one of like his taglines. You know.
Wonder if this guy watched Mr. Anime. It's very that might be a bit too early. Well, I don't know. When did Mr. Anime murder his fucking family? Has he read at any point a book on anime? I don't think so. At least not. He doesn't really bring up anything in this video.
He cites like some studies, like gender studies and stuff. But he
Right,
never really
yeah, so there's,
cites,
like, some,
like the
gender
Moe
studies stuff.
Manifesto or anything like that.
Yeah, but nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing specifically relating to like.
What the fuck was that?
Coughed and then I burped. William Chow rec incoming. Hell yeah, the real OG William Chow.
This dude was out here
people.
tape
Watching
trading
this
back.
video's first little section saying he
Tape
just
trading
like
during
me
like
for
the
real.
late
It
Middle
was
Ages.
awesome because I've always been a lover of media and good stories, and here was this untapped world of media and good stories at my fingertips, mostly for free.
This video lower quality.
Literally thousands of shows and thousands of manga that I just indulged
funny.
in until Sword Art Online came out. And all of a sudden, anime stopped being the cool weird that I've always loved and started being that weird I was talking about at the very beginning of the video. I am no proof.
So
Yeah, I've always
I'll
upheld
let
this
him.
word
I'll
on
let
the
him. I'll let
80s,
him
I'm a
speak.
child
Say
of the
this
relatively
before we address
unchaperoned
this.
post-Reagan, pre-Columbine 90s television consumption era. I watched Aeon Flux as a preteen and Two Girls, One Cup as an adult. So when I talk about anime getting weird, it's not just about getting tired of some of the way that anime can definitely be in bad taste or overly lewd or trashy, but something about anime as a whole, the culture building under the medium didn't sit right with me anymore. Not all of it, of course. I still came through to partake in the most hypest of hype shows and Google an anime titty or two when the time
Is that a
was
Freudian
right.
slip?
But the zeal I had for this world of art
I still
was gone.
came.
But almost the whole time while growing distant with anime also.
So it's one. Yeah. So I don't really know. I guess I kind of. He will kind of like describe what he means by like weird later in the video, but it is kind of a weird. I'm saying weird too much now. It is kind of a strange, I guess, dichotomy to make with like SAO specifically as like an epoch like moment.
Yeah. One thing that I do wonder is, I wonder if so one of the difficulties of sort of like personal reflection when it comes to these sort of ages is that like SAO might stand out not because it objectively shifted something, but might be because like that's the thing that you remember it standing out for.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Your experience at the time of like engaging with this particular thing phenomenologically may be like very different from like what it is like looking back at it. You know? Because like there's constantly like a filter. There's constantly like a filter when it comes to like these sort of like practices. What defines it is going to be the thing that stands out, but whether that actually did like affect you is a very different kind of thing.
He watched Ninja Scroll, but SAO is the weird one. So it makes me wonder, like, because if there's one thing that Ninja Scroll isn't, Ninja Scroll does not really have a strong moe element to it, whereas Sword Art Online does. So I'm wondering, is he talking about moe to an extent?
Well, he kind of goes into it a little later on. I know. Spoilers for anybody that hasn't watched this. Like he does.
Spoilers for this video.
He does get more into. He will get more into detail about like what he thinks is weird about Sword Art Online, and I think he actually specifically kind of says like why Ninja Scroll or something like that was like weird cool, but like Sword Art Online is weird. Kind of thing.
I guess maybe a better dichotomy is weird cool versus weird lame. Does he talk about K-On! And cute girl shows? No, and that's
No.
kind of why I wanted to do this stream is because he. So just to like, I guess,
Oh, he doesn't
generally
talk
describe
about,
what this video
like-
is this video is very much focused on, in the West, specifically the United States, really, young men and boys consuming shonen anime and manga. Not things that are quote unquote made for boys, essentially. He's not really going to go into because what this channel ultimately is topics for like about like the development of young men and boys, and so he's not really going to necessarily go into why boys might like something like K-On!, which despite having no male characters in it, has a very prominent male audience, and that's obviously a very interesting topic that I think is something that should be addressed, and I would like to address in this stream, I guess, as like a sort of extension of this conversation, essentially.
Yeah, so I think that's I feel like that's a very important thing to consider.
Mhm.
I guess the frame of reference, or like the object of analysis here, is going to be like men growing up in North America, and like the sort of dialogue around that,
Right.
because like that seems to be like what he's going to talk about, right?
Yeah.
As far as what you're saying. However, that is also kind of weird because
We are going
somebody
to end up
mentioned-
running into a bit of a problem, like a sort of gap between the consumption of these stories and the production of these stories and the culture surrounding where these stories
he-
ultimately come from and how they're made.
Does he talk about stuff like Haruhi, Lucky Star, K-On!, like that sort of like?
No,
No,
he
those
he
are not
kind of
mentioned.
focused more on isekai. I think
Isekai, not okay without really saying not okay.
he mainly focused on less on like escapism in the sense of like happy-go-lucky, low stakes kind of just more healing kind of anime, and more power fantasy escapism, like dude has a harem of girls kind of. That was his
Yeah.
more of his argument
Okay.
kind of slant.
But like that preceded like SAO,
Mhm.
like quite a while. I mean, like Infinite Stratos
Absolutely.
came out like literally like the year before the SAO anime came out.
Right. Well, again, we have to
You
consider
know, and that whole thing was riding the wave of like school battle harems.
Oh yeah. Well, again, we have to like consider though how absolutely popular Sword Art Online was in, I believe it was 2012 when it first aired. So
Yes.
like,
Yeah, I mean, if you
Tenchi Moyo's-
consider like,
Tenchi Moyo's is a popular one in the West.
I mean, if you consider like what the timeline he's kind of laid out as far as like what he kind of passively consumed while he was running anime clubs or whatever.
Okay.
Right.
Like he's talking about, Gurren Lagann, Madoka Magica, like stuff like that. So like obviously there were like the popular shows, the things that were like kind of coming to his radar and his interest were kind of the things that were classified under cool weird. And
Okay.
then Sword Art Online would have been, I guess, the first thing in his experience that kind of was classified as the weird. And then he doesn't really go into detail after that as far as like specific shows, but I would assume
Mhm.
like other isekai, because he does talk about isekai as a genre overall.
Right. Well, because we have Mother's Basement in this video,
Okay.
Yeah.
so
Jeff boy.
Also became very much invested in working with young men and boys. I had been a teacher that whole time, but also consistently worked with young people outside of work, eventually moving into working with at-risk youth in the juvenile court systems, which led to working in public health. And during that whole process, I was also studying gender and health at the graduate school level, and I had 2 little boys of my own. The combination of my work and my studies and my experiences led me
Lower
to
quality.
really become more
Just 'cause I think it's
invested
funny, especially with the
in
static on
the
stream that they
issues
put.
and challenges that face young men and boys. I watched a lot of young men and boys struggle through life, struggle through the juvenile court system, struggle through their teenage years, but also friends and peers struggle in adulthood, struggle with substance addiction, struggle with divorce, struggle with parenting, struggle with death. And some of these men even met unexpected and untimely deaths of their own at their own hands. And this grew in me a desire to say something, to do something, to offer in whatever way I can anything to help out the young men and boys that I had been seeing struggling throughout the course of my life. And somewhere along the line, that brought me to YouTube. And although I didn't start YouTube with that specifically in mind, it clearly has been a core feature of the type of content that I make on this channel. I've talked about the manosphere, I've talked about edgelords, I've talked about sex, I've talked about more sex.
These titles are unreadable in 144p.
I can't even read them on the stream where it's like higher quality than the fucking...
I can't. I'm just watching them and I can't fucking read them. So
I'm probably going to talk about sex again, but today I'm going to talk about anime. After a long time away from the medium,
this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, this is what's the cool. Like,
and all of the men
you want
and
like
young
these
guys
kind of
who
different
like it
perspectives
has brought me to ask a question: why do guys like anime?
Awesome. It's really simple. What draws boys and men to anime? Like, what gets guys in particular into anime? Fight scenes, action, the plot. Now, do you mean divine the plot? I've watched enough anime to know that plot comes in different forms.
And to figure that out, I actually visited MomoCon here in Georgia, the largest anime convention in the state, possibly in the South. It doesn't take much to notice that in the West, anime and manga is one of the most significant.
Did he what?
I know Neko also went to MomoCon. And he got knocked out of bracket in the fighting game tournament.
I don't know if he plays fighting games.
Did FD Signifier knock him out of bracket?
That's
why he has
one hell of a
by boys
crossover.
and men alike. What was once a niche
That's why he made
pocket
this
of
takedown
media
of
when I was a
anime.
kid is now so ubiquitous and well known that you see NFL stars rocking Naruto headbands in post-game interviews.
Jared Goff, Cal. First swag Kazakage, leader of the hidden village of the demon.
And what I want to do in this video is discuss why. What is it that brings guys to anime, and what do they gain from being there? Is anime all just fantasy fulfillment and animated titties?
Right, so it's readable. I don't know how to do that.
You just have you and fucking...
How do options? Oh, I did not know that this existed. So where the fuck? Font color, font size.
I think you can just drag the captions.
Oh my god.
Wow.
This is... Wow. Okay, that's a revelation.
This is
all
life-changing.
What the fuck? All right.
I'm glad we captured this moment on stream
What
for
the
everybody.
fuck? Yeah, for everyone. How embarrassing.
Forever immortalized on the channel.
So I don't know. Is here good?
You gotta put it like in between me and Joe.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, because you guys are right. Let me pull
right there. That's perfect. That's like centered.
Okay, good.
There's something deeper for boys to glean from the medium if they make the effort. But because I spent so much time out of anime for the last decade, I figured I'd bring in two people that have kept the pulse on the culture to support me in this journey.
The awesome factor is a big deal, right? You know, like that's obviously a big part of it. That's what sucks kids into Naruto, into My Hero Academia. Underneath that, one of the like common themes that you'll find in basically any thing that follows the shonen formula or the shonen battle formula is this undercurrent of like training and growth and self-betterment, trying to be stronger both, you know, physically by getting better powers, but also like most of the characters will go through some kind of emotional arc where they like really develop as a person, and that happens in tandem with the development of their powers, and that creates, you know, a metaphorical connection. And then, you know, when they beat somebody up, they're not just beating them up and it's awesome. That's a big part of it.
I think every video I've seen Jeff
contending with their ideals.
I think every video I've seen Jeff has been in
their ideals asses.
He's had a completely different background.
I could give you about
what's going on in his background?
They're not
what do we
just
got here?
He's had a different background every single time. It's kind of shocking.
These make these look like paper cutouts. These figures.
The outline does kind of make it. It does kind of look like that. Yeah.
Jeff, you can't afford real figures? What?
He's not even just buying figures. He's just printing them out.
He's doing paper craft. That'd actually be kind of based.
Background. Also, yeah, he kind of just describes very broad, just description of a story in a lot of ways.
Eating them up, and it's awesome.
It's like
it's not necessarily. Yeah, it's not necessarily something super unique.
No.
I guess the thing is that like it's a very sort of like intuitive answer, right?
Right.
You know, um,
Cute girls.
Ignoring the fact who he reached out to. Oh, it died?
Hello? Okay, no, we're back. All right,
Yo.
that was weird.
We're
God
back,
damn,
baby.
my fucking internet
Hello.
keeps. Okay, the stream died. Is everyone is everyone still on board? Are we still on this boat?
If I got cut off, I appreciate that he reached out to people that he viewed as like experts in this space or whatever.
Okay, good.
But where he's like recognizing that he has a gap in his knowledge as far as like expertise in like the medium of like anime as a form of entertainment, he doesn't really. It comes into play later because he doesn't really acknowledge any kind of gap in like knowledge as far as like Japan as a country or like the history or anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm of the belief that asking like I would say like AniTubers is kind of like a bad. So this is going to sound like very strange, but it's kind of like a bad idea because the kind of person who would invest time to like talk about anime full time in this sense is they would have to have a very strong awareness of who they are as a consumer in relation to the broader ecology of consumers out there.
Right.
You know, like is Mother's Basement like is his experience and his logic with regards to like anime like is that actually reflective of like the regular people he was just talking to at MomoCon? Because like one example is that like you think about like all these takes on like Twitter and whatnot, like you don't see a lot of these takes like reflected in like real life at like conventions like this. Like you have to actively like kind of seek them out. Like most people kind of don't relate or talk about anime in this kind of sense. Like the normie sphere is a much bigger sphere than people kind of give it credit for.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's just like, and the thing is that like, like Jeff is going to be functionally isolated from this kind of thing because like his audience is so huge. He's big. Yeah. His audience is so huge. So like he's going to realistically only going to interact with like quote unquote normies in a very specific kind of context.
Well, I mean, I guess to be fair to like his selection, like if you were going to try to represent like a quote unquote like normie like sphere perspective, like a lot of them aren't necessarily going to give you like in-depth answers or like have thought that deeply about like why they like Naruto or Dragon Ball Z, because like they just passively consume it. They talk about it with their friends and like highlights and like watch it and enjoy it, but they're not sitting there like really thinking about like, well, gee, why did I really like the dynamic of Goku and Vegeta? That was like, it's just not something they're gonna do. Whereas somebody like Jeff or Super Eye Patch Wolf, I don't know his actual name. They're kind of seen as like people who are doing that in this space. So like I can understand the logic of like reaching out to them and being like, hey, why do you think normie quote unquote people like these shows?
Yeah, so that seems like a sampling issue because like he can technically do it. Like he could just go and get a random sample like at a con or something. Yeah. But then again,
they were at a con.
Yeah, he could have just asked. He should have asked.
Well, yeah. So it's
just asked like 50 people. Just walked up to 50 people.
It's so it's not a question of what do the kids like. It's what does Mother's Basement think the kids like.
Yes.
Points on the board. We asked 100 versions of Anime Con.
Like that's still like a little bit like challenging though, right? Because like the kind of people who again it all goes down to a population problem. The kinds of people who will go to a con are already going to be a very different kind of people than like people who just watch anime like casually
on Netflix or whatever the fuck. Yeah, absolutely. Like I remember a good example of this is that I was really surprised at how popular Maid-sama has been like in like the modern day, and then I learned why. It's on Netflix, so you just have a lot of people who are getting into anime through Netflix. They see Maid-sama and are like, all right, I'll fucking watch that. Same with like or on High School Host Club. These shows being on Netflix really puts things in the public eye to an extent that I don't think a lot of people appreciate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's there's a very power in like a distributed platforms in that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
On another sort of like another example, like a buddy of mine, he's like super into like what's that one? Like I can't pick up girls in a dungeon.
Yeah, Denmachi.
Dunmonkey?
Yeah. So
Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon?
Yeah, something like
Yeah.
you know. But essentially, but one of the things that's really interesting, right, is that like he doesn't like sort of like perform or enact an image that we think of when we think of like somebody who's like really into like anime.
Mhm.
You know, he's got like all the light novels, and he's got a whole bunch of manga, but like when he goes out, he's just like, yeah, I really like the Toronto Leafs. You know, like ooh, Leafs. Like he doesn't tell people, and it's not even like he's ashamed of it. It's just like
It's just not something that comes up, right?
it just never comes up, you know. So it's just like, but like he, by all objective measures, he's a big anime fan. He spends lots of money on its merchandise and supports it financially to this extent. He's gone to cons before and whatnot, but like he's not like the kind of person that is being reflected or represented in these sorts of dialogues. And so in that context, I wonder like how reflective is what is being reflected here, you know?
That's a big part of it, but they're also contending with their ideals and kicking their ideals
live for
asses.
45
Whatever
minutes.
example I could give you about literally any piece of anime, I'm sure I could find 4 or 5 animes to immediately counter that and be like, well, this one's like this. When you talk about anime specifically, it is genuinely like asking, well, what does American cinema provide for boys? I think a lot of modern shonen
That's a good answer,
really takes this idea of you're a kid and you can reach these states of being an advanced self, being like becoming a Super Saiyan. I was in therapy the other fucking day and I had to explain to my therapist what a Super Saiyan was. Yeah, it's not my finest moment. That's not going in the video, is it, Feek?
No, it's not going in the video. For today's sponsor, I kind of want to start.
We don't need to.
Really quick
We don't need to.
For some of you who are
watch the sponsor
new.
part.
No, what I will say though is in the sponsor part, he talks about it's really hard to grow your YouTube channel unless you get shouted out by a larger channel. Just saying. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Wink, wink, wink. Anyway, this is an ad for Squarespace. By the way, does anyone check these links like later? How fast do you think these links die if it's like the first 1,000 people? Or do you think everyone clicking in the video is already just like, well, everyone else got it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Teleprompter, but I got free fundamental.
I use Squarespace. I use code Linus.
Mindful share to it, not trying to a new hobby and
code
maybe learn a few new skills.
So code Linus is just like the AOL
sponsoring this information, and manga is
DVDs
Japanese
they used to hand out.
drawings. The terms anime and manga go back well over a century, but what it means now is very different than what it might have meant way in the 19th century.
What is happening?
And
wait, did we
that's
skip
kind
something?
of it for background in terms of like things I know I won't get yelled at about, and I'm sure knowing anime fans, something I just said will get me yelled at, but I just want to put a disclaimer out that
we're not gonna yell.
as we go forward in this video, this is all subjective and very much my opinion and assessment based on the information that I have. All right?
Feek, I just want to be clear. There's no maybe about this.
There's no way to land on this and stick the landing. Somebody's going to be pissed off.
Talking about anime on the internet is like it's like jumping off a building, landing on a trampoline, and halfway down you're like, wait a minute, there's no trampoline.
It actually can be quite difficult to effectively define what anime is or what anime isn't, and that previous definition barely shows the breadth of the concept of anime as a whole.
We're about
For
to find
example,
out.
Nickelodeon's Avatar: The Last Airbender or The Dragon Prince or even Arcane on Netflix are clearly heavily influenced by anime, but technically don't count as such much because if you just go by the definition of anime, then it must be made in Japan to count. But then you may say that if it's made in Japan, it also needs to have, you know, the big eyes and the colorful hair and whatnot. But then something like Ping Pong, the animation, which doesn't have those features, but is made in Japan, wouldn't count either. So you kind of see it's really complex. What I would say is that anime is just best described as a medium of animation combined with both a cultural and visual aesthetic that, in my opinion, is pretty much unique to Japan. And this is probably most easily explained by possibly the first ever anime.
Right. It's technically a good answer, but it's also very broad, and there's a lot of ways you can like dissect that. It's one of those things where it's just like, well, you know, this is where like reading in sources would probably like help to an extent.
Yeah,
I think this is.
Could have cited like the anime encyclopedia right there. That would have been a very easy one.
Anime Machine. There's a lot of things you can cite.
Exactly.
I think
might get you some points on an exam.
Yeah, so I think the best answer I've come across is probably Stevie Swan's, right? Like anime is, it's hard to define anime, but you can define what's called like anime-esque. And it's the specific kind of like performative citationality like sort of system.
Okay.
Because it kind of accounts for a lot of the things. It's a series of practices that are reflected in both the material and the aesthetic conditions of what we call to be like anime. It's very vague, you know. I think it's vague, but I think it's very robust if you like you pin it down on a lot of things.
Yeah, that seems like a more solid framework to sort of construct that conception of anime from.
Yeah, I think it is, however, more difficult for people though who tend to think about things like categorically, you know.
Right.
Like,
yeah. Well, we're gonna get into
know
that.
what is and is not anime. You know,
Yeah,
like when they're like, I need to know for sure what is or is not anime.
It's
like that.
Well, reality is more complex than it. I don't care. Oh no, I'm yelling.
Like if you start talking about like flows and whatnot, like their brain starts.
That's going to
short circuit.
Flows. That's what water does. What the fuck are you? Shut up, nerd.
It's really hard to conceptualize something when you're not necessarily like when you're trying to be very careful about like not putting borders down.
Right. Yeah. All right.
In a modern sense, by the show Astro Boy by Osamu Tezuka in the 1950s. Tezuka is an interesting guy because he's often seen as Japanese Walt Disney, and he's a huge influence on the entirety of the world of animation in Japan. He's also an interesting figure because he was like a workaholic whose last words were reportedly him begging on his deathbed to be allowed to go back to work. For a short period of time, he was even in Japan's Communist Party, which definitely had to be interesting. But more importantly, he gave the world Astro Boy, which also gives us the inception of what I think makes anime very unique in terms of the medium of animation, especially as it pertains to this video. See, Astro Boy.
Not quite. Not necessarily the way. Not necessarily like the animation techniques or Does he?
But that's why everybody says Astro Boy.
A mangaka?
Yeah, he's called the god of manga.
God of manga. Yeah.
Yeah. But
boy is where we get the big eyes. It's where we get the spirited young boy main character.
I'm sorry, I promise not to yell. But what?
But more importantly, it's probably where we get the biggest difference between.
Damn it, Joe! Now 2 of 3 of us have yelled.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Movie's the only one maintaining a little. Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like, well, if you look at like.
Who told him this? Who told him this? We need to know who to blame.
Manga extends well beyond. Well earlier before Astro Boy was what 1963.
Astro Boy, 1963.
1963. So we have well over a decade of manga up to that point. Yell counter 3. So yeah, it's not. I guess if you are looking strictly at anime, Astro Boy, like you don't really necessarily have those traits in
arguably
earlier
not
toy
even
films.
Because if you say like anime is like Japanese animation, right?
Yeah.
So if you say anime is Japanese animation, then like, all of a sudden we get into stuff like Momotaro.
Yeah.
Like the old Japanese like propaganda stuff. Like they have big-eyed, cutesy like anime style characters.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then even before that,
how much
you
of
have
that,
like
just imagine how much of that comes also from like the influence of like Western American cartoons. You know, fucking goddamn
Yeah.
Betty Boop.
Yeah, Betty Boop. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something that Sandra Annette talks about, right? And Raina Denson, both Sandra and Annette, they talk about that. You know, like Betty Boop, you know, is, you know, also very intricately tied to this. So it's like, the eyes didn't start with Tezuka. So the question
No.
becomes, why do people cite Tezuka? Like, why Astro Boy is it used as 1963? Why is it?
Yeah.
Because like that's the thing that I noticed that a lot of people actually don't have an answer for. Everybody knows, like, when you what is the first anime? Everybody says like Tezuka. Everybody says 1963, but they don't really have a coherent answer as to why that makes sense.
Yeah.
But we do know why, and it's in Mark Steinberg's book Anime's Media Mix, and that's because Astro Boy set in motion a very specific kind of interlocked merchandising and production process
Oh yeah.
that we tend to associate with TV anime.
Right. Well, I guess there's like a thing that we probably should just touch on is the fact that Astro Boy originally was, you know, we're selling candy to kids, and that's not really
Marble
something.
chocolate.
Yeah, that's not really you don't. My Hero Academia isn't really selling candy, it's selling other merchandise. So that is like something, you know, just to like clarify what we mean by merchandising.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
but
it was
it's very handy if
the
someone made
Chocolate
like
Wars.
a video on that or something.
It'd be very handy if someone made, you know, I think like Daga Shikashi is like an interesting like case example for that.
Yep.
You know, that'd be
Yeah,
someone
that,
should make a
that
video
shows
on
about
that.
candy. Yeah.
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 Hmm.
You know, it's
Anyway.
if only somebody had mentioned
If only
that.
someone made a video on that.
If only somebody had mentioned
If
that.
only.
That was an assumption by Betty Boop. That was an assumption by a producer. It was Betty Boop that Tezuka said. But there's an unsureness in this as fuck. I'm struggling to read in this as it's far from the first big guy character in animation from Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the main takeaway is that like this preceded Astro Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are things that definitely make Astro Boy unique. Make Astro Boy the first. It wasn't the first TV anime, but I believe it was the first, like, you know, 20 minutes TV anime. You know, we're filling up a 30-minute time slot.
It's like you weren't my first time, but you were the first one.
You're my
I'm
first
gonna stop you
real
right there,
time.
Chief.
The first real time.
And that's made for kids, but also not really. And animation in the West, which is definitely made for kids and barely exits out of that
See,
framework.
Transformers here is an
See,
interesting example. Transformers is anime.
West, which is definitely
Like T1 Transformers was made in Japan.
Yeah, I did. When I watched, I did find it weird that he was using that as the example of like whatever, fucking vapid Western animation for kids or whatever. I'm like, huh?
Yeah,
that's a thinker.
made for kids and barely exits out of that framework. See, Astro Boy isn't just beating villains of the week. He's involved in geopolitics. He's got messages about discrimination and environmentalism, and like his heart is a nuclear reactor, which I'm pretty sure might have some significance in Japan. And this is unlike in the West, where animation is seen mostly as a medium.
that's what that comment struck me as weird because I don't know if that's a joke or not. I feel like it's like a dry joke, but I'm not, or if he's like genuinely unsure.
I don't think he's genuine. I think he's just commentating, like putting shade on it. Like,
It's probably just like a non-committal observation, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, hey, you know, that's kind of a funny coincidence,
I
probably.
didn't really watch all of Astro Boy to like discern and decipher why he has like a fucking nuclear reactor as a heart and what that actually means. But
Yeah,
It's
I'm sure it means something.
Well, like the comment is kind of like it's an option select, you know, because
Right,
like if it was
in the blank.
unintentional, then he'd be like, yeah, I said it was a coincidence. But you know, if it was intentional, then you'd be like, oh, interesting.
It's a Schrodinger situation.
It's like, wow.
Aimed at
You know,
children.
no shade against.
Conversely, anime has always been both for children and adults, or more accurately, it's
Yeah, I
never
haven't
been
seen all
afraid
Astro
to
Boy
treat
either, so I-
children as adults. In
I can't
anime,
blame 'em.
shows aimed more at children won't be afraid to reveal the truths of the world around them. Just because a boy is 5 or 10 doesn't mean that they aren't aware of how big and maybe scary the world can be. And this may seem wrong to Western sensibilities, but then consider that there's a whole generation of children my age and younger who witnessed 9/11 in middle school. And my sons, who are both in elementary school,
I'm
have
getting
been
some
doing
serious
school
Mr. Enter
shooter
vibes
drills
right now.
because guns have more rights than children in our country. When you look at shows like G.I. Joe or Transformers, you get, cool action scenes, but they're shooting lasers and nobody ever dies. And, I was watching Transformers because
No, people die in Transformers. A lot of Transformers die in that fucking movie.
Yeah, that
Optimus
movie was kinda
Prime
whack.
dies.
I don't know anything about cartoons.
Yeah, so
I'm a fighting game player. I'm
Fighting
the distance objective observer here.
I thought robots were cool. Meanwhile, at around the same time, I'm sure tons of young boys in Japan were enjoying Gundam because robots are cool, just like they are in Transformers, but also war and child soldiers and death and geopolitics and PTSD. You kind of see the difference.
Well,
here.
Part of the
according
issue
to
is there's a lot that comes
according to
mind,
Miedai Shinji, young boys were too busy playing soccer and watching Akira and Space Battleship Yamato,
fucking.
and that's why the gas
attacks.
attacks happened.
Oh. What the fuck?
Yeah, he briefly
Right,
talks
yeah,
about that.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's one of the dominant topics of the whole industry, basically. Gundam's really fascinating in how it explores, the child's perspective on war to a certain extent. And, there's a lot of different iterations.
Has Jeff
of that.
ever talked about
think
Gundam?
what
I
I'm
don't
getting at,
know
I'm
if
really-
he's ever talked about Gundam.
Talk about Tyler.
I don't remember if he's talked about Gundam.
Jeff, have you talked about Gundam?
Like as like a
Addis-
video, like a Gundam
right.
video.
I don't know.
He's probably mentioned it in a
Which
bunch
from,
of
the origin.
Gundam.
Origin.
4 years ago, 1 year ago. Oh no, that's 86. Yeah, he's not a big mecha guy.
We talked about which from Mercury because it was airing maybe Iron-Blooded Orphans, but apart from that, yeah, these are going to be our top results here. So yeah, I think really just the origin.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh
Still
yeah, I did
recovering?
hear about that, Victor. Yeah, Miedai got attacked. Yeah, he's still recovering. That's a shame.
Realizing through your words
Too
is
soon.
that anime humanizes boys differently.
Mhm.
And with good anime that does well with the topic of masculinity, humanizes boys differently. Whereas more shallow engagement with boyhood into manhood might just be strong. Strong is awesome. Anime is more like earn strength, and then what are you using it for? So why is it that anime is allowed to be so much?
See, that's where I kind of start scratching my head.
Sorry, what did he say? I didn't process it. I don't think I processed it.
I'll
properly. What did he
roll
say?
that back for you. So,
Okay.
A lot of different iterations of that.
I think what I'm getting at, I'm realizing through your words, is that anime humanizes boys differently.
Mhm.
And with
Okay.
good anime that does well with the topic of masculinity, humanizes boys differently. Whereas more shallow engagement with boyhood into manhood might just be strong. Strong is awesome. Anime is more like earn strength, and then what are you using it for? So why is
Okay.
it that anime?
Oh,
It-
mm,
I would
So it-
argue what makes anime compelling is that they shout the attacks really loud. That's cool.
that's
That
cool.
is really cool.
Well, if Nanoha is proof of anything, it's actually beam spam.
Beam
You know,
spam.
They
Look,
don't actually
I
care
don't
about
watch,
punching.
I don't watch tennis, but I love Prince of Tennis because they shout the attacks.
I think Birdie Wing was like that. We were talking about that last night. Birdie Wing, they have special attacks for golf.
So I don't really have a huge issue with what he said there, but we'll put a pin in it because he kind of reiterates that point a bit later as the video goes on, and it kind of becomes a bit muddied and kind of an issue when
Okay.
he's kind of talking about specifically isekai is what I'm
Yeah,
thinking of. When
yeah.
he starts talking
Okay.
about what he's
So,
saying
yeah,
there kind of becomes an issue.
He mentions, when he says anime, he then adds like a caveat, anime that handles boys' issues well, which then implies that there's some anime that do not handle boys' issues well, which we will learn about momentarily.
Is
do think
allowed
there's some
to be
anime that
so
don't,
much
yeah.
more adult and complex compared to Western
K-On! doesn't
animation.
handle
And I don't
boys'
have a
issues
really good reason for that, but I think one of the core aspects of it is that anime, to an extent, is more artistically
Lucky
pure
Star.
or
Okay.
artistically driven.
This gets weird. This feels
Okay,
like
what?
this feels like
Alright.
Toshio Suzuki propaganda.
Is that
Right.
anime, to an extent, is more artistically pure or artistically driven in comparison to Western animation, which probably sounds ridiculous to those of you who know anything about capitalism in Japan, which is like the best.
I feel like this guy has
capitalism,
not
which
seen
is also like the
Gohan.
worst capitalism.
The real. I
He's
was
not seen a
looking into
Gohan's production.
I was looking into Gohan's actually. And it turns out that studio, by the way, for everyone cheeses on Gohan's, whatever the fuck, that studio handles seemingly everything in house. So they are the
They're like an
Kyoto
auteur.
animation of Osaka.
Well, you know what they say about idle hands.
Idle hand.
Wait, did you just say they're the Kyoto animation of Osaka?
Yeah. Get the fuck up.
That's some manzai kinesthetics, you know?
Anyway.
Anime and manga industry is saturated with exploitation of labor, so it's not like it's a better version, but just like follow me for a second. Japan as a culture is more collectivist than the West, which means that culturally they're more likely to just go along to get along. And when you combine this with the uncaring coldness of capitalism,
Where's the button?
it produces
Where's the button?
Let him cook.
The collectivism.
Oh no. Richard.
We got some scam cultural theory. Oh no, the collectivism
of
thing.
work that, while exploitative and horrifying, also leads to an attitude of leaders leaving their workers to have more autonomy compared to the type of micromanagement and focus testing oversight that we'll have in pretty much any type of work in the West. So
Ruth Benedict is in the chat. Yeah, this is not. Nah.
This would be helpful if you had a source, so we know like what his process is. You know, like
his source is.
Neuralities.
These people
No,
and these people.
No, that's not a source. We know that you're shouting out those channels. We know that's not a source.
Because like this is the thing, right? Like I feel like a lot of like this kind of stuff is like I feel like a lot of this kind of stuff is like Wikipedia reading, but they're like too ashamed, you know, to be like, yo, you caught me reading Wikipedia. It's just like this feels like something you'd see on Wikipedia.
See, we need to put a pin in this because like this is gonna come up later.
This is gonna come up later.
It's interesting that he's talking about the toxic work culture of Japan, and kind of like this is where having somebody on that was like, you know, admitting
kind of
you're not an expert in Japan.
Here. There are two things that are connected, and that connection is never really made.
Yeah, just put a pin in it. We'll put that's on the board.
This is a secret tool that will help us later.
They start out.
You know, we're actually making pretty good time. 19 minutes in,
artist with a
19
very
minutes in. It's only been an
and
hour.
explicit story.
An hour.
We're gonna skip
they
like
want to get out there to hopefully get them noticed and get picked up and be made into a bigger anime or manga. And of course, all of these stories are very much capable of being highly derivative of other media that these artists consume or are informed by popular tropes. But even in the most derivative stories, there's still that fact that these artists can lead the story into whatever way they want to, pretty much from jump. So an anime may start out as a manga made by just one guy who was working on it on his own, and maybe he'll get like a small team.
This is gonna be like jump auteurism.
How are we getting to jump?
That fact that these artists can lead the story into whatever way they want to, pretty much from jump. So an anime may start out as a manga made by just one guy who was working on it on his own, and maybe he'll get like
the beginning, not Shonen Jump.
He might be.
From the jump,
small
not
team
like
assistants,
from
or
Shonen
this
Jump
concept called light novels, which are basically short chapter books. And there will be editors and producers that come and help a little bit, but compared to the brand managed, focus tested, significant oversight that we see in the West, it might as well be independently produced by comparison. And when these mangas or light novels or whatever become animes, they're
Mumi, do you have anything to say about that in relation to Naruto?
Wait.
and the creative freedom in Naruto.
I mean, it's pretty well known, like especially with like big manga, especially in Jump. Like,
Yeah.
the editors are a large part of the creative process.
Yeah. Editors are like integral.
The idea of this like authorship in, something like Naruto or
So that's something that like it's funny because like that's something Stevie Swan actually kind of talks about, this idea that like we tend to think of like anime as like a distributed like sort of like labor like system where it's just like like who's like working, or you have an idea that like people are working on different things, and so like it's treated more like an industrial art, it's not like some one guy is the director that has willed everything into existence, like God birthing man. But we don't have that kind of conversation with like manga.
Right.
Despite the fact that like manga, mangakas have assistants. They have people who like
they have
stay on top of them in terms of scheduling. They have editors. They have all of these like sort of like elements. You see it in Bakuman. Yeah. Like you see like this constant like back and forth sort of dynamic, even in a very simplified rendition of like manga. In something like Bakuman, there's a distributed system that exists. And that's increasingly something that we see in like light novels, because like nowadays with light novels there's stuff like prizes, there's platforms, there's publishing platforms, there's contests that they may or may not have to win before they even get published. There's tags and rights, and God forbid if you like make references, like very noticeable references to the extent where it gets considered like fan fiction or anything like that, right? And then you have editors who play a really strong role, because sometimes editors are going to be the ones who are going to like sort of like finagle around with your story to make it like sellable. So I don't know. There's this very specific kind of image of these media artifacts that I'm not entirely sure is going in a particularly comfortable direction.
Well, it's one of those things. So I remember Mumi and I, we watched like a video. I forget who the fuck it was from, but it was basically talking about how in Japan the game industry is more like auteur driven than the game industry in America. Where it's like in Japan, it's about the creator behind the game, whereas in America it's about the IP. And then we were going to do a short where we just listed off a bunch of like very prominent like game developers and designers in America.
Dude,
because they're like, well, I love
the team behind Papers, Please.
Yeah,
it's like I can name Miyazaki from Dark Souls and Kamiya from Devil May Cry and Hideo Kojima, and it's like, okay, well, what about like Gabe Newell, Peter Molyneux? Like, there's tons of like Western people in this, like directors. Okay,
the guy who made Anonymous Agony.
I think he specifically excluded indie games from that list, which is weird because indie games are some of the most popular games. So, like literally Minecraft.
Sorry, Phil Fish, no shout out today.
Todd Howard, the GOAT.
Yeah, Minecraft is a very good example, because like Minecraft is like not something people think when they think indie. It's are they talking about like non-AAA?
Yeah.
No, I think they were talking about AAA.
Yeah, they were specifically only referring to like AAA games. Like they were deliberately excluding indie games, I guess, for some reason, even though indie games are, they can punch on the same level as AAA games these days.
Okay. Well, you even have people in AAA like that. You have Sid Meier's. His name's on everything.
Yeah.
Don't talk about Warren Spector. My God.
Spector.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea of
increase in the oversight and production, but relatively little will be changed from the original story that the author had in mind when he started. So this amounts to a medium dominated by unique artistic voices. And since many of these creators, specifically creators of shonen anime, which are the anime that are generally the most popular and explicitly directed at young boys, that's what shonen means. These folks start out creating a lot of this stuff when they're just...
Yeah, we need Shaves in here to verify this. I don't know anything about these terms, dog. Get to the
Young
Japan
themselves,
culture stuff.
and then they're
Stop talking about
influenced both
cartoons.
by their experiences, but also the medium they grew up consuming, and then the core demographic that they're producing this content for is also young men like them. And so what you have is a medium with a uniquely dynamic artistic voice when it comes to engaging with boyhood and masculinity. You get shows like My Hero Academia, which is not like a groundbreaking original show. It's a shonen superhero manga, but it refines all of the main tropes and themes from this type of show into its best elements. So yes, we get awesome action, people yelling out special attacks, and of course a bit of fan service. But we also get boys working through various forms of trauma, social commentary on the nature of justice and the role of police and authority, and dealing with toxic parents. Deku, the main character, is a
Yeah, but you also get that in
distillation
Death
of what a
Note.
shonen protagonist can be.
Well, there's going to be and this is something that is very interesting. That's kind of because
You know what's also about young people who have to fight in regards to the legacy left behind their parents? Battle Royale.
Battle Royale. Well, it's interesting because it's obviously FD Signifier is a pretty like left-wing YouTuber, breadtuber, whatever the fuck is the term. When we're talking about these sorts of stories, like My Hero Academia, Death Note, you can also put in there, and then the sort of messages that they present to boys and young men, while also simultaneously ignoring how like deeply neoliberal a lot of these stories are ultimately.
Yes.
It's kind of a strange it's kind of a strange like a gap in thinking, I guess.
It's a very specific kind of like I doubt it's intentional, but it's a very specific kind of like enacted Calvinism, you know? So the Protestant thinking, as explained by Max Weber, is the idea of the Protestant ethic is essentially the idea that like you work and you accrue, but and the whole point is like, how do you figure out that you've been chosen by God? How do you figure out that like you are like one of God's chosen? Well, it will be demonstrated by the fruit of your labor. So if you just keep working, if you're successful, then it's clear that God has chosen you. And so like a lot of that kind of feels like it's being enacted in a lot of these kinds of shows where it's just like, oh, well, you know, if you fail, then there's some particular failing on you. There's a spiritual or moral failing or whatever kind of failing on
it's
you.
Deeply individualist.
Yeah.
Which will be another like factor that needs to come up later. So put
He's
a pin
got
in it.
pieces to him missing that he's trying
wall's
to fill in
covered in
through his
pins.
adventure. He puts it all on the line for his friends. He's got a moral code that evolves over time, but he's also emotional to a fault in some people's eyes.
What makes him like kind of the ideal shonen protagonist?
He's got trauma.
My dad started off at the bottom.
Trauma?
Very bottom, yes. Quirkless.
He is both the generic shonen protagonist, but also an elevation of all the tropes that make a shonen protagonist cool. But even older stuff like Dragon Ball gives us powerful moments for boys to aspire and relate to. And no, I'm not talking about the obnoxious main character that has the even more obnoxious fan base, but his more interesting rival, Vegeta.
I don't know where the
Vegeta
fuck
starts
that
to show
comes
as a
that-
very
that,
run-of-the-mill
like,
Wait, what?
Goku
character,
comes
only
from.
existing
Does
for
Goku have an obnoxious
Goku.
fan base?
I
didn't
think
know
he's
that.
I think he's literally talking about like the people who unironically go, "Can he beat Goku though?"
Oh, like power scalers.
Yeah. Like that.
He might
Oh,
be-
okay.
Maybe he's talking about like the people who are like Goku's deep actually. Like I get a lot of recommended videos that like talk about like the characterization of Goku and like how he's actually like a static character and all that shit. Like I don't know. Maybe he's talking about those videos. Like maybe he finds those kind of people obnoxious. I don't know.
Well, I think
Yo, Goku's deep, man. His stomach's
hold
deep.
on, no, because
You know how much he eats?
We have a
boys
clue.
to
We have a
aspire
clue.
and relate to.
And that
No, I'm not
clue
talking
is
about
going to
the obnoxious main
be-
character that has the even more obnoxious.
Yeah, this is the clue. All right. So we need.
Okay.
So this is the clue we need to dissect the meaning of this statement.
Okay. What is that audience?
I
Goku Supreme. What is the Goku Supreme audience? Because I only know about Goku Supreme through like memes.
yeah.
I've never seen Goku Supreme video in my life.
He's a Goku is a bad father type of person. Interesting. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Anyway, he's gonna talk about Vegeta. So.
Ends the show,
Okay.
well, ends because the show like won't stop happening as
Can't
a
stop, won't stop,
tsundere
let's go.
family man living
Yeah,
for
hell
his
yeah, dude.
family. Tsundere is another trope.
I
We're
yelled
going to put
again.
tropes
Put
that I
another
don't
thing in
define
Yelp.
right
I'm
here.
sorry.
All right, here we go.
Dragon
quarter
Ball
in a jar.
Z was a huge one for me, and that, but it wasn't Goku who I was able to really like see myself in. It was Vegeta.
You from your fellas.
To me, Vegeta is like a genuinely fantastic character, and I think his whole character arc, everything to do with him, it is about this societal idea of who you are meant to be, and eventually being able to let that go and realize that, look, you don't need to be the fucking biggest, strongest, baddest thing in the world, because you're actually just okay with your wife and kid, you know. And that has never stopped resonating with me.
Calling him a tsundere is oversimplifying the fact that he was himself never taught how to develop emotional bonds with others. And then suddenly over the course of the show, he has a wife.
Well, he did
and a
commit
son
genocide
whom he is
multiple
deeply
times.
Connected to.
Doesn't he obliterate an entire planet?
Yeah, because they got in his way, you know?
Mhm.
And the moment
Yo,
where
you
he
gotta make way for
realizes
the
this
space
is one of
highway,
the most
dog.
powerful moments in all of anime.
He was meant to be the chosen one. He was meant to be the one who beat Frieza. But every time he came close to greatness, he failed, and then Goku or Goku's son succeeded. And so he's just full of fucking rage about this, you know? He gives in.
To be fair, though, I remember this arc. And Vegeta
but
actually
then
would have beaten
this
Cell if he
monster
wasn't
is,
so
like, feeding
proud
off his
to
energy
like
called
force
Blue
Cell to
Awakens,
keep
and he
evolving.
realizes basically what his malice, what his like
I
desire.
remember
has kinda
that.
led
I remember that was like
and he
meant to be like a very
sacrifices
noticeable
himself
character flaw in
to take
Vegeta's
out this
character.
monster. And before he does
I've literally
that,
never
he
seen.
hugs his son
I've
for
seen,
the
like,
first time
episode of
ever,
Dragon Ball. I've
and
never
it
seen
is
anything with
Okay.
I'll fucking cry. I'll
I've seen all
fucking
Dragon Ball.
cry on camera
I-
right now. When I think of Vegeta's biggest moments, I don't think of the fight he wins. I think of the fact that he is able to be gentle with his
Think
son
about the Mets.
for this one moment, and what a cataclysmic shift that is from the little shit-eating heel who stepped out of the spaceship in the Saiyan saga.
Probably one of my top 5 experiences in all of media consumption was watching the show Fully Coolly
Here we go. Fully Coolly.
as a young man.
Okay.
This surreal mindfuck of a show had more to say about boyhood and growing up and like experiencing puberty than any generic Western versions of this same story.
What does Jaden
combined
take on
in
this?
just
He'll know more about
6
this.
30-minute episodes. There's all kinds of stories about the fear of manhood and growing up in Western literature for
We got
boys,
movie here. That's all we
like
need.
Black Boy or Catcher in the Rye, and movies like Stand By Me or Fresh. But animation allows so much more to happen. So yeah, you can have symbolic stuff like, I don't know, Holden Caulfield's hat, or you can have a boy whose head is a portal to another dimension where monsters escape, but also a robot who can combine with the boy to help fight these monsters. But also every once in a while, the robot like pokes a finger out the boy's head, which embarrasses him because it kind of looks like a dick. Like it's clearly a metaphor for,
I can't imagine like watching this, by the way, and having like no context. Like you've not seen Fully Cool, because this just sounds like it makes no sense.
that
You're not doing a very
unwanted
good job
erection,
describing it.
reminding you maybe of that time
To be fair, I guess
yourself where
Fully
you're in
Cool is
high
like a weird
school where
series.
you're
It's
riding
just weird.
on the
It's hard to
overcrowded
describe
bus,
it
and this really cute upperclassman decided that she was going to sit on your lap because her friend was sitting across from you on the bus, and you were like super excited but also really embarrassed because you started getting a little too excited,
just
and you're like
breaks.
praying to God that she doesn't notice what's happening. And this story is definitely not specific at all.
It is intentionally meant to speak just directly to your subconscious, to your id. It's not like, you know, it uses the medium of animation and a whole.
I don't know.
Is Jeff a Jungian?
That's a great question. Moomy, now at him on Twitter and ask him if he's a Jungian.
Jeff, are you a Jungian?
What
What do you think about tulpas?
Like on the Carl Jung Freud debate.
Jeff, what are your thoughts on psychosomatics?
Young Jeff.
Young Jeff. Oh, that's a hard ass name, you know.
Bunch
If you
of
change
different,
that, then
very
that's a cool
avant-garde
name.
directing choices to like sort of go over and under your heads at the same time, you know, both heads. Yeah, because like, you know, the main character is like in that very delicate fluctuation space. Now to He's
He
like
made a penis
at
joke,
the
and FD
cusp
didn't
of
laugh.
puberty, and he's scared of it. You're
Yeah, but I don't
fucking
even
12
what
years old.
do-
You don't
under
really know
your
how
head.
the
What does
world
that mean?
works.
Both heads.
Bunch of stuff happening to your
What
body
does that
and
mean?
you know, with the people around you that like
It's
you're
penis
only
joke, dude.
starting
Come on.
to understand.
I mean, I get that.
And
Don't worry,
like,
Jeff. I understood what you were saying.
at the end of the day, you just got to swing the bat.
One of the best things I've read in years is A Silent Voice. It follows multiple complex characters
this is
with
just kind of like
varying levels
recommendation
of
alley
issues
right now.
and
We're just
traumas, often
Okay.
from bullying and social ostracism.
So he said
but
red.
Also, some of these characters
Let's
have
see if he's going to
themselves
employ
committed
the
heinous
manga.
acts of bullying. This story, written by a female author, humanizes that experience in a way that I really wasn't ready for when I started watching it. Because it gets into the nature of struggling socially, but also peels back the dynamics of bullying and in-group, out-group dynamics in a way that you really never see in any media aimed at children. Like in media for boys in America, bullies are one-note caricatures of how we often see them in our personal lives, which is completely devoid of complexity or humanity, because that's how bullying often feels when you're on the victim side of the equation. But this manga and the movie that followed it forced us to look at the bully as a protagonist. And we have to engage with the completely reasonable process to which he finds himself bullying a girl with a disability, and then how he deals with that guilt and shame over time. I could go on forever.
I'm surprised he
literally
said he
forever, but you
read
get the
like
point.
the manga,
There's so
like he
much
read
great
it.
stuff
So it
Yeah.
implies that
out
like
there
he
if you're
he
willing
consumed
to
the manga,
press
right?
through
But
the
Right.
ugliness a little bit.
the most
and
interesting
adjust
thing
your
I think about the
sensibility.
manga is the one guy from A Silent Voice, the pretty boy who like joins their group, who's
yeah.
like really nice and polite, but when he sees bullying, he just becomes a huge asshole to the bully
Mhm.
because like he himself was bullied, and so I think that's a really, I feel like that's something that FD actually could have talked about, because it only shows up in the manga, which is that like victims of bullying can just as easily create their own cycles of like
Right, cycle of violence.
of just like just cycle of violence, because like he thinks he's doing something right by like going down hard on bullying, but you see that he's doing it to kids who are like 6-7 years old,
yeah.
and he's really hard on them. Like he's very uncomfortably like hard on them, and so like that's another sort of like element of it, you know. That's a different. And so like when we're talking about like masculinity and boyhood and growing up in this particular kind of way, the manga version, specifically the manga version, demonstrates that simply rejecting the means in which the protagonist has undergone and dealt with their bullying does not mean that your solution is going to be right.
Mhm.
The options are multifaceted, and they can just as easily lead you down into very specific sort of like senses of male subjecthood that are just as devastatingly problematic. And so like it takes a very specific kind of relationship to sort of mend it in those ways.
Yeah,
I don't know if he
especially 'cause,
talks about that.
I don't know. I
No.
don't think he does. He could
Oh,
like.
okay.
It's interesting because I think that that stood out to him because he does have like that background in working with like troubled youths, right? So
Mhm.
like he would have probably been working with the kid that's typically doing well. It's probably half and half, really. Like you'd still be working with kids that were doing the bullying. It's in some capacity. So like
Mhm.
you kind of will see both sides in a way where you see like what kind of systematic things are in place in the kid's life that's kind of causing him to like lash out in that way. So like the fact that he kind of doesn't, it's something like clearly it stood out to him for that reason because of his background, but like he could have like went into it more for like specifically for this video. Yeah, that would have been kind of interesting.
And open your mind to the idea that animation is more than just kids' cartoons and jiggle physics. So in this moment, I want to suggest that everybody, literally everyone
awesome.
who watches this video, that if you don't watch anime at all, you should try it out. Yes, there is some very, very problematic stuff in the medium. Yes, a lot of it is probably not going to be for you, but there's also
Anybody who
some
comes across this and is just like, what
amazing
anime should I
things that you
say?
have
Start
missed out on.
Speed Grapher. You can
Speak
thank
up for
me
OP goes
later.
fucking hard though.
The Duran
Because you
OP.
haven't given the medium
You're
a
gonna
chance.
want to start with the anime adaptation of Mitsuteru Yokoyama's manga for Sangoku Shi,
Oh.
because that also has an opening that goes hard.
fans. So as I said earlier, I attended MomoCon 2023, and this video's editor, Zatzman, attended Anime North in Canada, and we both asked around about what guys like about anime. And we got a lot of great answers, but there was one in particular that stuck out to me that I knew I was going to use for the video.
What do you think gets young men into anime?
I would say I feel like in my case, what got like young men into anime would be like looking for like a place to like belong, if that makes sense.
Right.
And also kind of like it adds more personality than like what people think a stereotypical guy is like.
Oh yeah,
like,
dude. Yeah.
It's not just all like you have to be like a man, you know, and all that other stuff. And it kind of lets you like explore
like what it means to be a person who is a man versus like a man first.
Anime sees boys. It sees where they are, and it sees where they want to go and travels with them along the way while offering a window into what the world might be for them. But at the same time, it's also a mirror into what they might be to the world. It makes boys feel powerful, but also dream and fantasize about said power and that image of boyhood growing into manhood. One thing all boys
That's true. That's why I watched Dorothy, dude.
Power fantasies for them to aspire to.
If there's one thing I go for, if there's one thing that I love about Sailor Moon, it's about, you know, the story, you know, it's about, you know, the messages for like young men growing up.
Yes.
You know, stuff like Utena, of course.
And I think that power fantasy is a core ingredient to anime's appeal for young men. And I want to discuss why that's sometimes a good thing, but also sometimes very much not a good thing. In many male-led societies, even across cultural, racial, and historical lines, boys are socialized in very similar ways. They're taught to see strength and power as some of the highest ideals that they can pursue to become real men. But they're also, as boys, constantly reminded that their weakness and inability to perform true manhood at their age is a problem that they need to persistently be in the pursuit of fixing.
Sometimes the understanding that this is not a realistic expectation, that you are super powerful, that every female you meet is going to become secretly infatuated to you, I think that can be kind of a dangerous thing to internalize, because then it creates this expectation of like, well, society isn't like this isn't happening me.
Yeah.
So what, and what's
This is where we start the this is where we start like going down the spiral, basically. So
okay.
Or
what's wrong with
society, you know? And that's where like I just don't enjoy seeing power fantasies to that level. And I think that's like a reasonable, good way to live, to focus on getting good instead of being perceived as good.
I feel like the way we socialize boys is very externally driven. Be a strong man or boy to protect X so you can get Y, because people will think you're Z. You know what I'm saying? Versus like, be a strong boy because you're passionate about strength, because you have an emotional attachment to the feeling you get when you master something and improve something. And these are scientifically like proven realities about motivation, that it's that motivation that comes from within is innately more valuable and more predictive of like happiness and success than external motivation. And this is obviously somewhat of a paradox.
This is why sources are important.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I listened to that, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Or I'd like to see like the studies on that. Like, genuinely, I'm like, I'd like to see like what you're talking about, and then like, no, there's no sources.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, this kind of seems like the kind of thing that you would think like, okay, the study's all right, and then it's like a Steven Pinker book, you know, and then you're just like, oh, do you have a better source?
Yeah.
Probably not the healthiest tradition in how boys are socialized. The goal of that paradox is to instill in boys a drive to be constantly seeking power and status and strength as a means to prove themselves worthy of being regarded as men in their culture and communities. And it doesn't take much to see how this manifests in boys' behavior pretty much in any social situation. The competitiveness that you see in little boys especially is impossible to ignore. You can go into any group of boys around the world who are between the ages of like 5 and 10 and ask them who's the fastest, and watch all of them raise their hands to proclaim that each one of them is somehow, in fact, the fastest boy in the world. And then with minimal effort, you can get them all to race each other to prove who truly is the fastest. And that's
Can't
the
that
other
be proven
thing.
with
Over
girls?
time, as these boys get older,
Yeah, I think yeah, but probably like something different. But yeah.
Okay.
Not only do they have to be constantly reminded of the distance
It's just one of those trust
between
me bros,
themselves and real men, the vast majority will also start to realize the difference between themselves and other boys in their same age bracket who more easily excel at these traditionally masculine endeavors. They start to notice what place they come in whenever these races happen. And once a boy comes in last or near last enough time in these playground races, they'll stop raising their hand as much to even volunteer to race in the first place. And those boys might have to begin to grapple with their own shortcomings and inadequacy. I call this experience of processing the difference in distance that a boy might have between the ideal performance of masculinity and their own performance of masculinity, placebo marginalization. And this is literally a term that I coined in my master's thesis. So for the first time in a while, now this isn't something I pulled out my ass. So to explain it a little more, I want to get back to my gender theory bag for
Wait, so
a little bit.
he cited stuff before?
He cited himself.
But was that like an implication that he actually cited stuff before and he cited himself?
No, because
consequently?
here, let me roll it back. So this is just the video. There's a
Right.
weird thing here though, because it's title's different and the upload date is off. Uploaded on July 10th. It says July 14th.
Hey man,
Bro.
the video got done faster than he thought it would be.
So to explain it a little more, I want to get back to my gender theory bag.
That's
for
pure
a
what
little
up
bit.
is.
R.W. Connell and James
I was thinking like maybe
Messerschmitt
he's like
are two
cited
very
himself before in
iconic
older
figures in the
videos and he's
world
not
of gender
doing it now.
studies, and they wrote a paper called Hegemonic Masculinity, Rethinking the Concept. The short version of this paper is that Connell and Messerschmitt explain that
cites,
there's
like,
an
this
ideal
stuff.
or
Not like the other
hegemonic
stuff?
form
Yeah,
of
why does he cite this?
masculinity
Why does he
that
not cite
various
the other stuff?
societies and cultures expect all men in their society to pursue. This ideal may vary from culture to culture over time, but still represents a standard of behavior and performance from boys and men. And they also explain how deviation from this standard can lead to ostracism, punishment, maybe even violence, and that someone's masculinity in that regard might be marginalized or regarded as lesser due to factors such as race, disability, sexuality, economic status, etc. Connell and Messerschmitt identify the ideal of hegemonic masculinity as your typical image of the straight white male with all privileges that you might imagine intact. But they also argue that being the actual hegemonic ideal is pretty much impossible for any men, which is kind of the point. They're supposed to always be striving forward and never be satisfied in getting it, or the whole system kind of breaks down. I'm just
like the Lacanian other.
Don't take what I'm saying here to be like
Jack Lack
the
is
new
back it
gospel
again.
of masculinity, but I did argue in my thesis that this concept doesn't quite do enough to consider the experiences of boys and men who aren't traditionally seen as marginalized. For example, this theory might look at Will Smith and Chris Rock and see them as the same type of marginalized experience based solely on their race, but if you're thinking about it, that's just not good enough to truly analyze how both of these men experience masculinity. You can't just say that both of these men are black and not consider that Will Smith is 6'4", lighter skinned and traditionally attractive, while Chris Rock is shorter, darker, skinnier, not traditionally attractive, and neuroatypical. If you compare Will Smith and Chris Rock through the years, you understand immediately that while both of these men definitely share experiences of blackness and maleness, their experiences
is he picking both of them because Will
masculinity are
Smith
gonna be very
slapped him?
different based just on those features.
Okay.
This is not to say those other parts of their identities don't matter. They most definitely do. But what also matters is how gender is performed regardless of those other elements. Otherwise, we miss a lot of things about how men and boys experience the world. And this is why, although I greatly empathize with Will Smith's mindset before he slapped Chris Rock, I also completely agree with Chris Rock's opinion on why he was the one that got slapped and not August Alsina.
And who's he hit? Me. A nigga he know he could beat. That is some bitch ass shit.
Many boys will experience this sense of marginalization regardless, again, of their race or culture or background. And thus, the escapist power fantasy is very appealing to them. Now, in a perfect world, these boys will have a strong support system and good adult male figures to talk to about their issues and fears. And maybe if they want to watch an anime, they'll watch Fooly Cooley with all its visual metaphors and challenging messages and breathtaking animation. Or they'll just be one of the several million people to watch power scaling videos. Because that's the thing.
Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. I like that. I like that.
It's probably mainly a place for boys and young men to indulge in power fantasies often to a fault. And to be clear, a power fantasy in and of itself is not a problem, but anime's unique elements combined with the types of boys and young men drawn to it can make it not the healthiest combination. And to illustrate this, I'm going to go back to what's probably
What's the
patient
unique
zero
element that makes it relevant?
for me, at least, in terms of like noticing
Here we
this
go.
unhealthy
All
combination.
right, so here we're back at Sword Art Online.
Okay. All right.
Come
So
full
we're
circle.
back at it.
Talk about the character Kirito from Sword Art Online. This character in this show probably gets more hate than it deserves at this point, but it's also a perfect example of some of anime's worst habits in depicting masculinity and power. Sword Art Online is what's called an isekai, which is a genre where the main character gets in the new world, and the main character themselves is often in the normal world, this downtrodden and bullied and loser figure, and they go to the new world, and through some mechanism of chance or luck, they become this near God tier figure, and all their dreams come true, and all the women want to have sex with them. So in real life, Kirito is some super hacker, gamer, computer genius guy.
No, he's just a big gamer.
Just because.
Yeah.
He's just a big gamer.
He gets stuck in an online video game with
as like a computer genius.
He's a beater, dude.
Well, like he hacks into the mainframe.
Hundreds
And
or
like-
maybe even thousands of other people, where if you die in the
also built
video
his own
game, you
computer.
die in real life. And
Yep.
so
Oh, he built his own computer.
Yeah, that's actually said in the light novels.
He built his own. What a genius!
Damn, he's a hacker just like Linus.
he sets himself to beating the game and freeing all the people, which he does with relative ease just because. Also,
Wait, no,
the
he doesn't
course
do it
of,
with
like,
relative
the
ease.
first
People
2 or
die
3
along the
seasons
way.
of-
People die along the way. He dies.
There's a whole episode where he's got like PTSD.
Yeah, that's like a major
there's-
part of his arc in this the first half of
that's
the first
like-
season.
There's that whole episode where like he befriends a bunch of people and then they die in a dungeon and he just has PTSD.
Relative ease.
He's got survivor's like guilt.
Of this show, pretty much every woman that spends more than 10 minutes with Kirito, including even his cousin / sister, and this is treated with no sense of ick. That's definitely like one fair warning to anybody entering into anime. They got some icks there with the incest. I'm not gonna hold y'all on that.
Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, woo,
So
woo.
one of my friends, one of my friends offhandedly mentioned that like Suguha was like his favorite character because she was busty and hot, right?
Mhm.
And I was just like, yo, but that's like Kirito's cousin, and he's just like, so I'm not
So?
Kirito, not my cousin, and I was like, all right, well, you got me there.
You gotta, yeah.
But like that kind of reveals like another element, right? Which is that like how many actually identify with Kirito?
Yeah.
Like I feel like there's a lot of people who don't really see like well, I'm not saying empty, but like they see blank slate protagonists as like tabula rasa injectors, where they're just like, all right, now it's time for me to like impute all that I am into this character.
Right. Yeah.
But I feel like oftentimes a lot of these characters are also very valuable in some context as plot machines.
Mhm.
Like they kick into gear like very specific things. Like I don't relate to Kirito in any way.
Same.
Like I'm not gonna be all like, damn, Kirito, I wish I was you.
Yeah, I play video games.
I don't want to be
sometimes.
comatose. Like what?
I don't want to.
Also, this guy's
watch a
comatose.
bunch of people die.
This guy gets comatose, man. What?
I mean,
Like if you struggled with the Lannisters in Game of Thrones, you really, really need to make sure you're like easing into your anime consumption. Why does every woman that meets Kirito fall in love with him, even though he has absolutely no personality? Just because, nigga, like that's how it works.
I also don't agree with this assessment that Kirito just has no personality. What you want to watch? You want to watch a like an isekai with a main character, a main guy who has no personality? Watch Princess Connect Redive, something like that.
Oh yeah,
where the main character literally has no personality, and
he's just a nothing character.
He's functionally an infant.
Yeah.
That is what a character with no personality.
God, I forgot
looks
about
like.
that one. So yeah, so there is actually something that I think can be discussed here, which is really interesting, right? Which is that like and so this is something you kind of can see in the rent a girlfriend discussion, which is there is a particular kind of element of these characters that is not necessarily being addressed, which is that these characters are exceedingly kind and adaptive socially to a fault. So like the whole idea of Kirito is that he will literally like go out on life and limb in this death game to help everybody.
Right.
Everybody that he believes needs to be helped, he will help them. And then you think about that, you're just like, that's a fairly virtuous thing to have as a quality to push forward. But like people don't register it, because they think in reality that they would be doing the same thing that Kirito does. But people don't do that.
Right.
People won't be like Kirito. They won't help everybody, you know? And I feel like you can see that in like Rent a Girlfriend, because like in Rent a Girlfriend, the protagonist, you know, for all of his faults, he goes through a lot of shit to like, you know, for the woman he ostensibly has a crush on. And so it's just like people would be like, man, this guy, like an example. I don't even know why I was using Reg when I could be using this example, because I feel like this example is completely relevant. My Dress Up Darling. So many people were talking about Gojo as being like this like empty blank slate, like weak kind of character, but like he does a lot. He is an incredibly adaptable and like very sort of emotionally sort of like aware person for ostensibly his social partner.
Right.
But like people don't see that. And that's kind of like a weird thing, because like they don't see that, so they think blank slate.
Well, it's you really see like just, you know, you actually see a lot of toxic masculinity with how these shows are talked about, with respect to how like, oh, the main character of Rent a Girlfriend is just like a weak cuck or whatever the fuck. And that's literally, you literally see like these sorts of toxic masculine ideas just casually dropped about completely uncritically by people who would otherwise be critics of toxic masculine behavior. So it's like,
I wonder how much of that is like a disconnect as far as like how they consume like like, because like you see that like with video games where like the default kind of quote unquote default option is typically the good paragon path.
Right.
So like you will just by default you kind of just assume, oh yeah, I will get all the good things if I take the good path, and then I will get less rewarded if I do the bad path. And so like that kind of becomes the default for like a lot of players.
Well,
like I wonder how much of that kind of carries over to like the consumption of anime, where they see a character like this, where they're like, they kind of just have that default setting kind of still in place, where it's like, oh, well, I would do that too.
Right.
Yeah. I think that's something like I think that's like something like really interesting, right, Mumi? Which is that like so when I say nice guy, I don't mean that in like the sort of like manosphere sense, because like
she like me, I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy. Like but like here's the whole thing, right? Like the whole like the whole toxic masculinity logic of the nice guy archetype is that like he does nothing but only upholds the veneer of niceness while expecting something in return.
Right, it's reciprocal.
Like that's the whole point of the nice guy, you know?
Right.
Like he's a nice guy, but he doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
like
and
he doesn't
expect something in return.
He doesn't reciprocate like on him. He like, you know, and what I mean by not doing anything, I mean he doesn't reciprocate like to like the other person as like as a person, like, you know, like giving money to your parasocial Twitch streamer is not like doing something.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
It's what I mean by that is like actively go like because like that's the whole basis of how a relationship works. You actually have to go off and do something to help somebody, or like, you know, treat them as a person with like a set of extent separated like needs and conditions and contexts that you have to like account for. But like nice guys don't do that. And so like that's what makes their turn so like noticeable, because like they don't do anything, but they're expecting everything. They're expecting the world. But like a lot of these protagonists, they do a ton. Like,
I guess maybe it's possible like it doesn't register like the disconnect and like what their experience could potentially be and like the protagonist's experience, because it's not necessarily like challenged like directly in the text. Like we talked about, plug for our fucking Licorice Recoil video, whoever I'm sure everybody here's seen it, but like we talked about that. We kind of talked about like Chisato's kind of mentality of like, you know, pacifism.
Yeah.
And like how, and we kind of delved into like, you know, Emi Yashiro and Vash, and like how they kind of present pacifism. And there people usually are kind of pretty they praise those works, those characters, because like it kind of analyzes like that kind of mentality and kind of takes it to like a more like an extreme, where you kind of see like if you take this character of like, you know, Shiro for example, like he's presented as like the stereotypical nice guy, will go out of his way to help people, and they directly kind of are like, hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like you're actively putting your body in harm's way, and if this weren't like a fucking story, basically they're like, if this wasn't based around you, like you would have been fucking dead. Like if you didn't just happen to like be able to be healed with magic and all this shit, like you would have been killed. Like you couldn't have been aware that you wouldn't have been killed. Like why would you go out and like kill yourself for something just to help somebody in like a scenario where you couldn't even help them? Like what was the point in that? And so they kind of actively go and like explore that mentality in a more critical way. And so maybe with something like Sword Art Online, it's not directly like addressed in the text of like, hey, Kirito, why are you going out of your way to help these people and giving yourself PTSD? So like it's not there because it's not addressed.
Well, he has to help them. If they die in the game, they die in real life.
Well, yeah.
Well, I think like one of the examples, right, that like kind of like is in Sword Art Online is in Alicization. When you meet the advisor, the clown manlet, right? He really wants to bang the administrator. He just sucks up to her constantly. And then at the end, you know, she's just like, I'm out of here, peace. And he feels like he was betrayed. And then, you know, they die horribly.
Yeah.
You know? But like the show does set down like the work does set down like a limit. It says like, yeah, this kind of behavior is wrong. It's reprobate. He blows up. You know?
I don't know. Yeah, let's continue.
So many occasions, Kirito is met with the challenge that should present some interesting raised stakes or character development. And surely there are some cool moments to be had in watching him flex on people who don't know just how powerful he is. I won't say there's not entertainment to be had. I watched the whole first season for a reason, but there are ramifications for the type of messaging that this over-the-top, consequence-free power fantasy has on young boys who indulge in this type of power fantasy uncritically. You can imagine how a lot of boys would appreciate this formula, especially the types of boys drawn to anime, boys who are more likely to be overlooked and looked down upon, boys who feel that sense of marginalization I talked about. Because they cannot present to the world an image of masculinity that would be appreciated and respected. It's no wonder why so much anime stars these types of boys, discovering some type of amazing power through some contrived means like a magical truck that sends them to another world. And I wouldn't take such issues with these types of stories if one,
I don't think the trucks are magical. The trucks just happen to be the thing that kills them.
Yeah, the trucks are just trucks. The trucks are not magical.
The trucks are often just trucks.
Yeah.
And two, it weren't so obvious that a lot of boys don't quite get that this type of fantasy fulfillment shouldn't be taken that seriously. As I've been talking about power fantasies this whole time.
So this is another one of the other things where I think there's a bit of a gap here when we talk about consumption of these stories in the United States versus consumption of these stories in Japan, because Joe, you can probably tell. So in terms of like the demographic for people who read like stories like SAO or just isekai or not okay, what do we see to your knowledge regarding like the demographics of those age wise?
It kind of spans from story to story, but from the folks that I've talked to, it skews older.
Okay.
So one of them I believe was like 40-year-old salarymen. Like,
right.
It's just that's just what they want.
Yeah.
There's this mentality of just like, because it presents this very specific thing through animation that like its core audience is going to be like young, like little boys, missing a tooth or something, that sort of image, right? But that's not necessarily the case. It's kind of like the same thing with like shosetsu, because like there's this image of shosetsu being like this male dominated space, but like at least 30% of shosetsu's like audience is like women that we know of. It gets a little bit weird, but like at least 30%. And so like and they tend to skew older. And part of the reason why they tend to skew older, this kind of stuff tends to skew older, is because the experience is not necessarily a power fantasy in the sense of it being aspirational. They're not like, I want to grow up and become Kirito.
Right.
Oftentimes it's sort of like a salve. You can see it in like isekai, like I've been killing slimes for like 300 years, and now max level.
Yeah.
It's like that sort of like slow life mentality where it's just like, my life kind of blows.
Yeah.
And so like they get a particular kind of like catharsis out of it.
Well, you see this. We see this in other stories like Death March, for example, where right off the bat, the main character, just through happenstance, gets all of these like levels up rapidly. Gets all these like massive stat boosts, becomes incredibly overpowered. And what does he do by like being overpowered? Does he start like fighting the strongest people in the world? No, he's like, I'm just gonna go become a merchant. I'm gonna ride around and just like relax, basically.
Yeah, so there's something that I think is kind of like very important, or like, so there was a 4Gamer interview I read a few years ago that sort of like asks this question, like, what's up with the power fantasies in isekai, right? Like that was like one of the core questions they were asking. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting is that like one of them was talking about how like, so there's a term that gets bandied about quite a lot that you might come across, and it's called odo. Odo. Essentially, it literally means like royal road. But it usually means so it has a lot of connotations and has a lot of meanings. It usually means something like, say, like orthodox or classical. It means like the right way. Like the proper way, but also like the usual way. Sometimes it can mean like the easy way. It's kind of like the word shin, where shin can mean like a bajillion different things. So when you say something like, this is like Shin Godzilla, it's like, okay, that can mean a lot of different things. But one of the things that they mentioned is that like traditionally or like normally the mentality is there's a specific right way to do things, which is you graduate, you work, and then you graduate, you work up the corporate ladder, you have a family, all that kind of stuff. But that's becoming increasingly untenable. Like it's just becoming much, much, much more difficult. And so as a result, what ends up happening is that like there's a sort of like, this is a concept that like De Boer calls, like, so this is a concept by De Boer where he calls like détournement, or like hijacking. And so like there's a sort of hijacking of this narrative where they essentially just kind of flip it around and say like, well, screw that, this is not working. I don't know what works, so I'm just going to tell you flat out like what I'm expecting.
Right.
And like the way in which it's being manifest, yeah, it's kind of dicey, right? It's like, why is there so much slavery? But like, it's not so much of like, you should like, subjugate women. Like that's That's not like what I think is being intended. I think what's happening is that like it's an attempt to sort of like force a rethinking of like what has traditionally been like the quote unquote right way, and why is it failing so much? Because I really, again, like, I don't know if Mother's Basement is going to talk about it because I haven't seen this video, but like one of the things that's really important is that like Sword Art Online is a death game.
Right.
It's literally a specific kind of genre of story that really got popular in the early to mid 2000s as a result of major neoliberal reforms when a whole bunch of people found out, well, it turns out, the right way, the competitive way, working up the corporate ladder, that's not going to work anymore because things are just getting worse and worse and worse for me.
It's completely reflective of a time where it's economically you are basically just pitting kids against one another in the job market, and that ends up being reflected in the kinds of stories that are being told as a result.
Yeah, it's literally the premise of young people fighting against each other within a system to prove that they're the ones who really understand it.
Right.
And so like it's really, it's something that Persona 5 essentially kind of talks about and then ends up having no solution for. But like that's another thing, right? Like Persona 5 has no solution for that.
Mm-hmm.
It has no solution for that. It literally just ends off with spoilers. You just having a Metal Gear Solid style fist fight with the bad guy, and you're just like, damn, it's crazy, but I guess this is the Japan we're stuck with. But like that, it's so insane, right? That like Persona 5's answer is literally that. This whole thing sucks, but we can't get out of the hyper object here. We're stuck here. And, I guess that's all we can do right now. But like, at least with Isekai, they're just like, no, fuck this. I'm just going to go to another place.
I'm gonna fuck off, honestly, and just do my own thing away from all of you.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and metastasize a world beyond ideology because this sucks.
I'm tapping out. Well, that's again, you see a lot of these protagonists, a lot of these quote unquote self-insert protagonists. How do they get to the other world? Oh, they just die of overwork.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, that's something that's kind of on the nose, so they say.
Time, I'm sure there's some people who might get defensive and say that nobody is so down bad that they don't fully get that these power fantasy stories shouldn't be aspired to. And to them, I say you don't understand young boys, nor the anime community, nor how media influences people. For example, consider the way that sex is depicted in pornography and how many young boys are exposed to porn well before they have their first sexual encounter. And without the understanding that porn is incredibly unrealistic, a lot of them allow their tastes and understandings about sex to be shaped by this over-the-top and often...
The problem here is that, like, the problem here, I think, right, is that, I think you got to this, Ghost, is that, like, is the audience of isekai young boys?
Right. Well, there's something interesting that I've thought about.
They're not coming out of Shonen Jump.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's an interesting thing
this is not a Shonen Jump kind of fair.
That he talks about pornography, and I think one of the interesting things is, at least what I would argue, and I don't have any fucking sources for this, unfortunately, but I think an interesting idea is that, people who consume a lot of porn are more aware of the unrealistic and fictitious nature of porn than people maybe who do not consume as much porn.
Yeah, so there was a meta-analysis, right? So there's a meta-analysis about like the effect of porn, the effect of pornography, and it's just like when the younger you are, absolutely the more like susceptible you are.
Right.
Like that's the thing about like video game violence, right? Is like the younger you are, there actually is like arguable like proof that like the younger you are, the more susceptible you're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But like there ends up being sort of like a fall off point where like once you hit a particular age, like on average, like people are able to differentiate like fantasies from realities.
Right. Yeah. So it kind of becomes a question of well, it's like you said, differentiating fantasy from reality, becoming effectively just more media literate. So, and I think it's one of those things, and I don't think that his concern here is necessarily invalid because you ultimately cannot really control who is consuming the content you put out. So it becomes a matter of, well, there could be unintended consequences based on, maybe you did not intend for young boys to be reading, maybe you didn't intend for, like, young boys to be watching or reading these kinds of stories, but in some contexts,
Yeah.
that you have no control over, maybe that is what happens.
So I don't have the numbers for like light novels in general.
Right.
So I only have my anecdotal experience. So feel free to ignore me on that basis. But I'm looking up this Anime News Network article where it says like for Weekly Young Jump, so not even light novels, right? But like literally like Shonen Meg. 72.2% of readers, blah 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 blah. 47.8% of readers are age 20 to 27.
Wow.
32.3% are age 28 or older.
Okay, so they're like the majority.
So like this audience is skewing older.
Well,
I don't know, Roger.
That does go back to what we were saying with like cons and stuff like that. That the audience for like Anime News Network or the magazine or whatever the publication is going to be a bit different than the audience that's like watching it on Netflix.
Right.
Yeah, I get what he's saying here, but it's not like this is exclusive to anime. Like a lot of like power fantasy shit, like action hero stuff has been popular in the West for as long as cinema's been a thing, basically.
Just look at like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. Nicolas Cage's most infamous movie, the one where he
Lord of War, of course.
Yeah,
my favorite, power fantasy for young boys.
Well, I can't even think of the name of the one that we watched where he's like fucking the chick on the bed while he's like in a gunfight with a shotgun.
Oh, it's
he's just dressed with sunglasses.
Is it Ride to Hell? Something like that.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Yeah, so I don't know. I like light novels. I haven't found something like in general. I assume they're split up in different ways.
Drive Angry.
Drive Angry, yeah.
Yeah, I looked at the
But again, it's one of those things where, in Japan, it's entirely possible that, audiences who are consuming these kinds of stories are older, and yet here in the United States, they are younger because, a lot of, a big drive for why anime, manga, and light novels are blowing up so much in the U.S. is because of kids.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I guess to be fair to his point, like just taking it as like a layman kind of anecdotal kind of experience, like he's probably not necessarily talking about like 8-year-olds or 10-year-olds, but maybe it still can have an effect on like young, like older teenagers, like 14 to 16 kind of age range. So maybe that's kind of what he's more referring to. Like obviously it would still apply to like younger kids, but like I don't think they're the majority of like who's consuming light novel adaptations, obviously.
I'm trying to find the light novel demographic.
Well, especially like when we're specifically talking about anime, we also have to consider the fact that a lot of your light novel, isekai, naroke adaptations are airing in the middle of the goddamn night. Granted, so is stuff like Demon Slayer, which is really hip and popular with the kids, or so I'm told. But so there is also a logistical underpinning for why these might also have different demographics in Japan, whereas in the United States, you're just fucking on Crunchyroll and you have mom's credit card and you can watch whatever you want whenever you want.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Erotic show. And this is not to say that porn is automatically bad, just like trashy anime isn't automatically bad. I love trashy anime and manga, and I know who Pinky is. But the reality of porn addiction is real. And while we don't have a clear one-to-one example about the consumption of these types of anime negatively affect.
I found one. This is for Shosetsu, but I found one. Thank you, Frogcoon. So about 44% in their 20s, 24% in their 30s, 14% teens.
Okay. This is for light novels?
This is for a Shosetsu audience.
A Shosetsu, okay.
Yeah. So like when we're talking about like the main like isekai like age draw, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at 20s and up.
Okay.
So this discussion about like, like affecting young boys, is not necessarily commensurate with the kind of stuff that we're dealing
Well, I
with.
think a lot of young boys in America are probably like, reading like novels on shosetsu, in Japanese.
They better not, man. I don't want to get into fights with them.
They are,
Dude,
more and more kids nowadays are becoming fluent in Japanese.
I'm always getting dunked on 14-year-olds on Twitter, dog. I don't want to get dunked on.
Is that for people who read the light novels or are watching anime adaptations?
That is for shosetsu.
Shosetsu, like specifically
Shosetsu's audience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Website.
So the web novel.
Affecting boys, I still feel like we need to at least be critical and have a discussion about the possibility of how these types of shows can present a problem here. And the problem to me is this. Power fantasy characters like Kirito or Meliodas from Seven Deadly Sins and others all have godlike levels of, keyword here, unearned power. Those characters are powerful just because power is cool. The concern here is what message that sends to young boys who are in that culturally influenced journey to seek power. And through this, they're trying to formulate understandings of themselves as men. Does this contribute to a sense of entitlement? Does this contribute to a spirit of helplessness and despair when they can't experience the type of adoration and esteem that these characters have automatically? What message does it send that these
feel like
characters
FD
seem so
Signifier would
happy
hate webtoons.
because
So let me explain. So one of the things that I think is kind of important in the context of, so he's using the examples of Kirito and Meliodas, right? Meliodas. So he's using those two examples. One thing that I think is kind of important that I don't know if he's going to discuss or address is that Kirito and Meliodas are very interesting characters because while they are physically powerful or like their power is enacted, they have very clear mental hangups. Kirito still has PTSD. He's currently comatose.
Second season, and it's one of those things as well where
and Meliodas has like this really long past that he just refuses to talk about. A lot of these characters who are like very strong, we're seeing them after a particular trauma has occurred. So like their strength comes with a very specific kind of hidden mental issue that their character arc is something that has to be resolved mentally.
Well, and Kirito, I have not seen Seven Deadly Sins, so I can't speak. But you also the fact that Kirito finds out that he was adopted on his own. His adoptive parents never actually told him this, and he's also just never seems to have been good at like forming social bonds with others, except for, and this is kind of a major point of the story, through online interactions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Ara taught us anything, Junies just want to be adopted. They don't want to have parents.
So the reason why I say I feel like he would hate webtoons is because webtoon protagonists do not have any of those elements.
Oh,
like webtoon protags are literally just like, I was bullied growing up by all of my family, and I'm gonna kill all of them. Like, the moment they get a whiff of power, they immediately go on a rampage. And they're just like, this is awesome. I love
just like Elfen Lied, for real. Let's go.
Of what this power provides to them.
I've said it in one video or another, but it sells this fantasy that you never, ever have to grow or change or improve yourself in any way. You just keep being you, saying, fuck the haters. Eventually, you'll be the coolest gamer and all the...
So again, here, there's like a very, ironically masculine aspect where we're really just focusing on the power, the physical power of these characters.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And it's, again, one of these weird things that they talk about here, where it's like, these stories promote an idea where it's not necessarily something that's wrong with you as an individual, but rather something that's wrong with society. But they're kind of just uncritically accepting that as something that's bad, and never really considering, well, what are the actual criticisms of society that are being levied by these stories?
Yes, so it's a kind of like neoliberal mentality,
Mm-hmm.
Like the individual becomes like the last functional determinant of like what is happening. Like there's never really a question of just like, Well, why did they get into that situation in the first place? Like, how did it end up leading to that scenario?
It's one of those things where they, obviously FD Signifier, he has a lot of videos talking about shit like, the manosphere, incels, all that sort of thing. So obviously, you look at like incels in American context and bad, obviously. And FD Signifier himself is a, fairly left-leaning individual. But there's a sort of gap here that's happening where, the quote-unquote incels in Japan are explicitly Marxist.
Oh yeah, the 2D Love Revolution guys?
Yeah. So you literally have guys who are like, my girlfriend broke up with me, and then I just I started reading Marx, and I realized that capitalism was the problem. Capitalism is the reason I can't be in a happy relationship. And it's like, okay.
Got his
so
ass.
it's like, what do you do when the same sort of societal critiques that these sorts of stories are, putting forward are these same sorts of, societal critiques that you yourself would make?
Well, what's interesting is they're not really they're talking about it doesn't encourage growth, and it's like, well,
yeah, growth in what way?
What do they have to grow?
If growth, why? Who does there's you can have this idea of well, really, who does growth benefit in this context? You should learn to grow, so you become a harder worker. And it's like, why? So I can make my fucking boss more money.
Well, they're talking like you said. They're talking specifically in a physical fighting, strength kind of sense. But then they're criticizing Kirito for being a nice guy. It's like, well, where does he have to grow as a person necessarily?
Yeah,
he's already not an asshole.
Should he display?
Yeah, so there's
more masculine, strength, strong and aggressive attributes.
Yeah,
in
so
his personality
that's really good.
To reflect his physical strength. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so that's a really good point, right, Mumi? Which is that there's this again this discussion about character growth is a fundamentally Calvinist sort of ideological outgrowth, which is that what does he want Kirito to be? In the context of Sword Art Online, what does he want Kirito to be considered a good example? Because Kirito does a lot. He's a nice dude. He doesn't go to women and be all hey, what's up, baby girl?
What's up?
He doesn't do those things. He doesn't he doesn't enact the things that we see with regards to toxic masculinity.
Yeah, he's not a playboy. He's not a pickup artist.
Yeah, women fall
he's not an Andrew Tate kind of character.
Yeah, women fall into his lap for some reason a lot of the times. But for the most part, right? Kirito as the character, if we're going to talk about him as the person, Kirito the person, the aspirational font of boyhood, what is he doing wrong? Because it's kind of hard to figure out what he's doing wrong. What should he be doing right? Does he have to suffer? Is that what they want?
He does.
They just want the dark brutality of the Protestant ethic to literally just break your hands in the name of God to show your piety. Is that what's supposed to happen?
Yeah.
Because he has a lot of power, he has a lot of ability, and he's not a toxic human being.
No.
He does what he thinks is right. Meliodas makes a lot of sense as a critique, right? Because Meliodas is he's very lascivious, he's a pivot. But Kirito is not those things.
Girls will fall on your dick, and it's
You're
a fear of growth and a fear of acknowledging your own flaws, right? And a lot of these trash anime really, pander to that.
Please. No, not
right? There's this one this season that I'm just in the middle of writing a roast about. It's called "I Got a Cheat Skill in Another World and Became an Unparalleled in This One Too."
Yeah,
is at the start of the anime, two things about this guy. One, super nice guy who will, if he sees a bunch of guys outside a convenience store aggressively hitting on a lady who doesn't want to be hit on, he'll be the only one in the crowd who comes up and is like, "Hey, stop that. She clearly does not like that." Two, he's insanely fat and ugly, just the fattest, ugliest motherfucker there ever was. And his family, who are skinny and pretty,
like,
fucking hate him because motherfucker.
He's got that light Yagami hair.
Ugly.
He's got that hair going.
He's got smudges on his face.
And his family, who are skinny and pretty, fucking hate him because he's so fat and ugly. He gets bullied. He has no friends because he's fat and ugly. It all comes back to him just being the fattest and ugliest. He punches a wall,
like me,
and that shows him the isekai portal. So he goes through, and then he, gets these cheat weapons that let him kill a bunch of high-level monsters, and he levels up a whole bunch, and he goes to sleep. Next day he wakes up, he's tall, handsome, and skinny, and everybody claps. Literally everybody claps. And here's the thing.
So this is
Isn't
a
that an
really
interesting social critique, though, because otherwise a nice, like, decent, actually a pretty good guy, all things considered. But then it's just like, oh well, this sort of superficial society literally only cares about your looks.
So so there's something really. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I've not seen the show, right? But like, it comes off like very disingenuous how he's describing this, and even though he's describing it in a way that's quote unquote like roasting the show, it's like you just said he has the moral upstanding kind of character to like go and put himself in harm's way to like protect someone's like autonomy. Like it's like you're literally describing him as like a good person. Like it's not like he's an asshole. Like if this were one of those if it's really were what they were describing it to be as like some kind of self-insert escapist fantasy for like an incel type to like really like delve into, and presented the character in a way where he's like, why don't girls like me? I'm a nice, I try to help them, blah blah blah, and then he became hot. Like I could maybe see more of the critique. But like, if he's literally an upstanding character, and like doesn't have like
the one Jack Black movie,
if he's already an upstanding character, it's not like it's saying like it's just more of a critique on society where it's like, nothing about him has changed as far as like who he is outside of his appearance.
Yeah, so I don't want to pull like the culture card, because that often gets used, right? There's like, you don't understand the culture of this thing. This is something that you're going to see a lot more in East Asian media. It's called like a lookism syndrome, where it's just like the person's goodness is reflected based upon their like how handsome or how pretty they are.
Right.
There's a lot of critique about that in like popular media, like this idea of like lookism. And I think like this series talks about that in a very interesting way, which is that like, he gets hot and then everybody is like, yo, you're hot now, right? But one of the things that's like I don't know if Jeff's going to talk about, again, I'm constantly just like, I don't know if Jeff's going to talk about it. Maybe he does. I hope he does. But one of the things that's kind of important is that like everybody around him is also hot, including the bad people.
Yeah.
Like his siblings are terrible people and they're also hot. There's that point where he goes on like this, he does like this modeling thing with like a model, and like the person he's replacing is also a model and he's hot, but he's a bad person. So like when you think about the sort of if you think about like isolating variables to get at the core of an argument, if you isolate like the variables of hotness is not the thing that determines like the character's moral fiber. It's like what they actually do. And that's also kind of important considering the fact that the main love interest, she knows it's him even when he wasn't hot. What mattered at that moment, that instance, that collision of energies of sorts is his act. He does something, and it's like you think like that would be something that would be like good to sort of like express to young boys. That you shouldn't judge yourself based upon like whether you think you are hot or not, but whether like by the goodness of your acts.
There is a reading here, if you're being a lot less cynical, of like with this show specifically, like saying like, hey, society's going to perceive you differently based on your appearance regardless of your actions. You could say like maybe that encourages people to maybe get to that. I mean, that's just like you be charitable. Like there are different readings you can have. The way he's coming off is just disingenuous. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
it doesn't come off like he's actually like engaging with the
It
work.
comes across like Jeff Thu is talking about this. That's what you're saying.
Yes, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
And it's like it's fine. You don't have to like this show, but out of the way that he's like describing it and like kind of painting it and like just to shit on it and dunk on it for views or for humor or whatever is kind of just shitty.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really giving the show a fair shake.
Right.
That's a recurring motif as this story goes
So that sounds
forward.
funny. That sounds funny. Now I want to watch it. Is it self-aware?
I don't know.
Erin and Bay FD here, and I feel like this is a good moment to interject something that I realized in editing I hadn't addressed adequately in the video, which is the problem of depictions of sex and consent and women in anime. It's something I allude to, but I realized as I was watching this over and over, getting towards release, that it really needed more time than I gave it. But the video is already 90 minutes long and there's time constraints, so I just wanted to make sure I addressed it somewhat here before moving on. When I asked here just now, is it self-aware? I'm getting at like this overarching conflict in watching anime and watching things that are clearly problematic and lewd and edgy and, you know, not appropriate for all audiences. There's a very fine line between self-aware and indulgent and maybe trashy elements in anime that I enjoy and think are okay versus things that exist in anime and thus in the anime community that are regressive and harmful.
Why did he use that clip as an example of stuff he enjoys? Almost like 14 in that.
And behavior in anime consumers.
Oh, no.
Like if this anime that we're just talking about is satirizing the issue of lookism and fat phobia with this
he does talk about
absurd dynamic of being bad when fat and good when skitty, I'd maybe give it somewhat of a pass. But if it's just saying all your problems will go away if you weren't
good anime can definitely have fat representation. Excel World, also by Kawahara.
So that line between self-aware and self-indulgent is where things get a little complex. And that goes for the problem with sex and sexuality representation in anime as a whole, specifically in shonen anime. Thankfully, first and foremost, a great thing about anime and manga that I don't touch on in the video is that there is a huge community for girl-focused and driven content in anime, which offers clear alternatives to women's representation in this medium versus the more lewd, trashy, and shallow depictions of women that happen in shonen content. Aside from the ubiquitous Sailor Moon and the legendary Madoka Magica, I've also enjoyed stuff like Nana, Princess Jellyfish, Chihaya Fura, etc. But those shows are unfortunately not prominent in anime fandom, and thus there needs to be a conversation on the connection between
what did you just say?
Not prominent anime fandom.
Sailor Moon, Madoka, and Chihaya Furu are massive.
Well, he's talking about like he's using like Chihaya Furu as like a side. So he's saying that like Sailor Moon and Madoka are prominent, but he's saying that like these other ones are not. But Chihaya Furu is pretty prominent. I mean, like what? Like I'm kind of confused too, because like one of like the biggest like, I mean, we have Cardcaptor Sakura and Doremi.
Yeah,
which are like very huge in the fandom.
Yeah, huge in the fandom, and you know are also enjoyed by both men and women alike.
I mean, like this is not even getting into like the behemoth that is K-On!
Oh yeah, well yeah. It's one of those things where we're not really talking. What we're talking about are American boys and young men relating to boys and young men in anime, not necessarily considering, you know, well, how do American boys and young men relate to female characters, female main characters in anime and manga? That's something that's kind of very prominent but overlooked by this video.
Bro, all my boys watch Doremi.
Oh hell yeah, let's go! Did you?
He didn't really touch on like the moe aspect of stuff at all.
All the Nanaha gang rise up.
Yeah, there's a whole the moe thing is like a whole. That's
magical staffs that are also guns.
Well, I mean, you read like the Moe Manifesto and like how all those like interviews they're talking about, how shoujo manga, and like the moe kind of movement, like that was kind of a rejection of like masculine societal norms in Japan for a lot of those people.
Well, you have literally the notion of herbivore men. In Japan, herbivore men, of course, you know, refers to men who like, you know, eschew, who who do not conform to traditional notions of masculinity, at least in a Japanese context, where it's like be emotionally closed off man earning money for your family in your 9 to 5, your 8 to 6 salary-man job.
Well, herbivore men generally refer to like dudes who like don't initiate.
Yeah.
They're they're weak.
They're weak.
Etc.
They don't.
They're not like the alpha. They're not like the alpha.
They're not going out
man.
and getting themselves a nice girl to have kids with. That term herbivore men was created by the media as like a sort of derogatory term.
It's weird because it's not like this movement is like absent from Western, like even Western media, right? Like you had the whole brony movement back in like the early 2010s.
Well, bronies are weird. Have you considered that? Have you considered bronies are bad people?
Yeah, they want to fuck horses.
Well, it's literally like the idea of, you can't simultaneously be like, we need to have like a serious discussion about, toxic masculinity and masculine ideas, and then simultaneously be like, yeah, if you're like media made for like little girls, you're probably fucking like off your gourd, like just probably should be kept away from children. Like that's
disgusting. To be fair, he doesn't say that in this video, but it's just like it's weird.
Opinion, but this is like a general discourse.
Yeah. It's just weird that like he doesn't address it at all, even though he's like kind of, and I get like it's probably more from like his experience.
Really
so I'm gonna throw out the to be fair context, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also going to like doubly sort of explain why I think it's kind of an issue. To be fair, he's probably talking about in the context of like shonen,
right?
Shonen and its depiction of women, especially young women, tends to be kind of unsavory. So like he uses like Fire Force,
right?
And that's like fair, but the question here is that like the fundamental object of analysis he's engaging with is boys,
right,
and young men, and the question here is that I don't think boys and young men only consume shonen.
Yeah,
that's just like the core issue. It's just like, I just don't think they just consume shonen.
Yeah.
And so like there's this very kind of, I think the question is just like, is this analysis commensurate with the conditions of the claims he wants to make?
Right.
And I don't know if that's like necessarily true. Or if it's necessarily as compelling as he might make it seem.
I think my fundamental problem with the video is that, the video subject is in the title, why do guys love anime? And what this video is ultimately about, though, is how young men and boys in America consuming anime and manga, and how those anime and manga can reinforce negative and positive masculine traits. But what is very overlooked, and this is something I think is really interesting, is how consumption of anime and manga can just not reinforce traditionally masculine traits at all. And that's something that this video doesn't really go into, and I really wish it would.
Mm-hmm. It's also kind of like interesting because like there are, I guess you can say like prescriptive shows. Like I do think there are shows out there that like very clearly set their foot down on what they believe like a good masculine trait should be.
Mm-hmm.
And one example is Sweetness and Lightning. Like it forces a rethinking of like what a Japanese father should be.
Right.
But I don't know.
So Steve also brings up an interesting point here. I'll let you speak in a minute, where Jump Editor.
I will let me. Okay.
I will let you speak. Where Jump Editorial have strong-armed writers in regards to women, in regards of women prior. There's I'd say an all right video from Colleen's Manga Rex. I don't know.
Oh hell yeah, dude! Shout out to Colleen. Hell yeah.
Where she talks about how Shonen Jump, specifically Weekly Shonen Jump, as a business, has a problem with both incorporating more women writers into its publication and the depiction of women in its publication. So I would say and also just general discussion of women and stories for women and stories made by women and women who make stories. I would say not necessarily anime discourse on a whole, more so just like English anime discourse on Twitter. Anyway, that's an interesting video that if no one here has checked it out, I would recommend it.
Yo, shout outs to Colleen.
Let's go.
Colleen Manga Rex. Hell yeah.
She ignored us on Twitter. Let's go.
100K 2023. Let's do it.
Totally
100K.
That's okay.
That's
I guess. I get ghosted a lot on Twitter.
Moomy
One of the
constantly
many.
just rolling into women's DMs on Twitter.
I constantly rolled the 12-sided die, and I constantly
coming up with a 1.
But not like, I think this is an issue of like him kind of being a bread tuber and like kind of just coming at it from an anecdotal perspective and his personal experience. But like he's presenting it in such a way where it comes off as like this very kind of like general, wide kind of spread, like just very painting with a broad stroke, essentially, where he's basically, it sounds like he's saying like, this is how it is in a very large sense. And like, I guess if you wanted to be charitable, like probably the majority of the people who watch anime who are, young boys or young men, whatever, are probably just watching like 2 or 3 shows that they kind of caught on Netflix that their friends watch. Like I know when I grew up, there were kids that didn't watch anime hardly at all, but they were talking about Dragon Ball Z in the locker room or something.
Right.
So like, if you want to be very charitable and just kind of take it to with the perspective he's at, like it comes off very much so he's just coming at it from an anecdotal, like, hey, this is kind of what I've seen in my life, this is what I've experienced, this is kind of how I feel. But
this is something that he's encountered with the people, like the kids he's worked with.
Right. But the issue becomes kind of when he is painting it and like kind of almost ascribing like motivation to like why these characters are this way, why people like the characters for this reason, and he's not really, because like at that point you're not really taking it from like your personal perspective anymore. Now you're kind of projecting your experience onto the creators, and you're saying like this must have been kind of like what they were thinking of, or this is their shortcomings in writing the story and all this, when you're not taking it like these are the gaps in your experience. And this is kind of why we said at the beginning, like it would have been good for him to have reached out to somebody who was not an anituber, not us, but like somebody who was like in like very more versed into like Japanese history or like the context of like the cultural context of anime, and kind of got that experience of like, hey, why do these things kind of work the way they do? Where are they kind of stemming from on a creative perspective? And then kind of address like how that might be toxic to like internalize for somebody in the West who's not living that same experience as someone in like that might benefit from that message in like Japan. And I said that weird, unfortunately.
In Japan.
In Japan, I was going for somewhere else, but then I was like, no,
Fighter
I'll bring it back here.
You're like you're like the character selection announcer from Street Fighter. Japan.
There's also an interesting case if we want to go way back. Something we talked about, I think it was in the Shonen Bakusozoku video, where we talked about power fantasies, and we talk about how people making these stories can address the wrongs that they see in the world through these stories. Now, we tried to find a source for this, but we couldn't, so maybe take this with a grain of salt. But with Fist of the North Star,
I found the source, but I couldn't find like the actual where I could link it or like picture or anything, because the source is just from like an interview at the back of one of the manga volumes.
Okay.
So like
FD's in here.
Oh, look at that! Cool.
Oh, hey FD.
If you want to, FD, if you want to like come on and like talk about this, set us up.
Yeah, if you want to talk about it, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, we'd love to talk to you about it. Sorry, where were we at?
We were talking about Fist of the North Star and how Fist of the North Star, the author, was using Kenshiro as a sort of way to grapple with the fact that he himself felt so powerless to right the wrongs of the world. So he created this character that could, he sees like a woman being harassed on a train. he can't really do anything about it. But he creates this character that can. Yeah, I'll drop you. Moomy, I'll let you figure out how to get him in here, I guess. Or do we want to move into a? Do you have Discord?
Of course, he has Discord. He's a YouTuber. He's a content creator.
Here, let's.
I mean, William Chow had a Discord.
Yeah.
He's not Linus Tech
All right,
Tips.
here's
he's not gonna have a Slack chat.
Here's what I will do. I will make I will move us out of Justice and put us into just a call. So. Joe, do I not have you friended on Discord? Give me a second.
I don't know.
Here, I just added you as a friend, so then I'll add everyone here to a call.
Okay. Pending. Okay.
How's everyone doing today? Y'all having a nice day?
I'll let Moomy handle this while I handle the actual logistics.
How's the weather?
Well,
let's gather around the water cooler.
The fire is still going. The haze continues.
I totally lost a train of thought as far as Shonen Bakusozuku. But yeah, is it later in the video? I feel like it was earlier, but maybe I was missing it. Is it later in the video where the guy is he's saying what drew him to anime is a sense of community?
Right, let's move it into this one real quick. Say something, guys.
Nope.
Okay, good. All right, so it works.
Okay, join.
So yeah, just drop that link to him for this call, Mooey. And
I feel
okay.
I was
FD,
wanting to say that.
Does FD have a Fugi? What is the VTuber avatar?
But yeah, so when I wish I had caught that when he said that. I don't know. We might have been talking over it or something.
Well,
but
I mean,
earlier. So I guess earlier there was a guy that was talking about how it was a communal aspect.
Okay.
And that is very prevalent in just otaku media in general.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's interesting that was brought up, and talking about it from the I guess I was kind of going with the delinquent we were talking about in Shonen Sozuku. That very much was depicting toxic masculinity in a sense of wanting to be a sense of belonging and trying to be a part of a community. Also, how are you? Did you send him the thing? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you know how? Here, can you?
You want me to do it?
Do you know how?
I'm just sitting here trying to entertain everybody.
Yeah. So FD, do you have a I don't know how to send you a link. I don't know. There are no DMs. There are no DMs on Discord.
I don't know if
Twitter.
you
on
Twitter.
YouTube.
You might have.
Twitter DM.
Well, you might have seen it through Twitter. If you
Twitter DM.
If you opened it the DMs for Twitter, I'll shoot you or shoot me your Discord handle. I can add you.
Or just send them
put it
a
in the
link.
chat.
Either or.
Oh, you could. Oh, yeah, I could.
You don't have access to Twitter.
Everyone here's my Discord.
Oh, I just put it in the chat. Okay.
Oh, dang. Yeah, just put it in chat. I'll let you do it. I'll keep on my thought. But yeah, it Shonen Bakusozuku very much shows not only the camaraderie of with otaku culture, of that kind of almost that fuck you to society and that that toxic sense of community where they're kind of almost encouraged to do not the main characters, but in the gangs, the rival gangs, they're encouraged to do toxic, detrimental things because they want to be a part of the gang, and it. I think that really touched on what a lot of people kind of get out of anime because that's what why anime conventions are still a thing. Like we talked about it with William Chow, how anime conventions were originally kind of, to get anime, right? It was
tape
more to like,
trading.
tape trading. Seeing the anime on screen, people kind of being introduced to it. They would translate it or like in real time, and like you would tape trade stuff like that, and merchandise. Whereas like now that kind of functionality of conventions is kind of lost. Like it's not really there anymore. Now it's purely just communal, right? It's just let's get together with a bunch of people who like anime like we do, and just go to a convention, have fun, dress up, buy some merch, whatever. Like you don't have to go to a convention to buy that merch. Like you could buy it on Amazon, you can buy it on Mandarake, you can buy it on Ami, wherever. But it's just a communal thing. So like I think that really kind of gets to where, why people kind of do get into anime. And it's kind of interesting that he said that community thing, because like I've kind of thought about that with like otaku media, because like what is most anime but like a sense of like belonging or like
FD,
community.
you get my Discord at?
Yeah, I think that's I think it's a very like relevant point, or like that's a very apropos point, like movie, because like there's a term that like Jared Bear like talked to me about a little bit back called like anikuras, like anime clubs, sort of like
there we go.
It's a sort of like very cute sort of like image of it was in a video of like people listening to the Hamtaro like opening like in public as they're like sort of like running around.
All right,
and
cool. We got him in here.
It's a very interesting element because like traditionally hello.
Hey. All right, cool. I'll turn you up a little bit.
All right, this is where the stream takes a different turn.
I come in peace and love. I am
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, we said from like the outset we don't really want this to be like drama debate.
Yeah, we're not trying to cause shit. We're just
it's more like you touched on
content.
like interesting. Like
yeah, I was listening because I this video was it's funny because I've talked about so many more intense topics. I don't think I've ever been more worried about the reception of a video because I know how the anime community gets down.
Right.
And so, aside from Erin Yeager fans who I'm kind of like not too worried about overall, because that was part of the point of the video, I do have a interest in seeing how hardcore anime fans take the video overall.
Mm-hmm.
I was definitely more than usual operating from a knowledge gap.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to stay in my own, I tend to stay somewhat in my lane, which is why I wanted it to have a gender focused through line, which is like, that's my, whatever, I can do that. But, like I said at the beginning of the video, I've barely touched anime beyond My Hero Academia and like 7 episodes of Demon Slayer, and of course all of Attack on Titan since like 2015 when I had my second child. So
it gets I'd imagine you're probably not a lot of time, especially between that and running a YouTube channel.
Yes, all the other you kind of have to pick. Once you pop out some kids, you kind of have to pick and choose the hobbies you stick with. So I'm really good at Tekken and fantasy football.
Interesting.
Oh no! Please don't.
We fighting game territory now. Interesting.
Oh, we now. So I'll get real. You're feisty up here. We start getting into fighting games. No, not fighting games. It's just Tekken. I just got Street Fighter 6, and I'm like, I could get good at this, or I could just wait till Tekken happens. Because I just don't have the. I'm 41. Like I'm old, and The juices don't flow like they used to.
Well, that's the one fighting game. And Joe, you don't play Tekken, right?
But FD, what are your thoughts now that Pakistan is the Tekken superpower?
That's so interesting to me, from a sociological standpoint, because the reason why they're so good is because of the limitations of their like community.
Yeah.
Right. They all play on pads, and they just played like there was a documentary or something where they showed kind of what they were doing, and they were like making like boards, like arcade boards out of like, it's gonna sound kind of bad, I don't want to make it like third worldy sounding, but like they were making out of non-normal arcade stuff, right? And they were kind of putting it in people's basements and little markets, and these dudes just said, we're gonna get really, really good against each other. And it was like finding Tekken, the lost covenant. And these dudes came out and have been murdering the world for the last 2-3 years, and it's just wild to me.
Yeah, it's so crazy, just like how it's so fascinating, because like there's a really fantastic article from 2022 by Hussein about like there has been a sort of government push with regards to like, you know, we shouldn't support Tekken because it's like improper. But like it's so fascinating because like these groups are at the forefront of like presenting a new kind of like international image of like Pakistan, like specifically through this very specific kind of esports. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's wild. So I just saw something in the chat like, we're gonna get back on track. I'm sorry. I can do. I'm waiting to I'm gonna do a fighting game video. It's just so I can have an excuse to jump on somebody's fighting game chat. So we'll save that some other time.
We gotta have a little social lubrication. You can't just just hop in.
You can't just jump in and be like, all right, so let me tell you where you got me wrong.
Okay.
Exactly.
You know, no, it's all.
So I don't know how much you watched, like or skimmed through.
I skimmed through like different things. I was really interested to see responses to like the part about masculinity, my kind of disclaimers about how I was in there, and I mentioned, and it's so funny. Like I'm like, yeah, people are gonna think I'm cool because I mentioned Demolition D and Naito, and you guys are naming people I've never freaking heard of. I'm like, all right, well, clearly.
We've also been around the block for better or worse.
William Chow, yeah.
Somebody mentioned Mr. Anime, so I never watched the Mr. Anime video.
Oh, you don't have to. He's in jail.
I do recall the moment, though.
Okay.
See, we're trying to reach. Like, I live in Texas, so we're trying to reach out.
We're trying to get him. We'll get him on the next street.
Good luck with that.
But yeah, is there anything that we've kind of talked about that you kind of wanted to give some input on, as far as like?
Just
maybe
the nature of video essays and like their place within education, the rigor, the rigor scale for video essays, in terms of like what gets cited, what is like, hey, you know, this is something I know I feel strong about this take, and then what am I going to be like? All right, here's the paper I pulled this from,
right?
And so there's kind of a sliding scale with that. And so for me, when I do pop culture stuff, I'm just never gonna do a ton of like hardcore citing and researching. The reality is most viewers could care less and never check, unless you really talk out your ass. And then if you talk out your ass enough, then people are gonna come for you. So you want to be careful in that regard. But like, so the section around like the Japanese work culture element, I don't have any citations for that. That's just gleaming of different, news stories and conversations, and just kind of being an anime head, knowing that the nature of work there is different, but not different in the way people I think expect. Like normies, when I say it's like the best capitalism, but maybe that means it's the worst capitalism.
Right.
It's kind of just engaging. It's just engaging with the fact that on its surface, Japan seems like it's doing capitalism right, but it still ends up being this very exploitative work culture, despite the fact that they have high, marks, so to speak, in a lot of other areas of social ills. But no, that's an area that as I'm looking at different critiques coming out, it's clear that like the Japanese cultural analysis and the overall like deep dive into anime was just not something I was going to land on strongly. But other than that, yeah, I haven't seen anything that made me not want to come on. Like, oh, let me let these guys do their thing and act like I didn't see this.
Right.
So like, no, it was good. And it's interesting to connect directly with people who are like in there, because that I'm critiquing myself. The only reason I found this is because I whenever I do a video, I like to look for responses.
Yeah.
And like critique and analyze like what I missed, where I need to think of differently for the next, piece of video. So
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I talked about this like on my server, like just not in the stream or anything, but like we were kind of talking about like me and Sai, we kind of do this on Joe's kind of just here. He wanted to come on,
We needed someone who is like actually like more versed in like humanities and social sciences. Than us.
He's our expert.
He's our quote unquote expert who is then citing other experts.
But yeah, I talked about because like we're in this weird space because like we do reviews, but we're not like really like video essays. We just kind of do like discussions. So like I kind of feel weird because like there's not a lot for us to cite. Like I'll cite like interviews or something. And so I'll just put that on screen as I'm kind of talking about it, like just a clip, like a little picture of the interview, and then I'll link it in a description. But I get that, like, if you're doing a lot of citation, like it is kind of daunting to like put all of that in there. And then like if you're kind of trying to appeal to a more, casual audience, obviously a lot of them's not going to be interested in, where you got this very specific line from. But I know Joe and Steven, like, it is good to put like at least like citations in the description, I think, because then like you'd at least kind of refer to like if people who are interested, and it's like
that's the main thing I think. People think like
because like for us, like we're interested.
Bullshit.
We're not even interested in like debunking it necessarily. It's more like we're just interested in seeing the statistic period. It's like, oh, that's kind of interesting, and then you try to look. It's like, oh, well, it's not there. So like,
I disappoint a lot in that regard usually. I just the ordeal of getting these videos out. I every time I say, okay, I'm gonna put all my stuff in the description, and then like the video comes out, I do the premiere, and then I go to sleep.
Yeah.
And then like I wake up, check my analytics. So no, it's a. I'm working on expanding the machine, so to speak, especially as the numbers keep going up. It's like, all right, the YouTube machine requires, if I'm going to maintain success, that I keep upping the ante on stuff. I got to get to that philosophy tube output and rigor level. That's the goal.
Yeah. I feel like
I think study of swords actually makes a really interesting question here, which is that like what are some of the concerns that you might have with regards to like so I understand like not citing, but what are like some of the concerns you might have with regards to like grappling with like literature, because like information will constantly be updated, right? So like what kind of things do you try to do to like prevent like using like outdated information?
So I, generally speaking, when I'm like doing something that's more rigorous, like a couple of videos ago, I had 2 videos in a row that were like kind of hardcore political. Still weren't a ton of citations, but like I did a lot more research for them. And so I'm a grad school dropout. So I usually don't even try to cite anything that's more than 5 or 6 years old, unless it's like a seminal paper.
Right.
That like has been cited a billion times, or just I try to make sure it's something that's saturated or a meta study. So like something that's like, all right, this paper has been cited a lot, or this is a meta study or of a variety of things for that point in time. And that's about as hard as I go with it, because I don't try to construct my essays to be that authoritative in terms of like, here is all the research and data Like a moon. Are you familiar with Mooncat?
No, sorry.
She's done like a bunch of her whole thing is I debunk X.
Okay.
You know,
Right.
so she's done like multi-level marketing, NFTs, the manosphere, etc. And so like she's doing a lot more like hardcore data breakdown, not data breakdowns, but like breaking down and inserting the research. And I'm not a fan of the debunk. I'm more of a thought piece type of guy.
Mm-hmm.
I look at my video essays kind of like editorials would have been, or investigative journalism would have been, 20 years ago before the internet kind of altered those professions. So like I put enough details and data and research in to make sense of the story. And then I use my own ethical compass to say, all right, I'm going to announce that this is my take and my opinion, or I'm going to say, or I'm going to, engage with something that I'm just so positively sure about that I'm not even going to bother, or I'm going to be like, hey, this one is going to need a citation. So let me go ahead and say, according to a study and blah, blah, this happened. So it depends. I think it's an interesting question in terms of like what becomes of the YouTube video essay going forward, because it's already starting to penetrate. Like you see, are you familiar with like John Oliver, right? Like he's basically doing video essays now. The guy, Adam Ruins Everything, has his own YouTube channel now where he's basically just doing video essays. And like I treat a lot of my stuff like mini documentaries. Mm-hmm. So there's a blurring now of like what this is, and at some point in time there's going to need to be an elevation. So yeah, there's a lot of conversation there. I don't want to pretend like I feel 100% like, no, this is the thing, this is the take. I may feel completely different about some of my older stuff, 3-4 years from now, as like the standards change. We'll see.
So I think like y'all can correct me on this if there's like bigger stuff, but I think like the biggest kind of takeaway from what we've kind of said up to now is probably like as far as like people you could have brought on, like I get like you probably, which you can speak for yourself as far as that, but I get like I think we were saying like I get that you probably wanted to bring on Eye Patch Wolf and Jeff because they're kind of the big names in the space, and you're kind of trying to present a voice for the perceived kind of like masses as far as like the general kind of consensus, and kind of augmenting that kind of gaps in your knowledge, like you said, which is fine for that perspective. But you kind of start blurring the lines, I think, a bit into almost kind of like prescribing like motivation as far as like on the creator's part. And I think it would have been good to have somebody who wasn't an YouTuber, like not one of us, but like somebody who was kind of more like researched as far as like cultural kind of elements for anime, like and kind of could contextualize like elements in these kind of shows that you're kind of talking about. Because like I definitely get like this is a very like more from like a personal perspective. Like I do appreciate that, where it's like you're kind of talking from like I think I said at the beginning of the stream, like I appreciate having like we've always kind of said like we want people to be more personable in this space, because like Anitube is kind of there are a lot of people there are a lot of people that kind of just do the focus right now, the meta I guess is just kind of more like comedy videos, and people who do reviews, it's very impersonable. Like people aren't putting like themselves in their videos really, and so we do really value when people are able to kind of take their perspective and their experience and apply that to like their analysis of a show or the medium as a whole or whatever. So we do like that element is like interesting to me, and we kind of talked about that with Koi no Katachi a little bit, or a Silent Voice, sorry, but yeah, I think it would have benefited to have somebody that could contextualize a bit some of these elements, because Jeff kind of goes off a little bit on that one isekai anime where it's like, yeah, the guy's real fat and then he, gets skinny and it kind of
gets ripped.
Yeah, like it's kind of disingenuous. Like, I haven't seen the show. Joe has, but
I watch every isekai, like
even
animal.
as like a viewer, like to me, it
Like a
came off
rabid
as
dog.
disingenuous. Where it's like you're describing it like you're describing the character of like having like a high moral, upstanding character, and then kind of turning around like the kind of more superficial elements of like, oh well, he was fat and. Like it doesn't really gel. Like it's like, well, it sounds like it could be commentating on it, and he kind of just blows it off a little bit, But Joe could probably expand on that a bit better than I could. I'm just speaking as like a, layman person that hasn't seen. Right. Even to me, it came off as like, what? Yeah.
Yeah. So just to clarify, FD, my brain has holes in it. It's been
you're not the only one.
It's been long lost to the ether. But yeah, one of the fascinating things about actually are we just gonna like react to the video?
I don't mind. I don't mind. I can't wait to get to my fun time with Erin Yeager.
Erin, yeah, that's gonna be one of the things where it's like I have no opinion because
It's just like, damn, that's crazy that happened in Attack on Titan. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, none of us have gotten like I got halfway through the manga of Attack on Titan, and I watched like the first 2 seasons, and I just dropped off. So I don't know anything that happens after.
Well, good. That means I don't have to sharpen any sticks over here. Like,
you don't have to defend your Eren Yeager takes.
You're not going to come across any ardent Eren Yeager defenders
Yeah.
in this.
Yeah,
Cool,
I feel like most of my responses were like, "Does that happen?
Damn,
that's crazy."
But
Yeah,
but
that's
to respond
insane.
to the everybody claps part, I do. So I think one of the things that I wanted this video to be more than about anime was kind of about experiences of boys and like the different messages. This video is more akin. Hold on for a second. I have a 10-year-old swinging connects at me. Sekou, can you go upstairs, please? That's awesome. Thank you. What's up? Quickly.
After you're done with this, can you do a battle?
No, it's 10 o'clock. You should be in bed. Go
Damn, I want to do a battle.
I like the audio change on Discord.
We came here at 9. We didn't get too much time.
Go upstairs, Sekou. Talk to mommy about it.
Kid has a taste for blood."
Where was I?
Warrior spirit.
Talking about the
so this video. So I don't want to get too deep into like YouTube channel management and shit.
Yeah, sure.
But like the thing you do with video the thing I'm doing as a video essay is my ultimate goal is to be free to kind of do whatever I want. Like if I have a really interesting idea or topic I want to touch on, no matter what it is, I want to be able to do that video.
Right.
But the way YouTube works is it wants you to hit the same target every time, no matter what.
Right.
And if you don't hit that target, you kind of like get punished for it. And so what I've been doing is like I've set up 4 or 5 different targets that I can hit in succession. So like I have, a couple of hip hop videos. I have some hardcore black politics, culture videos. I have some, and then I have like anti-manosphere videos, manosphere, masculinity, adjacent videos. And so this is kind of in that realm. And so this is, I think it's, if I were to, the best way to think about this video is less as a analysis and a breakdown of anime and more as a breakdown of like how anime fits into how boys experience masculinity in America, essentially.
Okay.
And so with that show in particular, what made it stand out to me, and I think what Jeff is trying to get at, is the way it tacitly puts like a value system between like, you may be a good person and a kind person, but because you're fat and ugly, none of that matters. And you should be unhappy until you're skinny and people clap. And like, there's I haven't watched the show, right? But it kind of feeds into, I think in that section, I'm getting at like power fantasy, the isekai power fantasy, the general power fantasy, and how a lot of anime has a tendency to kind of oversimplify complex social, cultural elements for boys to their detriment. Because it looks cool or it feels good to fantasize, etc. It's like, okay, but so let's critique what that is. Right. And so there might have been, I have not watched that show. I might actually watch it because it sounds like something I would actually enjoy from like a cynical, this is really indulgent point of view. But the fear is, if I were, my 10-year-old just walked downstairs.
Yeah.
If he watched it, would he get that, see it as self-indulgent, or would he internalize those underlying messages?
Would he have that level of media literacy? Yeah, of course. Yeah. And
Yeah.
One of those things where I think there's like a we talked about this, where there's like maybe a gap between the audience for like here in the United States versus in Japan in terms of who are making and who are consuming these stories.
Right.
Yeah, I think I said like it would have been interesting to have like that go back to the cultural kind of expert kind of perspective. It would have been interesting to see somebody be able to kind of contextualize like, hey, this is why it's done that way, and kind of be able to contrast like the different situations as far as like between the West and Japan, and kind of like how things that might be a more positive message in to a West Japanese audience might not necessarily internalize the same ways like a Western audience. Right. Like one I kind of thought of, I don't know if we've gotten to the part that I kind of thought of it originally, but there's like an isekai anime where like this lady who's like an office worker who died. There's a
level 300.
you probably don't know this, but there's in case you don't, for contextualize for anybody really, there's a thing in Japan where people like die of like overwork.
Yeah. Karoshi.
Karoshi, yeah, I couldn't think of the word. Thank you, Joe.
Right.
And she died of like Karoshi, and like when she's isekai to the other world and she's kind of experiencing that world, she's very laid back, and it's like the way it's contextualized is like she's not really like striving to better herself or do anything, like in a way like she is, because I guess like if you take her experience as far as like having overworked herself and kind of buying into that mentality of like, oh, if I just
300 max line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it from, I was kind of thinking of it from like Gil's video.
Oh, okay.
Just for context, I haven't seen the show, but like that context of like she kind of bought into that, oh, if I just kind of put my nose to the gridiron and just work a little harder and better myself kind of thing, and things will kind of pull through, and like she ended up overworking herself and died. And so in the isekai, her next life, whatever, she's very adamantly against like that kind of mentality. And like there's a part where like a character is like, oh, we'll just try harder, or I'll just work through the night or something, and she's like, no, you don't need to do that. Like you need to just work within your means and your like whatever is a healthy position for you. I feel like that's kind of at odds.
Yeah, so that's something. So go ahead. So building onto Mumi, I think that's something that I wonder to
pause 1 second. Inakayu, I just realized I totally stole your thumbnail for this video. Like I literally sent it to my because she said something in the chat about making Why Do Girls Like Anime, and I was like, oh, please do, because I don't want to make a video like where I'm like, yeah, this is my take on what women like. Like I never want to do that. Right. And so she said that, I was like, please do. But I looked, I was like, wait, I know that avatar. And even though I didn't watch the video, I totally stole the Chainsaw Man girls, Let's Talk. I completely copied and pasted that and sent that to my people at Nebula and said, hey, make me this thumbnail, but with dudes from anime.
I need to do it.
And so I wanted to make sure I shouted you out for that. All right, sorry, I cut you off. I just wanted to make sure that was said before she left.
So building onto Moomy, one thing that I think Moomy makes a really interesting point, which is that I guess the question that I have is, to what extent have you discussed questions of class in relation with Jeff and Super Eye Patch Wolf? Primarily because one of the things that's really fascinating as a result of 300 max level slime is that the general storytelling logic functions very similarly to ostensibly like male protagonist slow life isekai. It's just that the female is, the protagonist, and so like that dimension changes it in some particular ways when regards to gender, but it also in a lot of ways sort of ties back to sort of material questions of class. The idea of like production without necessarily an end goal, and so as a result the sort of the solution is to just kind of stop doing it. This is something you kind of see a lot in China as well. There's what is called like the Tomping movement, the lying flat movement. So yeah, I'm just curious to what extent.
We didn't get into class at all. Okay. As I'm hearing you talk about it, if we're kind of engaging with like this conversation about unearned power, is that if that's where I think we're going, that was more like a masculine performance thing.
Okay.
Where it's like, I'm a little boy, I'm my 10-year-old son, who just, watched all of Naruto last year, right? And so, he gets a lot of speeches from Naruto about not giving up, and he sees Naruto go from being like shunned by his village to the Hokage, and I don't know what happens in Shippuden. I didn't even finish the actual full Naruto, right? But he goes through that arc, and so it's more about how boys are conditioned to see power as a thing to pursue, kind of regardless of class. Now, class does problematize like what that pursuit looks like, what the end goal looks like. So a working class little boy might say, okay, my attainment of power masculinity is going to be a solid job with benefits that I can support a family on, which, as we know, is dying and if not dead in this country. But it's still, they don't aspire to the same thing that a petite bourgeois guy who says I'm going to strike it rich off NFTs. It's a different dynamic of like what that pursuit looks like. And I wanted this to be very mildly bread tube. I wanted the bread tube on it to be as lightly seasoned as possible. So I definitely didn't want to, not only did I not feel overly equipped to, but like stylistically as a project, I was like, I'm not going to make this a bread tubey video. I think about Eye Patch Wolf in particular. I think it's fair to say Eye Patch Wolf is pretty left leaning, but he doesn't really wear that in his content a ton. And I kind of wanted the same energy. If you stick around my channel, the goal is to kind of like sucker people in. Like, okay, now that you've watched this anime video, let's get into, go into my Black conservative videos, the real shit. So here's what Kwame Ture really said in 1968, right before Martin Luther King died, about Pan-Africanism. Like I'm in there, but like I gotta, I'm trying to satisfy a lot of different things. But that's an interesting element.
Have you did you end up speaking to them or about, like I said, my experience with those videos literally as it's being shown on the stream.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you like discussed it, but have you discussed questions of salaryman masculinity?
No. I am familiar with the concept of the salaryman. That's kind of what I just described a little bit. It's like a aspirational, but like working class, almost aspirational from a different culture perspective.
Right. Well, it's one of those things where I think there's also it's worth considering that these social aspects, these Japanese social aspects, are definitely a parts of these works, but for the people consuming them in the U.S. of all ages, they might not be able to pick up on those because they're not coming from that same sort of social background, and they might end up having a very different takeaway as a result.
Mm. So the thing I glean, and this is coming again from like a layman, especially now being out of it, point of interest, is that there's a lot of elements of author inserts and wish fulfillment, etc. And you know, we could get into like, oh, is this a product of, you know, the Japan's specific form of capitalism that kind of dehumanizes, you know, the whole, what was the term you used for dying at work?
Karoshi.
Yeah.
Karoshi.
I'm gonna let me just say dying at work. I'm sorry.
Death by overwork.
Yeah, let me just say I'm going to embarrass myself more.
We do it all the time. It's fine.
We do it all the time.
So, but yeah, so like there's I kind of lost train of thought. There's a lot of there. That definitely would have better informed parts of the video that kind of problematize how this maybe looks different to a Japanese viewer versus an American viewer. And that would have definitely enhanced it to kind of explain, you know, to maybe have given anime more grace. Because especially in the parts you're in, I maybe seem like I'm coming down harder on anime than I would have wanted to. And that would have been a good way to kind of like bridge that gap.
Absolutely.
You know, but the main thing is, it's like, okay, we have this, the goal was, all right, I go to MomoCon, I see all these boys, and they're just like, there's something about young men in spaces of joy that are not traditionally or like appropriately masculine that inspires me. You know, I talk about it.
Anime convention is a really interesting example of that. Yeah.
Right. You know, I talk about, you know, teaching anime club or whatever when I was a teacher, and it was like, oh man, look how happy these boys are, and they're not thinking about all the shit that we're, you know, generally forced to think about when exploring and performing masculinity. And like, okay, so there's opportunity there. I think I said at the end of the video, like, can I tease out what causes this joy, both the problem elements to it, you know, but also like celebrate it at the same time, you know. But you know, to do that, you cut corners, you miss things, and I definitely was like, all right, look, this is definitely American centric. I, you know, am gonna have to like create a project that fits into these boxes where I feel comfortable speaking, and I just hope that people give me grace to know that I don't have a strong cultural analytical frame on Japan, other than, you know, BuzzFeed videos the last 10 years about, you know, suicide forest and other sensational stuff, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Japanese misinformation's kind of an issue, like been a little bit of an issue here recently, as far as topical kind of events go.
Yeah, it's misinformation or like magnification of things that ultimately kind of form a sort of Orientalist bend, which can be problematic in a lot.
Yeah, so
definitely.
I think the.
Oh, go ahead, John.
Sorry. I think the context that you introduce into this voice chat that I felt like was not.
Hold on, I'm being attacked.
Well, first of all,
One second. Yes, you are.
They're getting ganged up on.
Hold on 1 second.
No problem.
Do not attack.
Man's last words caught on camera.
CC attack.
Raw, real, liveleak.com.
FD Signifier dies on stream.
FD Signifier dies on camera, not clickbait.
Yeah, we probably should like also. Yeah, so we are now 3 hours and 17 minutes.
I mean, that's still shorter than the time I talked to Stevie Swan. You know?
Yeah.
I got a lot
Really?
of
How long
time.
do you
Have you talked to him for a long time?
Yeah, I talked to Stevie Swan for 4 hours. Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Sorry.
You're fine.
You're good.
It's
You
summertime.
kind of just came on to impromptu, so.
Yeah.
We came from dinner, and I
okay.
peeked this right before we ate, and I was like, you know, I should look at this more. And then I was like, oh, I can learn a lot here. this is good. And so here I am. You know, I
Yeah,
do this
we're
every
glad
once
to have you. It's good to like, not just be like, oh,
I
kind
mean,
of
We don't
one
like
way.
just talking to the void. Like we like to
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
have it be constructive.
The
Oh,
Like
very
it's not like we
dialogue.
don't want to just like dunk on people. You know,
No.
that's not really constructive at all. Like
yeah,
you
it's,
might could get views or something, but
You will
Yeah,
get views. Trust me, I am
What was that?
well aware.
Fucking every neuralities response video where it's just like, oh
yeah.
Lord.
yeah, AnyTube is like kind of weird in that like it's a
We're
very
gonna make a
defensive
response to
community,
this.
but like the defensiveness of the community is kind of understandable. It's because like
Oh no. Oh
samurai
no. Okay.
things, and it's just like, oh no, and it's just like, oh man, all right, okay. But yeah, so one of the things I wanted to mention to you, FD Signifier, so you mentioned that like this video, and let me know if I'm reading this wrong, but this video is functionally from the sort of interpolative perspective of your kids, right? Your son. So I think that I feel like if that was more explicit in the video, that would have clarified a lot of it. Because like so the reason why I'm saying this is because like when we're getting into like this discussion about like shonen and like boys learning how to be like boys and men in ways that are like not like toxic masculine. And then we get into this discussion about like isekai. I think it's a really interesting sort of. Are you familiar with the concept of a parallax view?
No.
So let me know if I'm being condescending. I'm trying not to be.
It's perfectly. I get accused of it all the time, so it'd be hard to make me feel bad about it because I know it probably is not coming from if it does happen, either A, I won't notice, or B, I'll be like, oh no, I earned that because you know more than me. So feel free to condescend. I'm learning.
So a parallax view is something coined by the human raccoon, Slavoj Žižek. Essentially, what it refers to is that an object is able to, in the process of viewing, able to entertain multiple perspectives at the same time. So he uses the argument of the lenticular lens. Like the lenticular lens is like what you actually see in terms of the lenticular lens is determined based upon the perspective or the vantage point you're approaching the lens at. So on one hand, it can look like a woman, or if you look at the lenticular lens, like if you shift it, it like looks like a tiger or something. It is both a tiger and a woman, but the perspective is what shapes the kind of viewpoint that comes out.
Gotcha.
So the reason why this is relevant to this discussion is because I think like maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like if you were more explicit, that this is like from like this very, very specific perspective, that can go a long way in terms of like helping inform some of the ways in which you come into isekai. Because when it comes to like me and, you know, maybe Ghost and Mumi, like when we're talking about isekai, we're talking about like isekai in regards to like its general demographic, because its general demographic is like 20 years and up. You know, it's like people who are like 20 years old and up. Like that's generally what like the numbers say. And like those are people who are like they've been working or are working as like office workers, like working in like the, you know, the continual rote machinery that is like Japan Inc. And then like they're just getting sick and tired of it as things just get worse and worse every single year. And so like this relationship to like this media form that they have is configured in such a particular way that this is one explanation of why it can be so enticing. That is not to say that like your observations with regarding its toxic masculinity aren't there, because they are. But it sort of, I think it's one of those things that like can kind of like round out some of these discussions, you know?
Yeah, that would have made it a more robust analysis. Because, you know, I'm trying to speak to, okay, I like isekai. Like FD Signifier has enjoyed an isekai or two. I probably enjoyed them more when I was in an office cubicle type situation.
Yeah.
And so there's a whole discourse around escapism that is bigger than just boy power fantasy that could have had an easy place in the analysis in the video. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's you know, I said when I came on, this was a subject to tackle that was, you know, I had less. So
oh no.
Video essay. I don't know. You guys said you just do mostly reviews, but it's kind of like a little. It sounds like it's more analytical. I mean, I could tell from talking to you guys that you aren't like, 19-year-olds with the Crunchyroll account.
There's only one
doing power scaling. Right. So you guys, I heard somebody mention the Protestant work ethic earlier. I'm like, okay, these are kind of my people. And yeah, I don't know shit about Calvinism. I'm like, I know that's a thing. But yeah, so I lost train of thought. So no, I was saying like with video essays, and you're like, all right, we're there's like everything is a project, and that project is both creative and commercial. And so and you also have time. For me personally, at least, like I wish I was H-bomber guy, and I could be like, I'll work on this for 8 months.
It does well regardless.
Right. Here's a 3.5-hour video about a 12-year-old game, and it's amazing. By the way, you're gonna watch it 4 times. So until I get to that point, it's kind of like, all right, I have to be prepared to leave gaps in the analysis that don't work with a timetable. I had already screwed up my sponsor date for this because it was supposed to be a week early. So there's all these different things that it's like, yeah, unfortunately, I have to think of it. I have to, for something I'm not, that's not like deep inside me, my last couple of videos, the 2 videos ago, when I was into the Black conservative thing, I took all the time in the world on those on purpose because I was like, nope, I want to get this right. Whereas this, I was like, okay, this sounds really good. Hopefully nobody finds the gaps. But I still go looking for them regardless. So I think it's somebody says, yeah, I did see y'all talk about that. The video wasn't supposed to be released on July 14th. I don't know what happened there. That was my editor. It was supposed to say July 10th. And I didn't notice it. And that's a running joke. Like, I think my first viral video about Bo Burnham, I did a joke saying, cite me. And then I did it again in another video. And so that's like, for the first time in a while, and there's supposed to be a ding there, and I fucked that up in post.
Oh, no.
So it's a running joke for like long time viewers that, I think it'd be cool if people cited me in their own videos.
That'd be something I'd like. Yeah, it'd be cool to see in general, like not quite on like Reply Girls from 10 years ago, but like sort of developing a corpus or a dialogue. I have this. Videos. Yeah, I have this imagined world in my head where the YouTube video essay becomes like a median point between a scholarly article and like, a news release about research. Right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But that comes from, like you said, a corpus where it's like there's a ecosystem of critiquing without it's like you critique these ideas presented in the essay, but you don't dunk on them. You just critique and say, like this, what you all are doing right now is actually a great example of it. It's like, okay, FD released this anime video, this, and this, and here's some blind spots, and here are some areas of further research. A shout out to Inuyasha, who's going to do, she promised that everybody here heard her.
That's true. This is a verbal contract.
This is a verbal contract. She says, I quote, well, now I gotta ha ha ha. All right.
You're holding you to that. That is legally binding. Our lawyers
holding you to that. So I would think that's really cool, the idea of having that discourse. And that's why like I think it's awesome that you guys are critiquing without, taking the easy shots. Right. And it makes me a better, it makes me think. So next time when I do come back and do a fighting game community video, I'll be like, okay, where are the gaps in my analysis that might add to this if I have the time to put them in.
Yeah, and I think this kind of like the approach of like criticism is kind of important in a community space, because like if you just delve into like just mud shit flinging, kind of wrestling in the mud, just roasting each other, you're not really improving the discourse in the space.
No, it's like wrestling at that point. It's
like it's just personalities. You're just trying to rally people against the other person. You're not
YouTuber can be
building ideas. We've been
I've said the same thing before, and I'm not above it. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons why I don't have access to my Twitter anymore. It's because I can't stop. I can't stop getting into shit with people. And as you get bigger, you really lose chunks of like your own humanity to like the churn of drama and drama baiting. And you have to kind of act like you don't hear or see things, because as you respond, you're really just feeding the machine more. You're not really. So yeah, there's and so it becomes hard to like see the difference between like useful critique and low quality bait.
Right.
So yeah, it's definitely
absolutely,
there.
Yeah, I think we wanted to approach it this way because it's like there's stuff to learn in your video, and then there's stuff to learn, just talking about the video. Like you can't. I think we talked about it in the podcast here recently, but you can't. I mean, you have to take the good with the bad kind of thing. Like there might be negatives to something, and you kind of have to, be able to acknowledge it and be able to kind of use that as a conversation and like build on that idea, whether it was good or bad, and you just benefit the whole space doing that.
Would we? Go.
I was gonna say, I guess one interesting thing before we should probably get back to reacting to the video, or we'll be here for fucking ever. But the last, it's interesting that you said that it really resonated with you as far as like seeing men kind of indulge and like engage in a space and enjoy themselves in something that's not, ultimately kind of stereotypically masculine. But in your video, you don't really like delve into that really much at all. There's a whole kind of like element of the culture where, people consume just like magical girl anime or like K-On! Or something like that, and you kind of don't really touch on that at all. It's just, I guess it's just because of it's your experience of like you're kind of more familiar with the shonen side.
Actually, I'm much more of a romance shoujo type of guy.
Oh hell yes!
I'm a Toradora. I think the same author did another one I love.
Golden Time.
Golden Time, Fruits Basket type of guy. So Ghost Bond, right? So no, it was more so like I wanted to speak to the audience I was aiming for.
Right.
I wanted to talk to the power scaling guys, and I wanted to make sure that the Attack on Titan fans that came through were gonna get a good 1-2 to the face. I wanted them to get comfortable before I got to that section.
You've got,
and that's also, and I also gotta be. Let me be also clear on that. This started as it's so funny. It started as first. Let me just shit talk Attack on Titan for 30 minutes. Let me shit talk Aaron Yeager for 30 minutes. And I was like, no, I'm going to do that. What I should do is do a comparison between like the way Aaron Yeager presents masculinity versus like good versions. And so I was just going to do like a anime boy tier list with like, I don't know, Midoriya at the top or something, or Mob. And then I said it later in the video, Eye Patch Wolf convinced me to read Berserk. And so Berserk has this through line. I get to that section after I shit on Aaron Yeager. Yeah. Like the way Berserk kind of engages with healing, and like, I was like, wow, this is like the clear antidote to the common manosphere angst that's going on right now, at least in my section of YouTube, where a lot of these boys, a lot of young boys, they kind of, they turn 15, they have their first crush breakup routine, and they start Googling how to deal with a breakup, and somehow they end up with Andrew Tate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, and there's this just a lot of, and that's where a lot of my research was. It was kind of on engaging in like maladaptive responses to trauma and struggles for boys and young men, behavioral health, mental health, bunch of jargon and stuff. But it's mostly about like, all right, how do we get boys to like chill the fuck out sometimes, and like understand that they're not, it's not the end of the world, and you have like useful tools that if you just can like access them. And so so when I read Berserk, I kind of found this like perfect vessel for like engaging with that discourse of like, hey, here's a guy that went through everything you could imagine. And he was an edgelord for a second, but then he was like, you know what? Maybe not. And like, you could do that too. It's kind of like the end of the video. And in the end of the video, I do circle back to the joyous part. You know, we have to, it's a dance with a video essay in terms of like a narrative through line. So I try to start with, you know, here are my anime bona fides. Here's what anime can be, why I like it, why you should watch it. Here's the problem I see. Fuck Aaron Yeager. But Berserk is good because anime is good. And that's kind of like how I end it. Is that's the outline of the video. So yeah.
I did want to say I do appreciate that perspective from you, because like, you know, I don't want to get like too personal with it, but I do have like two younger brothers who are like 13 and 16 years younger than me. So I don't have kids of my own, but I've kind of experienced like a bit of what you're kind of talking about.
Yeah, you see like the pull of this regressive stuff in them.
Yeah,
towards them. Yeah.
It's definitely different, because even like me growing up, because you know I'm 30, 31 now, I guess. Who's counting? But like, you know, me, like when we were growing up, you didn't really have the internet as ubiquitous with like just your everyday life kind of thing. So my parents, like, I grew up with the internet from a young age, but I didn't have it, you know, on my phone from when I was like 4 years old or something. So like my parents are not as equipped to kind of handle it. You know,
right.
One of them not even necessarily being around as much as the other, but they, you kind of have to come at that from a different perspective from them, because you know they're older, they're completely removed from the scenario. But yeah, it's an interesting.
Let's
it's an interesting perspective. But yeah, let's
we've been paused on a still of this guy's teeth for the last hour.
I don't even remember this.
Sick of looking at it.
Who is this?
Between this power.
This is the guy from Fire Force.
Oh yeah, I've never watched anime and what Force. I barely watch anime now. Yeah. But I've seen some video essays about Fire Force and fan service. So we're in the fan service disclaimer section.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That does to images of women in the.
You'll need to move the subtitles. Can you move the subtitles to the top?
Oh yeah. Let me right now. Yeah, because profiles. Yeah, I think.
Are you streaming this, Ghost? I can't see anything.
Oh wait, no, you're not streaming.
I'm not. Yeah, I probably should be. I am streaming this, but I am not streaming this in the call. There we go.
Responding to footage like 20 seconds behind.
I just want to say I appreciate you didn't like come down on us for reacting to your video.
Oh no,
I felt bad because I'm like, we're just gonna watch the whole thing, okay? Like, I never want to be like that kind of channel where it's like you just have someone else's content and you're just like in the corner and you're like,
haha,
yeah.
No,
yeah, man.
Trust me, I've seen and flagged much worse. It's the YouTube churn and the big YouTuber first world problems are hard to explain, but they exist, and this is not one of them. So we're all good. I may not stick around for the whole rest of the video.
Oh, you're good. Yeah,
but
we appreciate you coming in and all.
Yeah, I do at least want. I want to watch people watch me slander Aaron Yeager. It may be a paraphilia I'm developing. So just fair warning. I may be like, yeah, fuck Aaron Yeager in the background. So like, don't
Okay.
don't think I'm weird. It's just a thing.
It's not just
I'm doing. Go ahead. That every female character falls in love with the protagonist. It's also the rampant casual sexual assault that happens for laughs in these shows. Fan service in anime isn't just a problem for how it hurts stories and distracts from good characters. It also contributes to misogyny and how
is it playing? I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm streaming it in Discord.
Oh yeah, it's not in the voice call that we're
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's not like I don't know the video.
Yeah.
Boys learn to
probably
see
looked at this
and
video
understand women, and
far
don't
more
get
times
started
than
on the
anything.
1,000-year-old
Yes,
laws.
it's an
Sex is
ordeal.
presented to boys and young men in these mediums as a commodity, one they get access to, as Mother Basements just put it, by being the coolest, raddest gamer, or whatever nonsense is said in some of these spaces, or possibly worse,
Listen,
if not
I
theirs,
do
to
not
just
have
be
time for
lewd
multiple
and
takes.
casual
You're
assault.
not
Fan
supposed to hear
service.
No,
They
that wasn't
service-
on you. You said Radish Gamer, but YouTube clearly heard Radish Gamer.
Because I said radish gamer.
This is clearly the only kind of like criticism you'll get from people who do video editing, and audio editing.
Radish,
No,
it's
it's
like
all
Daikon.
For male character motivation, something that is insidiously woven through so much media aimed at boys and men. It's a problem that I want to at least make sure I acknowledge. This to make sure nobody mistakes where I'm coming from. Because even when done innocently, this contributes to a lot of misogyny that women in these spaces and in general experience. And it also hurts the boys themselves who consume this type of content because they never learn to just normally interact with women and girls, which in effect becomes this vicious cycle as they are often rejected from women's spaces because of their latent misogyny, which then leads them to being even more misogynistic. I don't think that lewd or trashy content doesn't have a right to exist, but as I stated earlier, there is no self-awareness of the line between reality and fantasy with so much of this type of content and its fan bases. I would love to live in a world where lewd and sexualized entertainment was respected and enjoyed responsibly.
Yeah, so I think this is like one of those situations where like understanding like the perspective of like from a father with regards to like children is very important, because like this like the discussion about like fantasy and reality is something like very much at the heart of like otaku studies, right? Like that's like some
we see it talked about a lot when it comes to otaku culture in Japan, is that this sort of separation between fiction and reality is taken almost implicitly, essentially. Whereas, you know, obviously, if you're, you know, between the ages of like 10 and 15 watching stuff like this, you might not be able to necessarily process it with that in mind.
Yeah, this kind of stuff gets like a lot dicier because like, so I can see like how like people who would have I can see like how people might have an issue with this kind of thing because like they're, you know, their frame of reference is like, oh, I've read Saito Tamaki, I've read Patrick Galbraith, I read like all this kind of stuff that talks about like, you know, like otaku understand that there's a difference between fiction and reality, you know, reality, genjutsu sekai, you know, like all that kind of stuff, right? But like their frame of reference is always like otaku that are like older.
Yeah,
they've already formed like an understanding of like the differences.
And then there's like the Neuralities reply videos about lollies. It's the other side of the like.
One of the most frustrating things, because I think it's an interesting subject matter, and none of those response videos touched on anything that I would have probably, if we had this channel when one of those videos came, we might have responded to it in a similar way. A little quieter than everyone else. But yeah, it's because it can be frustrating when it's just like there are interesting things to talk about here, and a lot of people who get up in arms about this, I just don't talk about them, and they're probably just not aware of them, which is very.
It's the nature of when you're kind of in a community that is prone to reactionary energy. So like I do a lot of masculinity stuff. And so, like, I do attract manosphere adjacent people who are coming in with a lot of misogyny at the core of their critique. And it's like, yeah, I see what you're saying, but like, could you shut up? You're making me look bad. And like, don't comment. Just watch for a while, and maybe, you know, at least don't comment in my chat. Like, just chill out. Just listen. No, we're not doing. You know, what about the women conversations today? So stop it. it's kind of like one of those. The loud voice, and then the algorithms kind of reward that type of behavior, But yeah.
Just said no data. The stream will end briefly soon if you don't like do something. I'm like, what the fuck? And then it just went back. Okay.
Culture that will cry woke agenda whenever a female character takes
shit
up
like
too much
this.
screen time or has too many clothes on. But the same community will Google Rule 34.
There's something very funny
images
about
of
these
that
kinds
same
of like
character.
channels where it's just
What we
like,
have-
how can you like? They're kind of like what's it called? Perpetual motion machines.
Yeah.
You know. They just keep generating outrage.
Yeah, I don't.
It's kind of baffling.
I don't know how that's like. I
How
rarely
can you
get
care
angry.
about Captain Marvel that much? It just keeps going.
Man, but those things get views because the algorithm. So I've had a lot of. If you go into like, I have like multiple videos where I talk about YouTube's algorithm, and I've genuinely like literally met with YouTube people, and like that drama video, and then there's another video called Break Bread, where I get into like the algorithm rewards engagement no matter what the engagement is. And people tend to engage with things that make them angry more than things that bring them joy. And then there's little boys hitting puberty every day.
We have sorry. Go.
No, and so like because of that, there's always going to be a lot of angst around girls and girlfriends and femoids and relationships and whatever other Sigma grind set stuff. Like all that stuff, it's mostly a phase. And you just pray kind of like these little boys don't damage themselves or their, interpersonal skills so much while they're going through that phase that they'll never come out of it. But there's no more valuable and like saturated of a community to get views from than incel and incel adjacent online spaces. They are the just what's something that's abundant in nature? Grass, oxygen. They're the oxygen of social media.
Carbon.
Entropy.
Carbon.
Yeah, carbon.
Dark
They are
matter.
Right. Right. And so yeah, I don't even know what channel that was, but he can do that all day. He will always get views.
Mumi and I, we've had an interesting brush with this sort of thing where
Oh god.
we make YouTube shorts to promote our content. It's
the
an all right way to
Cyberpunk
do
too.
so. When there was a show that came out last year called Cyberpunk Edge Runners, of course related to like Cyberpunk 2077, and in that show there's a character named Rebecca, and we made a video about it, and we just in that video made a casual joke like, oh man, is Rebecca trans, like the major from
But like
Ghost in the Shell?
it was observation based on like a weird kind of translation, I guess.
Right.
Where
Yeah.
like she's like, oh, woman. In the English stuff, she's like a woman's eyes can be shrewd or something. But I think in the Japanese, it says something about like her. Well, I don't remember the exact line. It's like, you can't escape the girl's eye intuition or something.
Yeah.
And he's like, what girl?
Yeah. The main
And, or
character
like what
responds
woman
like,
in the
what,
dub?
What woman?
And it's like it's obviously a joke on like him taking jab at like, oh, you don't act very like
You don't act
traditionally
like a girl.
feminine,
Yeah.
And like it's obvious for that, but like there was like that weird like little part in me as I was watching it where I was like, because it's cyberpunk, right?
Right.
Like they
You
morph
can
their
do
bodies.
whatever the fuck you want.
And so I was like, is she supposed to be like a guy who turned himself into like a small little girl looking thing? And like, so I just commented on it where I was like, there was that little moment where I was like, is she supposed to be trans? And so we
that
made
goes
the
in the
joke
video.
where it's like, oh, she's trans because she's transhumanist because it's the cyberpunk work. And
And then
that
we
joke
take
kind of
that-
just went,
We take that brief joke from the video and turned it into a short, and it got 500 fucking thousand views because so many people did not get the joke and were just pissed off that we said that.
You're trying to put wokeness into their video.
Yeah, it's like that's. It's like, oh, guess look who can't fucking take a joke now. But
They never
here's the
can.
thing, that short has been the largest performing of anything I think we've ever put on the internet.
well, our
So-
channel has 700,000 views and 550,000 of those are that one
Comes
short.
that goddamn
outrage
short and
clicks.
people being pissed off. So yeah, there really is like, yeah, people love to get fucking angry.
They do. It is a unique economy online of and so it's tiring. It's incredibly tiring. F is a patriarchy. I'm leaving a couple of videos in the description that I think better engage with this conversation. So please check those out if you want more analysis on those issues, or just simply search YouTube for the problems of women in anime. This is not an underdeveloped conversation, thankfully. I'm just not maybe the person that needs to give the definitive statement on it. That's all on this for now, at least. Back to the video. I'm sure there's some examples of Kirito like training and working hard that I'm not familiar with, but for the most part, when we meet Kirito, he's powerful and we have no clue how he got that powerful other than him being the main character. And we see on many occasions that he's so powerful that he literally breaks the logic of the game and the show. And this happens for no other reason than it's cool to happen in the story. And while this may titillate the power fantasy part of the brain, it sells short the boys watching it. It doesn't give them anything useful to chew on as they come out of the fantasy. And it really doesn't have to be this way, because you can have both. Other examples of that same type of power fantasy done well can be found in Mob Psycho. Mob, the key character from Mob Psycho, is like Kirito, unimaginably powerful for no apparent reason. He's literally just born with the powers of an Esper. But the show spends most of its time deconstructing why this type of power is not so fulfilling and is actually maybe even limiting to the individual's growth. Over the course of the show, Mob is enticed over and over to use his powers to fulfill his desires, but he over and over again shows that his desires can be fulfilled through other means, specifically self-development and self-improvement. Mob is kind of coded neurodivergent, and he struggles socially, and he's shy and really very naive, which makes him all the things that a lot of the type of boys that like this content might be. But instead of giving them the power fantasy of what if all of those things that are their challenges just disappeared because they were so powerful, the author deconstructs why that actually isn't a solution to the problem.
He's neurodivergent coded, like pretty heavily coded to be like somewhere on the autism spectrum.
So I don't know if it's gonna discuss in terms of like this comparison, but one thing that kind of reminds me of with regards to like the strength of Kirito in the context of Sword Art Online, there's a very interesting section by Alexander Galloway in this book called Gaming Essays on Algorithmic Culture, which he says that like one of the challenges of games is that they are not just ideological, they are informatic. And what I mean by that in the context that like players interact or interface with a system in a very specific way that tends to favor very specific kinds of interactions. And what he means by that is that like it's a very sort of like enactment of sort of neoliberal, sort of self-contained perspectivalist shift. Like when things happen in a game, they happen to you or around you because they should happen to you or around you. It's very difficult to sort of like move perspectives, at least for like very long periods of time. There are moments where it does happen in games, but like the player is always at like the center of a particular kind of thing. And so in a way, the system affords a very specific kind of relationship to power. This is something that sort of gets reflected later on in somebody like Mackenzie Wark, who talks about the idea of like game space. As something which has percolated into the real world, but the game world, to work, she says, is like the great enactment of power. And so I wonder, to what extent might that sort of penetrate something like SAO? Because SAO is fundamentally like a game logic thing. So like when we talk about like, we don't see him like sort of like gaining power in sort of like these like orthodox, like sort of like these orthodox ways. To what extent might that necessarily play into this comparison? Because like when we come to Mob Psycho is not based on a game. It's not a game. It's not based on a game. But SAO is. There's a particular kind of like game logic in relation to a system that I think can kind of inform the way in which it's trying to present a particular relationship to power.
That's a lot.
So you know, there's a lot. You're very you're name dropping people I've never heard of. I think is this in like game? What is it? Ludology? Is this kind of like a game analysis academic areas.
Yeah,
That's
so
interesting.
for context, that's like Joe's like area of expertise.
I'm a game studies prof.
He's a gamer.
Okay, that's dope. That's dope. I started, my thesis was going to be something along that lines, and then I read. I guess I started with the first major text, which is what's the guy's name? Huizinga.
Yeah, Bazinga.
Yeah. And I was like, I don't know about this. But to kind of to try to engage as best I can. So I think there's some logic there to that. In fact, I think the thing about isekais with game logic in them, because that doesn't have to be there, right? Like they seem like you could very easily have an isekai that has no game logic, no menu, skills, level up mechanisms in the anime, but they put that in there anyway because I think there's like a through line to the audience, and the audience is one, it's also kind of cooler, right, than just being like I'm in a fantasy setting now. But I also think, there's probably some validity to the analysis you just presented, which is the game, if I'm not mistaken, the game kind of gives a structure to it that almost, what's the word? I want to use the word queers it, but I don't know if that's appropriate here, but kind of queers the relationship of power between like the reader, the main character, and the world that they're in. So it almost like it enhances the possibility of the fantasy perspective on it, But
right.
this is me.
Yeah, because that's ultimately what like a video game is. It's fundamentally something that you, the player, can influence.
Yeah.
Whereas,
and so the question I would put to, I don't remember the SOAO's author, is like we skip. So my understanding is the comments have let me know. He's a beater, as you all joked a second ago, which seems like it meant that he leveled up in the game for what had to have been a ridiculous amount of hours so that he would be over leveled by the time the game started, which I think would have been an interesting montage. I don't remember. Maybe it was.
So
maybe they had more of that in it.
I think he was a beta tester.
Beater comes from beta tester. So he had like familiarity with the first 10 floors of the game and used that to his advantage.
Right.
Yeah, to use like fighting game terminology, which you and I very clearly understand, FD. This is our language we're talking now. It's like loading up the beta of Street Fighter 6 before the game actually releases, and you're just like, yeah, take a look at my sick jury tick.
Right. And so if there was more of my point in this section would be if there were more of an emphasis put onto how those moments of beta testing and training and learning the game system inform how he's gotten so good, as opposed to just like telling us, oh, he's good because he did all this, but look how cool it is. Right. I'll never forget, I feel like it might have been a really funny moment of Giguk. Somebody pointed out like the moment where like for no explainable reason, he's just invincible to attacks all of a sudden.
So that's so you say that as a joke, but I've been playing a lot of Diablo 2. And that is a very real thing in video games where you can literally just heal faster than damage is taken.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. You said Diablo 2. So you're like
oh God. Oh no, that was ruining our friend group because that was all we were doing for a good couple months.
I've tried my.
I see that in SAO, and I'm just like, wow, that's the most realistic game thing in this show.
Shit. Anyway, we're talking about Mob
really
Psycho
like
here.
Get social situations very well. He's also got like a lot of pent up emotions, and those emotions are like directly tied to his power set because he's a psychic. Throughout the whole series, he's contending with different psychics who believe that having psychic powers makes them innately superior to other people. He strives to never use his powers on other people. He views his powers as, just another trait, like being smart, being good with words, being athletic, that sort of thing. Throughout, the whole series, he's like contending with different representations of like how somebody could use powers like his for evil, but then also a lot of it is spent just in high school, you know, dealing with high school problems. You know, he's got a crush on this girl he barely speaks to, which I think is really interesting because, you know, usually they put the love interest front and center and do like a will they, won't they thing. But he's like too nervous to even speak to her most of the time. Like a lot of his growth through the series is just like learning to love himself enough that he can connect with other people and specifically have like a meaningful conversation with her.
Another example of something like this can be found in Dragon Ball Z.
What?
I just said Bob's such a good show.
It is a good show. Did you watch?
Mob.
Yeah, have you seen Mob Psycho?
I've only watched the first season to make sure I knew what I was talking about here.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy it a lot. I don't know where I'm in a weird. It's weird being an old nerd with kids.
Yeah.
It's basically what I said earlier. Like I literally, I barely play new video games because I kind of hate most of them. Is part of it. Like I hate, I hate open worlds.
Okay.
I hate them so much. I'm so tired of them. And I don't. And I'm not like I never really got really big into like FPSs. You know, like the last thing I really played that was like a new AAA game was Resident Evil. Like that's kind of like my thing. But what I'm getting at is that, you know, that thing about picking and choosing which indulgences you still can have between, you know, kids. This, you know, YouTube is not more time consuming. It's less time consuming because, you know, I'm not, you know, I think the average person that goes to an office works for like 2.5 hours or some type of stat that came out, and the rest of it was like fucking around, which is why half the people, like a bunch of people, haven't returned to an office after COVID.
Yeah.
But you still, you know, I can't play video games at the office. So like, yeah, I just don't have it. I think it just changes your brain. So I want to watch Mob Psycho. I want to watch the rest of Demon Slayer because I really was enjoying that. I want to watch all these trashy anime that I learned about doing this video. But like, I also want to take a nap. And I need to go to the doctor, and I need to I need to take my son to soccer practice. So it just becomes this weird, and so your brain, like I think my brain just naturally has lost certain nerve endings to like the hype zone of my brain, if that makes sense. Like the part of my brain that used to get really hype over, you know, a new game coming, like this Starfield game coming out from Bethesda. I should be so much more excited about, but I'm just not. I also might be because of Fallout.
Getting burned by Todd's lies.
Yeah, so it might also be that. But yeah, you get the point. So
yeah,
you know, I don't even know where it's streaming. Do they even have other seasons out?
Yeah. So yeah, it just ended a few months ago with season 3. So I think it's probably all on like Crunchyroll, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's a complete adaptation now, so it's like a full story.
It is.
Oh wow, and that's okay. Now I'm definitely gonna watch it because that's like fucking rare. What is it? Unobtainium in anime that something is a whole story
to actually get an ending. Yeah.
Mob is very much like a passion project because like it's not like a huge like marketing vehicle or anything, but
yeah,
obviously it must have done decently enough for them to be able to get 3 seasons.
Yeah, it's the redraw Reagan campaign.
Gay sex icon.
Learning to love himself enough that he can connect with other people and specifically have like a meaningful conversation with her.
Another example of something like this can be found in Dragon Ball Z. It's often lost in Goku's rather obnoxious fandom that Goku has always been a hard worker and that he works hard first and foremost for himself. The value and the power that Goku attains in the masses.
Oh, I guess my question is just like, what's the Goku fandom? I have no idea what the Goku fandom.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, y'all don't know?
Really? Yeah, we don't understand this Goku thing.
Y'all are
we were talking about it. Because like we couldn't tell if it was a matter of like power scaling, like being into that kind of thing,
like,
or if it was
Goku though.
Well,
is there just like a group of people who only like Goku, who are just like the worst people?
So I mean, that's part of it. That is basically like the people that only like Goku. So I think Black anime fandom skews a little differently. So first off, you all don't seem to be like mainline anime people to begin with. Like you all are scholarly and, you know, the conversation.
Thank you. Oh no!
Hit this again in a week when the was there something happen?
What?
Everybody disappeared.
Yeah.
So there's that, and then like so I think and I don't want to overspeak because I didn't have the black anime experience of the last 20 years. I had it of the 90s, and it's different from like the 90s where I was kind of like only able to watch anime that came on, Saturday morning cartoons and then Toonami versus kids that were able to watch it on Anime Freak and download torrents. So they have their own culture, but part of that is the worship of Goku as like the first major icon. And like there's a running joke, but can he beat Goku? Y'all haven't seen that?
Yeah,
I've seen that. I've seen it in passing. I wasn't aware this was like such a big actual unironic thing.
Oh no, I mean now it's probably more irony pilled, but like for a long time, that was a real argument, and it still is. I guarantee you I can go on Facebook and find old arguments of like, can he beat Goku, like fights between grown ass men. So, and it's probably not explicitly a black thing, but that's where I experienced it.
Okay.
So yes, there is a toxic, I won't call it toxic, obnoxious Goku fandom that I just wanted to needle because I never really liked Dragon Ball Z much, and that made me a pariah in so many situations. I told you about my love for freaking Clanad, so like you can imagine.
I still haven't seen like Dragon Balls, like a lot like Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, One Piece. So I'm like, when talking with people who are like into anime, 9 times out of 10, those are going to be like the anime that they're into. So I'm just like, yeah, I like obscure art house shit. I don't know where to take this conversation.
Yeah, you guys are anime hipsters. I love it. I didn't even know that was a thing. This is awesome. I'm definitely going to be sticking around.
Hell yeah.
Isn't explicitly for the desire to control and dominate others, which is how power is often depicted to boys. The value of power for Goku is that it provides him with a never-exhausting opportunity to better himself for the sole purpose of that bringing him joy. And it does give him the ability to protect those that he loves and cares about. And I think this is ideal because it doesn't always look like this in shonen anime. Many shonen anime characters do definitely protect others with their powers, whether earned or unearned, which is good. But what has always bothered me is that so many of these stories present the concept of strength and power as valuable in and of itself. For example, going back to Mob Psycho, Mob has a little brother named Ritsu. And Ritsu is envious of his older brother's power and wants power just like him. The complex he develops from this envy makes him harm himself, makes him harm others, and puts himself in danger on multiple occasions. Then when he gets the power, it makes him reckless and make worse decisions. After all of that, having that power doesn't fix the problem he actually has. The problem for Ritsu wasn't a lack of power, it was a lack of processing the issue he has with his brother. And the show illustrates this, which is what makes it so good. But so many shows just have the main character get powerful and then all of their problems go away. In the shonen anime, you'll see these characters grow in terms of power, and it's the attainment of power that somehow resolves whatever problem that they face that spurred them to want to get stronger in the first place.
What that comes down to is a question of...
yeah, so I think one of those things we talk about where I do think that there are... in Kirito's case specifically, I do think that there are like other issues going on with him that, obviously you can't. It's something I've thought about with like even like My Hero Academia, where it's like, well, how do the heroes deal with like social issues you can't punch?
Right.
You can't. How are we gonna end homelessness?
Punch that.
Punching them.
Yeah, you beat the homeless people up, man. Come on, man. Those are bad guys.
Beat up the houses.
Beat up the
How?
Use your quirk.
No. So there's like, but there's stuff like with like Sword Art Online, where it's like he does still have like going into like the second season. The first half of the second season is literally just, oh God, he has PTSD from all of, like the people he killed while in Sword Art Online while in Aincrad. And obviously that's not something that you can just work through by being overpowered. So I wouldn't say that like there are probably examples of that I just can't think of at the top of my head. I just don't know if Sword Art Online would be. Like
I'm actually curious about Yeah, I'm actually curious about that. FD, have you seen Alicization? I don't know like how much Sword Art you've seen.
I watched the first full Sword Art Online, and this is
first
also
full.
Like
so the first
when
like
it
two
came
parts.
out, 28. Yeah, the first 28
Okay.
episodes, I think. So after that, I mean, after the first, I think like most people, you watch the first part, you're like, this is good.
That's
this is
pretty good.
cool. This is pretty good. And it's like the second one starts, it's like, all right.
Okay, that's less good. Why is Asuka now just
all right?
your princess
I had an
is in another
atypical
castle?
experience.
The smile so slowly falls.
Yeah.
I had
And
an
then of
atypical.
course, and then it's impossible not to engage with, if you still engage with anime community. Like most of my anime consumption now is just through observing the community, for better or worse.
Of course.
And so it was very interesting seeing the like economy of Sword Art Online takedowns. Whether it was like Mother's Basement actually apologized for like how much he did that. I'm about to dead name. Fuck.
Beatrix.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Beatrice, got famous for those, and then of course that continued through a lot of people's content.
Right.
So I know the name Alice. I know the name, but I'm about to fuck it up. I know that name of, but I never watched the. Yeah. No, wait. No, maybe I don't. Alicization is not the sort of.
That is
Just
the
start-
whole second half of the rest of the story, basically.
So there's a part, later on where in
How do we set this up?
Alicization,
Yeah.
slight Sword Art Online Alicization spoilers, people.
Yeah.
Kirito goes into a coma.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
And so like the perspective dramatically shifts to like the women.
Mm-hmm.
So-
The second half of the first season as well, Kirito is barely in it. Instead, it's just focusing on Asuna and her relationship with this girl who is dying of, like, I think HIV.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked
Oh
up.
yeah.
It's it's very sad. I think a lot of people like that, like very like final arc of the second season.
When I say it's fucked up, I mean it's fucked up in like a regressive sense, not a not a sad sense.
Well, I think it's kind of interesting. Okay, so it's not as great as it can be, but I think it's still an interesting element because like the girl Kirito fights, he never actually beats.
Oh, yeah.
Which I really like, like
Mhm.
he never actually beats her.
Yeah.
She's
one person
she's
he can't-
100-0. She's she's Arslan Ash right now.
Yeah, so I do think like I don't know if like Sword Art Online is the anime I would put here for this description.
What kind of
If it makes you-
expectations?
If
does
it makes
this-
you feel better, FD, I'm with you. I don't like Sword Art Online. So.
You're
not
I have an
alone
arc.
in this call.
I have an arc with Sword Art Online where it's like I watched it, in like when I was like
So
14,
from-
15 years old, and I liked it. And then I started, I think I probably like watched like Beatrice's video or it's like some of other basement stuff, and I was like, actually, it wasn't that good. And now that I'm like older in like my mid-20s and stuff, I'm like, no, I don't really agree with those criticisms anymore. I think there are things in the story I still admire.
So I think
So
Sword Art
my experience was pretty atypical, where it's like because when it aired, I was already in too deep at that point.
Yeah.
Where it was like I didn't like it to be like so. Okay, let's take a step back. When it was, I didn't watch it immediately as it was airing. I watched it like immediately after it ended, and so I kind of already heard like people like in the spheres I was in were kind of like shitting on it because of the second half.
Right.
So I was like, oh, let's give this a go. And I watch it, and I'm like, this isn't like as bad as like people kind of painted it to be. But I didn't even get like everyone kind of seems to paint like, oh yeah, when you get to like the second arc is when it gets bad. I didn't get that far. I got to like episode 9, and I was like, oh, this is getting bad.
Yeah.
So-
Well, yeah, the first arc I think gets more praise than it probably deserves because of how bad the second arc went.
Yeah.
I think it's fine because like a lot of the stuff I have issues with like in retrospect, like as you take it as like a holistic whole, I kind of can shut up. I kind of gloss over, because like when you're watching it, I could gloss over it because it's like it's not like offensive, but as it kind of like piles on, it kind of gets a little grating to the point where like by was it episode 9 or 10 for me. I got to like the breaking point where I just kind of disengaged. I was like, oh, this is kind of fucking bad.
I'm not.
And it only got worse.
So I see Sword Art Online is as really interesting refractive character study on Kawahara, because that's one of the things, right? Sword Art Online came out initially in 2003.
Yeah, it's a very old
story. The core of its story came out in 2003, but when you get into stuff like Alicization, that comes out later.
It comes out later. Although, you want to know something interesting, Joe? It comes out later. It's still that arc still ended before the first season of the anime aired.
Yeah,
but it's like to think about the time frame.
It's emblematic of like what I find interesting about Sword Art Online is that like it's emblematic of like how Kawahara has changed as a writer. Because like a lot of the pitfalls I feel like you see in like earlier Sword Art Online, like they're kind of smoothened out, and some of them, not all, but some of them are addressed like later on.
He I think at one point,
I have heard
recently, he just actually apologized for the amount of like sexual assault he put in the story early on, because he was like, oh, that was like a very like heavy crutch for me as a writer starting out.
Yeah, I recall that being I feel like I may have gotten that from Mother's Basement. In fact, that he, I don't, like I said, I'm not as engaged. I know that was a thing for him. That was a thing for Kentaro Miura. And I feel like somebody else even just recently said something about that as well. I know it's not always, people don't always apologize, but it was good to at least hear that. Hey, we're working on being better creators. Who else am I thinking of? I don't know.
The creator of Rurouni Kenshin.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's
the redemption arc.
That's a can of worms.
I don't know if you can get redemption for that shit.
I don't know if you can redeem from that.
I know Rurouni Kenshin. I don't know. I kind of don't even want to know.
Okay.
You're
we won't tell you that.
You don't want to know.
You are much better off being innocent about this.
I'm gonna Google
you might
it in
just hear
bed
through the
tonight.
grapevine now that there's like a new like remake coming out. Anyway,
Yeah,
let's get back to the video.
Character create. I wouldn't say I'm in love with Goku as a character or anything, and that I don't find him that interesting. But to me, what's cool about Goku isn't that he's strong; it's that he trains.
I like that.
When I think of Goku, the first thing I think of is him doing backflips in the anti-gravity chamber on the way to Namek. And moments like him turning Super Saiyan, they are powerful because of the path that has brought him there. So say you want to compare that to something like Sword Art Online. They have like in-world explanations for why Kirito is powerful. The appeal of the character is he's powerful. The appeal is like he's right there, and like I know I'm gonna say that, and there's going to be a million people who are like, well, actually, it's this reason, this reason, this reason. But when you're watching Kirito, are you watching him learn to become powerful, or are you watching him become powerful? Which does he spend 90% of his time doing?
So you have all these.
Real quick, I want to ask, because I think you bring it up actually. You've seen Ping Pong the animation, right?
Kinda.
It's
one of those things I'm putting it on while falling asleep, so I can't tell you a single thing about it.
Because that's a really interesting story about talent versus natural talent versus hard work in the context of a sports series. So that was something I was thinking of right there. It was just like, man, that kind of dichotomy is really just well represented in that show.
Yeah, there's a couple. I feel like there was a tennis anime I watched when I was still in my.
Was it Prince of Tennis?
Weed moment.
Prince of Tennis?
I don't think so. It was worse. I feel like Prince of Tennis is like a really well regarded one, and this one was kind of corny.
Baby Steps.
Baby Steps.
Okay.
I think it might have been Baby Steps. Did Baby Steps have that dynamic?
It had the guy who like.
No, it's
a
not
lot of
Baby
notes.
Steps.
I mean, Prince of Tennis is pretty corny.
Maybe it
Aim
was
for the
Baby.
Ace? I have no idea. I don't know a lot of tennis anime.
I am.
Aim for the Ace.
I don't know. I can't tell you. So much of the things that really stuck with me are mostly things I name dropped,
and
then everything else is a blur.
Okay.
except for ping pong, which is I name drop, but it's also still a blur.
God damn it! All right.
Shows where the main character is.
If I didn't
mentally,
argue with somebody about
socially,
it
or
online
spiritually,
between 2010 to 2015, I probably don't remember it. So like, I'm not going to mention ping pong.
Ostracized. They are victims
Facebook
of
group.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
bullying.
Roger, it's not
Ultramaniac.
I know
They're
Ultramaniac.
orphans. They're ostracized from their communities and villages. And they say to these characters in the story, through the story's themes, that you know what'll automatically fix this? If you just get stronger. And this is really bad. What a lot of these shows do is draw a through line between the pain and trauma that these main characters experience directly to how they attain power, if they go about attaining it through any effort at all. Somewhere along the line, it became cool for boys and men to be completely personified by the fact that they're in pain. I think it's tied to the fact that for men, certain emotions are taboo. Anger and lust are pretty much the only safe spaces for a lot of boys and men to funnel all of their emotions to. Being damaged in some way gives a man an excuse to be more than just an angry, fighting fuck monster. And so it makes sense that a lot of boys might feel like that's a safe way to explore other forms of emotionality. And a lot of boys don't. They see these power fantasies in the form of damaged bad boys. They see the way they're depicted. They see the way girls respond to them. And more importantly, they also often themselves have traumas that connect to them through the story. And they don't understand that these characters and archetypes aren't celebrations, they're warnings. Or at least I think that's what they're often supposed to be.
I also think, though, you need to weight it against.
I can see how you're like setting up. We're getting closer to talking about Attack on Titan.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, yes. I'm a good video essayist. I'm good. I'm watching. I'm like, yeah,
it's like there's like a logical structure to this.
The power fantasy, the whole thing, because the power fantasy is a huge part of Shonen. You know,
Right.
And for the most part, I think that's fine. Sometimes, like when taken in totality, you can come across this idea that power is the overwhelming domination of your opposition. And to a point, that's true, but to a point, that's kind of tyranny. And in a way, it's like there's a gentleness missing from that.
To fully examine this, I'm going to discuss probably, to me, the biggest failure in all of media.
And so this was why. So that moment in that beat there between kind of wrapping up this discussion around power fantasies and getting into the Aaron Yeager slander is like the heart of the video. Is, having, as I mentioned, I think in the video, done tons of like work as a social worker and teacher with boys and working in behavioral health, and that being like a core element of my graduate studies. The thing that is very clear is that in the West at least, boys and young men have a very perverse and toxic relationship with pain. And nowhere in that relationship is like the development of how to heal or process pain. It's either you ignore it or you let it fuel you. But it's never like a part of like, okay, I went through this thing and I'm going to heal from it over time. It's like, no, men don't heal. They collect scabs and scars and shit, like whatever edgy. Yeah, and so, and then you see that in the fandom, not just Aaron Yeager, but just, every, Joker PFP you see on Twitter and, lots of stuff like that. And you recognize, well, at least I feel like I recognize that to be such a prominent thing across like racial and cultural divides with the boys, is everybody, these young boys kind of mistaking processing pain as like weakness. And then of course these boys grow up to be men, if they're lucky, that fail to do that, and then that costs them in so many other avenues of life. And so I wanted to kind of like, whether or not the discussion around power was perfect, it was necessary to lead to this argument that power does not solve problems.
Right. Exactly.
I wish people keep telling me about Vinland Saga, and I didn't find out about it until I was finishing the edit on this video. I considered adding something to it. But I was like, nah, we're already behind on time.
Yeah.
But I love this theme that came out of it. I have no enemy. Skip the villain arc.
Yeah.
Because every time I do like stuff on the Manosphere, I always get flooded with videos about leveling up and working out. I'm actually doing a video about like I'm gonna try to do a body transformation, and then like deconstruct what that was really like from a critical standpoint. But it's because like literally after doing a desirability video, I keep getting YouTube shorts about bodybuilding. Like it's feeding it to me. But I'm 41, so like I'm okay. Like if it wasn't for my health, I wouldn't care to work out and exercise more. But I need to get healthier in general. Right. But if I were like 16 and I kept getting fed images of like these perfect male bodies, it would definitely do something there. Yes, very dangerous. So that's kind of where the heart of the video shone through, and not to excuse its flaws and gaps in critique or analysis. Sure. But that was kind of where I, if there was a place where this has to land, it was this. It's good to that we have you here, so we can like sort of iron this out, and just you can like explain your perspective on this in response to us.
Yeah, it gives a lot of context because like otherwise it gives a lot of context because like otherwise I would be all like, all right, what's he talking about this?
Yeah, you get the idea of like,
which I think
like why you're talking about it, but like just the exact context of like where it's actually coming from, it puts it like in so much clearer light. You're like, okay, I don't necessarily have to like dwell on that.
Yeah,
but I'll tell you, if my DMs and comments are any indication, if you were like a 18, 19-year-old guy burgeoning on all kinds of like identity-based conflicts, it might hit harder, and that's kind of how I designed it. It's like, all right, and that's the thing about these types of projects and video essays is everything from the thumbnail to the title has to consider the audience in a certain way.
Oh yeah,
and I want everybody to watch it, obviously, but I only designed it for certain people to get it. Otherwise, it's just bland Mr. Beast stuff,
Red Arrow and shit.
I read 4,000 animes in 1 week.
It's like, oh my god.
I've joked with Moomy where it's just like, hey, if you want the videos to do better, just literally put Mr. Beast's thumbnail face in the thumbnail. There we go. That's all we need.
It is kind of like funny that we're talking about this and like your videos coming from that perspective, because like relatively recently when we did a video on a show called Shonen Bakusozoku, we kind of touched on a lot of these kind of similar points. And even more specifically, we directly kind of touched on like contextualizing like how the whole Sigma male memes, all that kind of like grind set kind of bullshit, like where that kind of fits as far as like putting it against like a 80s like Japan perspective, because we were talking about a delinquent show specifically, and kind of just contextualizing like that's very similar to do you know the show Chunibyo?
Yes. Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
hell yeah, yes.
It comes off very similarly, where it's like the whole like idea of like I'm going to be, which I mean, Kirito literally is like a Chunibyo kind of character, in the sense of like a lot of young boys do kind of see him in that way, like when we were younger, kids did with Hiei from Yu Yu Hakusho, or name your Chunibyo character, Char Aznable from Gundam. Those characters have always kind of existed, and like I think like the Sigma male, all that, even like when you get into like bodybuilding kind of stuff, like Tom Platt's like workout videos, stuff like that, like all of that kind of hype culture almost kind of stems from a place of like finding yourself, obviously, but like trying to experiment with those identities and like, is this who I feel comfortable being? And like you kind of explore like being a Sigma male, I guess, in like a fantasy of like how would I react in this or whatever. Like they all kind of stem from a similar place. And it was just interesting that you're talking about this in this video, and we kind of talked about that in that video over here recently.
By the way, to his credit, because Jeff has gotten some shade in my comment section. He did point out the I'm going to say it wrong, shouldn't BO phenomenon as something I should touch on, and I was kind of like glazing over, but didn't really dig into, and I just kind of had to leave that note on the sideline because I just didn't have the. The video's 90 minutes long.
This is already a long video, and like we said at the start, sort of what the point of the stream was, because this is a very interesting topic, and there are a lot of avenues to explore with it. And you obviously can't do that in just this stream is already 4 fucking hours long, so yeah.
Right.
Media's recent history of depicting the damaged, broody hero archetype as being way too awesome for its own good and being completely misunderstood by a large chunk of the people consuming the media. This is a guy that I've hated on publicly multiple times and talked about in numerous pieces of content, but here's where I fully get into why I have a problem with this character in particular. So let's go ahead and get ready to break down everyone's favorite sexy fascist icon, Erin Yeager from Attack on Titan.
Got a drop on this flexing nigga. He from Tennessee.
So it's so I've not. Well, I watched the first 3 seasons of the anime, and then I think I read. I just kind of started reading the manga in the middle, and that's probably going to already piss people off. So we're already just fighting an uphill battle. So I read the manga from some point between that to the end, and I just read it to the end. So I know a good deal of what happens and what you're going to be talking about. It is very strange that there are people who I guess are unironically like, Erin did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
I think I was scrolling through the comments of this video, and it's just like, is this like a Walter White situation? I don't.
It literally is. It literally is. There's 3 camps from what I can ascertain. There's people like me who are furious that this thing they enjoyed was ruined at the 11th hour by I still don't really know. There's some great videos I put in the description that try to dig into what's this? Is it Isayama? The mangaka
Isayama,
here? Try to dig into him and I think Lost Futures has probably the best one, where he kind of gets into critique of Isayama's politics, and how maybe he is low-key kind of a fascist, or at least a Japanese nationalist, which is one valid interpretation of the show. Then there's people who I think just don't want to admit that is a valid interpretation. They like the show, and they say, no, this is very obviously a critique of war and critique of, the type of character that, Erin Yeager was, and he's like Walter White and all these other problematic figures, and he's not to be idolized, and anybody that doesn't get that is just an idiot. And then there's the idiots that are like, Erin Yeager did nothing wrong. He's a
not even trying to deny it. They're literally just no, he did it, and it was good.
Yeah, and then there's also an explicit white supremacist, fascist fan base, right? And so the argument's probably mostly between nobody takes I'm not even really engaging those sections all that seriously, the further right sections, but I am critiquing the people that want to deny that if you want to make a far right reading of Attack on Titan, that is a valid reading of the story based on what the story presents. And you just have to own that. You can still love it if you want, but you got to own that the way it was written and the way it ended gives us an ambiguous look at, hey, maybe if people piss you off, kill them all and their families and children.
Yeah.
Spoilers for Attack on Titan.
For Attack on Titan. It is a bleak. Yeah. Ambiguous is a good way to put it. Where it's and that's a kind of a especially with this sort of subject matter, is a dangerous line to toe.
Right.
I'm not going to be like, oh no, you shouldn't do that. But especially when you have a story that this is like so popular and read by, so many young impressionable people. It's like, okay, maybe actually like consider that a little bit. And from what I understand, and I could also just be totally fucking wrong on this, there seems to be a lot of misinformation regarding this, is like the ending wasn't always meant to be like that, or like things were like changed around after a certain point.
I've heard a bunch of stuff. I just don't know.
It's so hard to cut through it.
Yeah, and so I left it alone. Lost Futures, I think, if you all want to do a social political dive into Isayama, I think his video that's in my description is a really interesting place to start. And maybe you bring him on to have the conversation, because he's a genuine scholar around these things. With he may fit in well with you guys. You guys should reach out to him. Because he's more than just like a anime hype fan. He's like also a scholar of some sort himself. But yeah, so the point is there's a there. So I'm going to explain why the there sucks. And, you can be mad at me for explaining it, but I'm not doing it to nobody. The first thing I say in this section is like, look, you can act like this portion of the fan base is ignorant and stupid, but they're really loud and they're pretty convinced. So we should probably address it,
Let's see. Yeah.
But here's where I learned. So let's go ahead and get tight.
Gotta stay for sure, baby. Let me know.
This song, I don't know how familiar you are with hip hop. This is very intentional. I know a lot of people missed it, which is, I always try to leave black Easter eggs in my videos, where it's like the subtext of like a black experience is going to give you a couple of different moments. So this is King Von, who is a recently very controversial figure in hip hop, who died a couple of years ago. And it was recently revealed that he was kind of like a prolific murderer. I hate to laugh. Some people call him a serial killer. I don't like doing that. I don't know if serial killer is a fair assessment for like the street violence. But he was definitely, at least according to these reports, a prolific murderer in Chicago in between his rap career, and kind of like was hell bent on doing the worst possible things, even as he was ascending in hip hop, until sadly or tragically maybe his life was claimed by street violence. He got into an altercation and was murdered himself here in Atlanta, in fact. And so this song, I felt like there was just a cool parallel with him and Erin, because he's still idolized by a lot of, uncritical consumers of hip hop. Like, yeah, he was a real killer. That's like, no, bro, like, people died.
It's not.
This isn't just fun and games and, rap beef. This is like lives.
Yeah. Interesting. That's something. Yeah, I'm not a huge music guy, much less hip hop. So yeah, it's interesting.
While you transformed into a titan and ate me alive.
Director's commentary.
I'm going to spend a lot of time shit talking Erin, but also at the same time explaining that he's an incredibly cool and awesome character in most of the ways that he's presented in the show, which is really the main problem that I have with them. It makes it impossible to like strike the appropriate balance between critique and admiration. Erin is a horrible person that does horrible things, but he looks so cool doing it, and his story and behavior is so entertaining and awesome that it leads a lot of people to unironically cling to this character's behavior, despite the fact that he is awful in so many ways. So to balance this out, I've actually gotten the help of an expert to roast Erin as I talk about him. And I want to introduce everybody to the very talented Ro Ramden.
Hey FD, so glad you're talking about the involuntary celibacy afflicted reanimated corpse of a TikTok e-boy from 2019. If this man was born today, he'd be wearing a Hot Topic 21 Pilots tee stretched over an awful black and white striped turtleneck, making thirst traps to Savage Gasp songs at his freshman year dorm. But all things considered, I'm glad that we get to wax philosophical over this exterminationist manic panic hair model. This man is 14 years old, tweaking off one Anthony Jeselnik special and half a chapter of Nietzsche. He's got that Redditor philosophy, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, Bill. entitled The First Non-White Man to Truly Embrace White Boy Winter. He's also compulsively down horrendous. It's in his DNA to be a horny failure. Sequence his genome and you'll find the zero play gene. Imagine getting family zoned by the only woman you love.
There's so much jargon.
All right, back to
you.
Now, some
I understand some of these words
by saying that
So- so
And
Ro
all that
is-
happened? That's crazy.
Yeah, so Ro is just part of like a circle of folks I enjoy, and I'm also connected with, and I had never really had a reason to like engage her in content, and they're also very Gen Z, which like I also had to connect to it. I was like I'm sure these are all things that make more sense to Gen Z people, but I got that 21 Pilots reference.
Okay.
But and then like when I watch my chat, like yeah, people. So the community this is targeted for.
Right.
They appreciated her roast, and I just also wanted to be as mean as possible while making it seem, I just thought it'd be a funny thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, what if we had a recurring feature where the original idea was going to have her literally do a roast that lasted like 15 minutes for the whole section. And just have her in the corner of the video, and I would just pull her in and she'd still be going. Because she does that in her videos. It's pretty funny.
Just chaining insults together.
Yes. It's pretty amazing. He's skilled. They may use them.
Okay.
I hope I'm not fucking up. Either way, Ro is dope. But yeah.
Yeah, see, I got a Gen Z too, but mine's broken.
Yeah.
Doesn't even know how to move
Possibly
subtitles on YouTube.
unironically find Aaron Yeager good or his actions justified. And boy, are you lucky to live in such a wonderful fantasy world. While I would like to think that the majority of viewers of this show feel like Aaron...
Yeah, there's what we get.
I understand that reference.
We understand that.
That's Lionel Hutz.
Oh, shit. A wonderful fantasy world. While I would like to think that the majority of viewers of this show feel like Aaron is bad for what he does, I've also seen 100 different videos of Aaron Yeager Sigma grind set mixes, which
always betray your
friends. I don't know if these are meant
What?
It says Sigma male rule number 8. So, like, always betray your
seriously,
friends.
but I'm not taking any fucking chances with these kids.
Never
For all the
remain
controversial
loyal,
topics
never-
I've engaged on in this channel about
Let
racism,
them know you're
sexism,
next.
misogyny, transition.
There's so many.
Nobody comes.
They have millions of views, and I can't tell who's serious and who's not.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying. Guys, I actually have to go.
That's perfectly fair. It's nearing midnight. Yeah. Thanks so much
All
for
right,
coming
FD.
on, though.
No, this
FD.
is fun. This is fun. I'll make another anime video just to have an excuse to come back on.
Yeah, that'd be
All right.
great.
FD,
Our door is always open.
I gotta ask you a question. I am not part of this podcast, but will you go on the Weeb Crew as a guest?
Am I not on the Weeb Crew?
So
I mean, yes, but
so the way it works is this is just a stream which we've now started doing, but we also have like a podcast where we just talk about anime and stuff. Just not doing this or like sometimes it's more serious, but sometimes it's also just like relating personal experiences with anime and manga.
Yeah, I'm asking for them because I have no shame.
I mean, you've done more than like I would have expected just by coming on.
No. I love this shit. This is great. Definitely, as long as you bring, as long as it's softball weeb stuff for people that are out the game, we can talk about romance cliches or something. Something
Oh
I know
yeah, we can talk about romance anime for a
decent, a decent engaging with. And I definitely wanted, like, somebody asked a really interesting question about otaku. Like, I definitely want to learn more about, like, I was over here Googling otaku studies, like, oh shit, there's a whole field of study.
Oh yeah. It's very
Just on otakus. So yeah, definitely.
Your video, like I watching your video, a book I feel like you should read that can like kind of start you if you want to like read more on otaku stuff. I think the Moe Manifesto touches on like a lot of what you touched on in your video.
Right. So for context,
the Moe Manifesto.
Yes, the silly name, but what it is a series of interviews with Japanese creators, social theorists, and just general writers on the topic of otaku, and people who have like relationships with 2D characters, essentially.
It's It's composed by Patrick Galbraith, who's a professor based out of Todai, Tokyo University. He has 2 PhDs.
He's dual wielding like Kirito.
Dual wielding. So the book is probably going to look kind of like not very scholarly at a glance because it's got a lot of pictures. It's very like colorful and whatnot. But like the people he interviews are like real bona fide like
very
theorists and scholars on this. Like they really know their stuff.
Like Tamaki Saito has done like a lot of like work on the topic. He's also like the guy who's like he literally coined the term hikikomori, shut-ins in Japan. So
yeah. The book is literally meant to get people into like it's literally meant to like ease people into otaku studies. So there's a lot of stuff in there that you might find interesting.
But
I do a lot of reading. That's the only thing. Most of it's for videos. So I may, I'm always circling back to masculinity. And so there may be a through line there because the hikikomori thing I think is really interesting because I think a similar phenomenon is developing here. Maybe it won't be as extreme because of the compulsory nature of capitalism and masculinity here. But yeah, so thanks for putting me on it. I literally just put it in my little phone notepad as it's on the bottom of a long list, but I don't go through the list chronologically. So,
but yeah, despite the impression you got from the stream, our podcasts are very lax. Like, when we had Joe on, we just shit posted about fucking video games for like an hour and a half.
Not too many more Max Weber name drops and shit.
No. We'll talk to you about like whatever anime you want to talk about, your history. It's just like having fun, just relaxed, chill. So it's not like we're gonna like bring you on and quiz you. Like, okay, did you read the Moe Manifesto? What'd you
What'd you think? What about this particular page, FD?
If you were taking notes, this will all be on an exam.
I put my email. Let me just put the email in the chat here.
All right, cool. Yeah, we'll grab that
because that's nothing else aside from my the Discords I actually check will get to me. Where is the chat on Discord? Where is the chat? Did I hide the chat?
You gotta bottom left. If you full screen the stream, you gotta bottom left. It says there's an arrow, show chat. They've made it much harder.
Yeah. And ironically, I don't have my own Discord because in the politics area, that's where the trouble starts. But I'm in several Discords though. All right, peace and blessings.
All right, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Have a good evening. All right, now that he's gone, it's time to immediately do the thing where we just completely change our tone, and now we hate him.
Yeah, we showed him.
He left first. That means we won the debate.
That's how it works.
Hold on. I gotta put another tally on the chalkboard. Internet arguments won.
Another content creator defeated.
Well, we still have 30 minutes here. Do we want to? Because I don't know if any of us really care about Attack on Titan that much.
I don't know enough about Attack on Titan.
Yeah, I guess we could switch to the Berserk stuff.
I mean, maybe it's gonna be in. Let's see how it goes. All
right, yeah.
To argue about how wrong I am, like Aaron Yeager fans. Please look through the comment section of every video I've done that has talked bad about Aaron Yeager. Look at the messes I started on Twitter pointing out my critiques about this show.
Oh, I do. Yes,
and
no, it just comes off the stream automatically. Actually,
I am not making this shit up. I also want to be clear that up until the very last chapter of this manga, I loved this story.
What are you talking? It's off the. It's not on the stream right now.
My stream's delayed, I guess.
Yeah,
so click the live thing, and then it'll disappear.
Click the live thing.
Yeah, if it's not red, then it's not live, and therefore.
Hey, don't get uppity with me. You need to know where to fucking move the sun.
To be honest, that's what seems like the thrust at this point.
In that decade-long period where I wasn't paying attention, that I made sure to check for whenever something new was happening. I don't critique and talk about things that I don't find entertaining.
We should have still here. We could have asked about the context of this photo. Why him versus one of the scouts from Attack on Titan is posing next to an Ewok. What was the context of this? Also, this seems like a brutal cosplay. Fucking Hada must be in there.
Oh yeah.
or really love on some
He's in
level.
Georgia too.
And Attack on
especially.
Titan fits into that category. But it is that last chapter of the manga and possibly the last section of the anime that hasn't happened yet that made me rethink the entirety of the show and really ruined it for me despite how much pleasure I pulled from it. But I'm getting ahead of myself and also spoiler
He was at a con.
warning
Yeah, he was at MomoCon, as you can tell by his shirt.
for the end of Attack on Titan.
This video was in fact. Oh yeah, this video is sponsored by MomoCon. It was all just. It was all. This video only exists.
It's in the manga because,
MomoCon.
God, I'm hoping that someone
I would love to be
in the anime
sponsored by
says,
a
you know,
con.
maybe this will be the one time that we change what the author did for his own good. For those who don't know, Attack on Titans tells the story of the people of the island of Paradis known as the Eldians.
That is a
They
good
live
shirt, by
under
the
this metaphysical scourge called the Titans, semi-sentient giants that roam their land and
Okay, I appreciate
eat them
him
for
explaining
sport,
it because
don't even digest
I don't know
the
that much
citizens
about
of
Attack on
Paradis
Titan.
believe that they are the last people on Earth due to these Titans, but over the course of the story,
I only
Aaron,
learned what I
his
need
close
to learn
friends,
to
and
make
an
that one
ensemble
Attack on
cast,
Titan
they
video for
find out
views.
that the world is not what it seems. In accordance with my earlier point about trauma being a core element to the shonen protagonist, when we meet Erin, he is definitely a sufferer of trauma. In fact, if you evaluate Erin's behavior as a kid, he's already kind of clearly emotionally imbalanced. He's a troubled child that's, I think, killed at least 2 people already. Now, he killed these people in self-defense, although yeah, all right. And this is understandable because he's living in a perpetual.
Yeah, I actually forgot about that. He just killed 2 people, saving.
Yeah, Aaron goes hard.
Aaron goes hard.
War zone. And then by the end of the first episode
one of the
of
only
the
things
show,
I
he
know.
witnesses his mother being eaten by one of the Titans. So he checks off all the lists for trauma that you might need. Later, he enlists in the military with the vow to kill all the Titans, which doesn't sound so bad in the moment because the first few seasons kind of teaches us that the Titans are soulless monsters without humanity and we shouldn't feel bad about them dying. We then watch Aaron mostly bumble his way to success for the first third of the story, constantly being saved by contrivances that are only explained later.
Spoilers for
And
Attack
rare
on Titan, by the
occasion,
way. If
Aaron
you want to
gets
go in
UWs
unspoiled,
to his own growth, which is nice.
Leave.
But then there's one of
God.
many big changes
Leave.
that happens. First, the main
Leave and come
characters
back
we meet
in
as children go
30
from
minutes to
fighting
not 30
faceless,
minutes, 20 minutes
meaningless
to an
Titans
hour.
to killing other humans, even at this point as teenagers. And then after that, we learn even bigger secrets, which
feel like the entire
changes
stream
the
just
whole
drop
scope
off.
of the story. I won't give away too much, but certain events
If this video
transpire
spoils
that
what hasn't been adapted by the anime yet. I'm trying to remember. Let me just hover
I haven't
over.
seen this video.
So there is
you know.
manga shit. Yes, actually it does. Yes, because he literally talks about the final chapter, and I'm not talking about the Friday the 13th movie. Yeah. So yeah, he will talk about the end of the manga. So. Oh, thanks for coming out. This VOD will be up, so if you ever want to, I might. So when this VOD goes up, I will probably mark where Attack on Titan spoilers stop or start and where they end, just for convenience for anyone who wants to maybe watch back. So.
Let us know that the world as we know it up until this point isn't what it seems. And as a result, Aaron goes from your typical plucky shonen power fantasy protagonist to what on paper should obviously be presented as the villain of the story. He goes from being spirited and eager to stoic and cold and calculating and remorselessly
Bro, he looks like
He
Punished
basically
Aaron.
becomes Sephiroth or the final boss of the Watchmen.
That's
or
basically what
Thanos,
happens, yeah.
Or coming back to my Manosphere videos, Evil Batman. And if you remember that video or know anything about those other characters that's mentioned, then you know what I'm getting at with Aaron. Aaron decides that to solve his problems, to solve all the issues that he's faced up from the beginning of the story, and to save his friends, he's going to murder the rest of the world. Unlike all of those other characters, except for Thanos, kinda, Aaron is completely successful. And the response to his success, the global genocide that killed nearly 80% of the world's population, is unambiguous, People will try to argue that it's not ambiguous at all, but like, I think those people are just full of shit. Like, it's clearly ambiguous, or there wouldn't be this much of an argument. I don't want to get into that particular argument because that's not what I'm talking about.
Aaron got hot thanks to Ed. I think that actually comes up.
I'll leave some videos in the description that go further into that issue. My real problem here isn't just that I found the ending to be problematic and concerning and on a lot of levels maybe even stupid. My problem and reason for talking about Erin once again is that he made this global genocide look cool in the process, and worst off,
this is like a Francois Truffaut argument.
How do I describe Erin?
So Francois Truffaut once famously noted that you can't make an anti-war film.
I was literally thinking of that when he was talking about this. Yeah,
you
can't make an anti-war film versus you can't make a pro-war film.
Yeah. So this feels like a Francois Truffaut claim.
Yeah. This global genocide look cool in the process, and worst off, justify.
It gets fucking weird.
How do I describe Eren Yeager's vibe?
I'm sorry, I have to skip. I don't find this funny.
I also don't know if that looks very cool. I mean,
at this point.
No, not this. This is meant to be horrific, but Eren looks cool when he's putting on the jacket and it's he has his abs and stuff.
I thought he meant literally like this. I'm like, I don't know if he looks very cool
I think this looks metal as fuck, honestly.
I mean, it's cool from a visual perspective.
But this is not.
Well, that's the concern, right?
Putting this fucking monstrosity in a Sigma male grind set meme video.
I don't know if this is very cool.
That the rest of the story becomes about stopping him from doing this evil plan. And I want to roll with this interpretation, but my issue is that a lot of young boys and men and plenty of young ladies are too attached to the power fantasy that Eren represents to ever fully see him as the villain, to be fully critical of them and see him really for what he is, and to see what the author maybe was trying to do with his particular character in this story. Eren commits atrocity after atrocity after atrocity. Please understand, before the global genocide, he had done a lot of other fucked up shit. And as his presence and influence contributes to more violence and spreading of horrendous ideologies, you'll still hear a lot of fans defend him. And this bothers me probably more than it should, because what I often hear when I hear these defenses is something along the lines of Eren had no choice, or what would you do if you were in his position? Now, I want to imagine that I'm hearing this stuff.
This is so weird because
identify with.
This is I don't have any interface with these kinds of discussions at all.
Yeah.
So
we are now doing the laser reaction content. It's just
oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, okay, gotcha.
No. We became what we hated the whole time.
The only thing the stream either ends soon enough for you to die a hero, or it goes on long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Look, the problem here is that Attack on Titan is not isekai. I'm out of my depth. I don't know anything about this. This is not isekai.
Eren's
How would I
feelings
know?
of helplessness in a world that hates them, and relate to both his pain as well as his overly simplistic us versus them mentality, which in their mind justifies his action.
Why is he pointing at the
sea? I can't emphasize enough how awful.
He's saying, it's over there, the people we need to kill.
Oh, okay.
Theme and underlying
That's who we need to kill to be free.
Let's declare war on Atlantis.
Since people don't get
it's over there, the people we need to kill.
A certain way. Eren is a victim of unimaginable trauma, and thus I empathize with why he is the way he is. But what Eren went through isn't unique in anime. Characters like Sasuke from Naruto or Lelouch Britannia from Code Geass have similarly tragic backstories, and while they also commit heinous acts in the name of seeking power and revenge, they do something really important and much more valuable to viewers and readers of these types of stories. In between getting power, or in the process of trying to get power and revenge, they also heal, process, and unpack from the traumas that sent them to those extremes in the first place. They engage directly with their pain.
Yeah, I know, Big One. That wasn't a joke.
In their stories and in various moments reconcile with their trauma, often at critical moments when it's time for them to make a right decision or a wrong decision. In the last third, or I guess maybe half of the show,
see, I can comment on that.
Aloof,
okay.
Cold, calculating, unflappable,
well, we won't
remorseless
pause
killer that is singularly focused on a mission.
What?
And
what do you want to comment on?
I was just gonna say I can comment on that. So it's not like we're just sitting and watching it.
Critical moments.
You want to comment?
Yeah, but
then.
what makes Code Geass a lot better than Attack on Titan?
So I think it's interesting with like Naruto
Plant designs.
So we actually talked about this with Shames in the Naruto podcast, and it got cut. But all the hour of Naruto got taken.
It just got cut.
But it's interesting in this context of like toxic masculinity and stuff, because in Naruto, like Sasuke is presented as like a Chunibyo character, right? Like he is, like as he says, like he is very much like that. You know, I'm cool, edgy, I don't need anybody kind of thing. And then Naruto is kind of presented as like that rebuttal of like, you know, he very much relies on other people and is a very communal kind of element to like the way he engages with like the world and like in fights and stuff like that. And you see they actually characterize Sasuke where like he's everybody's kind of like infatuated with Sasuke and the idea of like this, you know, strong, stoic, uncaring, aloof edgelord kind of thing. But Sasuke is actually admiring and like jealous of Naruto because he is able to like wear his emotions on his sleeve and kind of connect with people in a way that Sasuke can never could if he tried, essentially. And so it is interesting that he's using that as like an example, since we did talk about it and then we cut it from the podcast and no one actually heard me talking about that because no one cares about Naruto.
Well, now they're hearing you talk about it here now in the 5-hour FD Signifier reaction stream.
All 25 of us. Let's go.
It's time for them to make a right decision or a wrong decision. In the last third, or I guess maybe half of the show, Erin is presented as this aloof, cold, calculating, unflappable, remorseless killer that is singularly focused on a mission. And because he's singularly focused, he cuts off his friends, he cuts off anyone that's ever cared about him, and he does horrible things for the sole purpose to him of moving forward and being free. But the irony is that Erin was never free this entire time. And Erin clearly had the opportunity and choice to not do what he was doing, and he was too weak not to do it. Erin in reality is an incredibly weak man who just happens to get control of a significant power. He talks all the time about freedom, but continually acts as if he has no free will. And while so many shonen characters define themselves through purpose and close relationships and taking care of the people close to them, Erin is defined by his trauma and pain and sacrifices all his close relationships to indulge in that trauma and puts his friends and peers in grave danger just so he can complete this asinine plan he has.
All right, I'm just riffing here. He had an iPod Classic loaded with Limp Bizkit classmates realizing the that says
back to the whole he didn't have a choice.
See, I think that part of the problem with this might be YouTube, essentially. Because like, you know, like Kenny said, like you have to maximize your audience by not excluding as many people as possible.
Right.
And so like this video could essentially just be why Eren Yeager is a shitty protagonist or something along those lines.
Yeah, but then you
like
only
said,
get
this is
Attack on
literally
Titan
how this
people.
like video started.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that would be a completely different video and have completely different message, but like you know, you have to maximize your audience for the YouTube game. And so we have like this, which is like the core of it is supposed to be about Eren Yeager, but like we kind of touch on all these other stuff that like kind of muddies itself a bit.
This does seem like one of those situations where like the core argument here, like the Attack on Titan part, seems like a lot more like clearly composed than the rest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because the rest is like it's very, it's not as tightly woven, I think, you know?
Mhm. Right. Well,
It's
yeah, this
kinda,
because we're now like very singularly focused on. It's not like I don't. He's not. I don't know if he brings in any like Mother Space. Okay, he does bring in Super Eye-Patch Wolf towards the end here, but yeah, this is like very clearly like this is like something that really like is something he has a lot to say about.
I feel like he really did have like a lot of different choices, but I also want to consider why that's such an attractive and appealing situation for his fan
Look at that.
base.
Actually,
Probably the
I want
most
to address
important.
this real quick, just on the technical side. He's getting that shadow in the key. Look at that.
That's such an attractive and
that's pretty
appealing
good.
That's pretty good.
situation for his fan base. And probably the most important thing I want to say in this video, and bringing this whole tangent about unearned power.
I don't know if
for
that's
the
maybe a
sake of
drop
having
shadow
it
effect he added
as
in,
a bad
presented
thing
later, or
full
if that's
circle. The reason why people keep
special
saying
thing to do.
Erin
Probably a
had
drop
no
shadow.
choice
Okay.
is because that
That's
is
good.
a
That's a good,
really,
like, choice, though.
really effective and desirable
Good editor.
excuse. It gives Erin an excuse to
Yeah,
not have
editor did-
agency
did a
in
good
his
job.
own actions and decisions.
I compliment
It
the
absolves
editor.
him of real responsibility.
This
for
is
the
also
horrible
I also
things
wanted to say this when it was on. This is also a smart choice. These like scan lines and like basically like fucking with the footage to avoid copyright.
he does. And this is really ironic to me because I'm often one who gets criticized for always wanting to talk about the effects of systemic barriers on people's behavior and how things like crime and addiction and economics and job opportunities are all greatly dictated, not as much by people's individual behavior, but by the opportunity structures that people get. No sane people that will come to me and talk about personal responsibility.
I've heard nothing but complaints for that last arc of Titan and Erin's progression. Are they really fans of his and that part of the manga? Yes, although I will say that, especially when that part of the manga, when that whole last stretch of the manga was airing, and then especially that final chapter came out, so many people were pissed. You even had people make like a fan chapter for like the better ending, or what they would see as like the correct ending, basically. Meanwhile, I was laughing my ass off because I was like, I didn't like this story from the beginning, so it's funny to see like everyone tout Isayama's creative genius, only to turn on him in the last act.
Man, you literally just sound like me and Naruto.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's in that
In
verbatim.
real life will give the most excuses to Eren Yeager in a fantasy story for killing billions of people. To clear that up, I want people to understand that although systemic racism and systemic barriers are a thing, that does not change the fact that at an individual level, each and every person has choices that will either lead them to a worse situation or lead them to a better situation. And as unfair as it might be at any given time, there are consequences for those decisions. But what we should be trying to do is give as many possible decisions for people to make instead of like 3 really shitty options, which makes people not care in the first place. And Eren Yeager had multiple non-shitty options compared to the one he picked. Eren made the decision that most reflected his experiences with trauma and then said he had no choice. And I think for his fans and defenders, this is the thing they like the most. One of the first things I realized working with kids is the lie in the phrase, I don't care. I can't remember the first time it fully set in, but on so many occasions, I would pull aside a kid who was struggling for whatever reason. Maybe it was their own bad behavior. Maybe they were going through something. Maybe they were just having a bad day. Maybe whatever I was teaching was too challenging. Whatever the reason is, some of these kids, you pull them aside, and the first things they want you to know is that they don't care. I don't care what's happening. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. And it's always a lie. Because if they didn't care, they wouldn't bother to say that they don't care. The kids that upset me the most, that were the hardest to reach, were the ones that didn't even bother to have a conversation with me. When we go back to this embodied by pain concept with these characters,
I feel that.
there's something truly freeing and
Do you?
powerful.
Are you saying that like facetiously, or
So like I had to like deal with like angsty fucking teenagers a lot.
right?
So like I with my brothers I very often pointed out to them, because like the older one of the two was very much like that, where he would disengage and try to be like, I don't care. And I always point out to them, that's like a self-defense mechanism that a lot of like teenagers pick up, where it's like they try to like position themselves as above the situation to like try to hold frame and like maintain some ego when they just want to like disengage, but they don't want to actually like address the fact that they could be wrong or they could be in the wrong or whatever. And so they're like, I don't care. And so like I had to deal with that with my brothers quite a bit. So like yeah, I do feel that.
When you have a situation for a character that completely alleviates.
I think making it palatable for the widest audience critique of this vid lands the most with me. You're right. If it was focused more on the AOT criticism, it'd feel a lot tighter. You could even expand out from the core into these topics about young men and masculinity and stuff, but they need to be rooted in something rather than any tangled mess at the beginning.
Any rationality or humanity.
I mean, I can't blame them for it though.
Well, yeah,
So like this is something that like
I think it was easier to get mad at like YouTubers and like YouTube videos like this before like making our own.
Yeah, so this is like this is one of those things that like I've kind of like learned over the years, which is really, really difficult, right? Which is that like you can make the kind of content that like people will say like, I want something like clean, clear, focus, like I want something that like doesn't waste my time, like give me like a clear thesis and all that kind of stuff. But those people oftentimes don't heavily support your content as much as like the regular person who would just be like, damn, that's crazy about such and such. Like
it's literally like you said, if it was just like dropping names left and right like bombs, people would probably like shut down, because they're like, I don't fucking know what's going on. I don't know any of these people.
Yeah, it's because it's really funny because like
it's frustrating
from my experience, right? Like as a content creator, and this is not meant to be like a self, a dick sucking thing, but like I often get a lot of like praise by people that are just like, you make fantastic video essays, you make fantastic AniTube content, and I'm just like, oh wow, thank you very much. But like they're a very small, the kind of people who are like very vocal about like content in that way are very small group of people.
Yeah.
Most people are just like, tell me how hyped something is.
Yeah. That's why like reaction. I think one of the big reasons, like you have like reaction channels that are so popular, and then they make so much fucking money on Patreon. Holy fucking shit! Like a channel of our size, we're making hundreds of dollars a month from Patreon. What the fuck? Is because I think people want some. It's basically like a placebo for a group watch, essentially.
Yeah, you want like that's literally exactly what it is. Because like when I made like reaction content, like I made reaction content because I watched reaction content, and when I watch reaction content, I don't think like, what is the like I don't watch reaction content to be all like, oh, what is this guy going to tell me about Japanese storytelling convention? No, I'm gonna be all like, I know this part during the episode is hype. I want to see this guy get hype. It's literally like the convention of just like, when you show a buddy a YouTube video that you think is funny, and you're just like, all right, he's gonna laugh now,
And then he doesn't laugh, and you're like, fuck.
And you're just like, don't worry, it gets better.
It gets better. Trust me.
You got 10 seconds left in the video. It's like, bro, it gets better. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's why I've always said like you have to make content for like yourself, right? Because like ultimately, you can't last making content for like other people unless like you do take off. And then like I guess you see with like the people who kind of took off, and that's how long that content really does last, I guess.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
like stories. Well, now I feel attacked.
Ultimately, I think it's one of those things. Yeah, you need to make. It's one thing to say, oh, you need to make videos for yourself. That is very important. It's also a fact though that we want people to see our videos.
Yeah, which is like
we think they're good. We think they're well made, and we want other people to. See them as a result.
I mean, speak for yourself on that. I think our videos are fucking shit. I fucking hate my videos. But not like
hey, you're the one
I make
them, so.
Yeah, that's why. But not like because you want to like. So I guess like with with our channel, right? Like I kind of view it as like there's probably a smaller ceiling than I would like, because like ultimately making the content that I would want to see, that we would want to see, I don't know if that necessarily, because like if that were a widespread thing, right? Like that kind of content probably would exist in this space already, right? So like the question is like within this niche, how much of a demand is there for the content that we're making? So like
so the thing is like I don't know necessarily if that's true, Mumi, because like realistically like sometimes like you think like, you know, why hasn't like this particular kind of content existed yet? Sometimes it literally just might be like the size, because like one of the things that's really important is that like I don't remember what it is. MKBHD talked about it, but essentially it's like the 110-1 rule, where it's just like out of 100 people, 10 of them are going to be commenters, 1 is going to be a creator. Like the amount of people within a community is so like disproportionately small when it comes to like creators.
Right.
An example that comes to mind for me is that like we really haven't had like a grind set demo clone until like Scamboli, you know?
Yeah.
And so like we're just like, oh, you know, why hasn't anybody just made a demo clone? And it took until Scamboli for that to happen. And that was a long time. That's a really long amount of time.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's necessarily from lack of trying, because like we talk about with Shapes, right? Like this space is like so fucking hard to get your shit out there.
Yeah.
So it's like how many people did try to go to the fucking Demo D route over the last 10 years almost, and just never got put in the algorithm.
It might just literally just be like my guess is it might just literally just be like a lack of grind, which sounds like really like insidious, but like
I mean, it could like
YouTube is kind of a grind game.
It could be that, but so like when me and Sai go through like YouTube and like just look at like small channels and just trying to find people, there is a surprising amount of channels that have hundreds of videos and they're averaging like 5 views.
Yeah, and it's like,
and we're like, how do you like
do their
we're
artist?
kind of on like we try to market our stuff out there, right? Like it's not like we just like we don't care if anybody watches. We're just talk to the void. Like we
want to put our videos out there. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's not like we're just trying to like whore ourselves out completely, but like, you know, you don't want to like just talk to nobody. But even like when we see that, we're like, how do you do that for so long and like not?
Yeah.
Like it just boggles my mind. Is what I'm getting at. So like,
literally, I think it is. Some people are just built different.
Yeah. So it begs the question if it is like, because like it could very well just be, you know, SEO and like algorithm stuff. Like maybe the video wasn't like great, but it also could have been the thumbnail was like really bad or something.
Yeah,
like there's so many like different elements that you have to go into like making a video that does take off. That it's just
I do think being in the right place at the right time also plays a huge role. Like luck is a huge factor.
Yeah.
Because like if people were able to so clean like if it was like a structural thing, right? If it was like these are the factors that creates like that creates like successful versus non-successful YouTubers, like we would see people become YouTubers with more consistency. You know?
Yeah.
Like if you have these controllable variables, then we would see more YouTubers who are just like, oh, as long as I do all the right things, I will do okay. But the problem here is that there are so many YouTubers out there, even in AnyTube, who do all the right things, but they just don't blow up.
And that ultimately just comes down to being in the right place at the right, having your content specifically be at the right place in the right time.
Yeah. Also, and also says that, you know, it does help you get a shout out from a bigger tuber. You know, which, you know, look, I'm just saying, you know, that's why
It
I asked FD for
does.
you guys. You know, that's
It does help, but like it depends on like how much you have overlap.
yeah.
Because like when we had
if
like
the audience is like, if the audience that's like willing to watch, like if a big YouTuber has the kind of audience that like would be interested in actually seeing your content, then it makes a big deal.
yeah, like admittedly our content is in a very weird space because like we do podcasts, but then we also
I mean,
do
if
like
Trash
the...
Case shouts you out, then you're good.
I don't even know if it'd be good then.
You know, Trash Case shouts you out, you're
like,
good.
I mean,
you know?
it's like what FD Signifier said. We're anime hipsters. We talk about things that kind of, you know, fall outside of, you know, what even like popular, you know, even like people who
You
are
have
bit
to do
more
a
into
Dragon
that
Ball
when it comes to,
power
like, anime.
scaling video. Just two people who have really distant experiences with Dragon Ball
I have
do a
not
Dragon
seen
Ball.
it, so I'm just like placing things like, oh, he looks like he has bigger fucking muscles.
Yeah, dude. How many transformations does Goku have?
Well, ultimately we're like a niche of a niche, right? Because even when we had like Johnny on and he did like, you know, he retweeted us and gave us a shout out or whatever for his podcast episode. A lot of those people didn't come back because like we're not exclusively like retro anime content. So it's like we hit on like so many different like kind of niches within the niche.
Yeah.
Because like for us it's not really like we're doing different content, because like us is just like we're talking about anime in this kind of way that we like to talk about and would like to see other people kind of talking about it in. But to like an outside observer, like you have seasonal reviewers who are talking about Bocchi the Rock and Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and then you have retro anime kind of content who's talking about Shonen Bakusozoku and Writing Bean, and then you have podcast content who make long form podcasts, and we kind of have like a bit of a finger in like everything. Where like we almost don't appeal to like a single group enough to like have a lot of them kind of latch on if we do get that shout out.
Yeah, but like on the other hand, one of the positive elements of like kind of like throwing everything against the wall is eventually, if you keep doing this, eventually something will stick, you know?
Yeah.
And then you're just like, all right, this is the path forward. You know, it's the Mr. Beast method.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, eventually you will
before blowing up. Yeah.
Yeah, eventually you will figure out what your giving waitresses $10,000 tip video is.
Yeah.
Yeah. We basically kind of got to the point where it's like we think
we have a good formula down. It's just a matter of getting it out there.
Yeah, like the frequency essentially. Like we want to get stuff out quicker, but it's just
Have
like...
you guys considered making a Jinro episode?
That is a
apparently that's the gift that keeps on giving.
Here's what we do. All right. Put Jinro in the thumbnail. It's a red spectacles video.
Well, we know at least one person will like it. Ehoba.
Let's go. Speaking of videos, let's finish this one. Let's
when you don't
get
have
the shit
a
out
choice,
of here. Let's get it over with.
All of a sudden life seems very simple. Erin has a built-in excuse to not actually care about the results of his actions. And in that regard, maybe he is truly free. There's this moment towards the end of the story where he's watching kids get murdered because of his actions, and he presents this like crying pain face that he doesn't want it to happen. He doesn't stop doing what he's doing. His pain and trauma frees him from morality and empathy. Everything that should make him not just a man, but also like a human being goes out the door because his trauma is who he is. And I want to be...
This is what makes Oberstein from Legend of the Galactic Hero such a base character, is that he is not afraid to commit atrocities for the greater good and will show absolutely no remorse or regret for it.
Clear, I
will present a clear, succinct, and logical argument for why he is correct.
Guys, with that, when you've went through something, some type of like world-destroying trauma, the type of experience that makes you think you won't ever be the same again, that you won't ever have joy again, or just breathe again, or trust again. I don't have to imagine this. I know how that feels. It's this really appealing fantasy that maybe you just let the pain guide you. To say, I don't have a choice. I don't have agency. I am driven by forces beyond my control that also just so happen to maybe be driving me to do the thing that is easiest to do in my time of pain, which is give up or give in. If you've been through something, you know what that feels like. But if you've been through something and you're watching this, then you also know what it feels like to get over something. And often that's the hardest part. I think it's because so many boys and men don't learn that it's okay to process and remove pain. When they see other men being like happy, you know, apart from that, it kind of pisses them off. There's a jealousy almost.
I would agree with you, but I think it's also when they see other men openly processing pain or openly coming to terms with pain, that pisses them off as well.
Yeah, because it's like they feel like we're breaking a rule that they're not allowed to break.
Like in terms of being a content creator, my size, I'm treated okay for the most part, but there is definitely something in my disposition, in the way I speak, in the way I look, that makes a type of man angry. And I don't know.
Seeing this made me think of how like Gil and Steven put like him in their Twitter bios just to like piss people off, because then like if they like say something, they will like literally just get like a reply and being like pronouns in bio.
Pronouns in bio.
Like awkward. It's kind of insane how like.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Everyone else NPCs, but goddamn.
Yeah, it's very funny whenever that happens.
I have some idea to what it is, but I also just have no interest in putting effort into the problem.
But man, what if there was a legitimate reason to just cut loose? And what if it looked as cool as Eren Yeager looks in the process? What if the pain you go through wasn't just the random happenstance of the universe? What if it was something truly special that was meant to empower and guide you for the rest of your life? What if your pain in particular was actually special? What if it gave you power? Extra points if it looks as cool as Eren Yeager looks throughout most of this story. Man, that would be great if not for the fact that Eren Yeager is really the epitome of weakness and a facade of bravado.
You gotta sympathize with this guy's plight, sure, but I've seen my own mother, pedestrian, his skin death. Look, that's all.
Morality, like one thing that pisses me off the most.
What was the sentence she just said?
That's all I got. If you're straight and you laughed at that, you're going to jail for life. That's all I got. Sorry.
What were you looking for?
Sorry. What was it? She just said something?
Really the epitome of weakness and a facade
like,
of bravado.
You gotta sympathize with this guy's plight, sure, but I've seen my own mother be devoured by a Titan 4 or 5 times, and I haven't killed even one person, if you don't count that pedestrian.
Never mind. I thought she was going to say something earnest, you know, like
that's all I got.
I've seen my mother like beat by white supremacists or something. I was like, oh my god, that got dark. Nope, it was just irony.
Morality. Like one thing that pisses me off the most about Eren Yeager stands is that the author clearly shows to us in the very end who Eren Yeager truly is. In the last moments of the last chapter, they revert Eren back to being a little boy, and we see him crying and whining and confused about his behavior, taking absolutely no agency and responsibility, saying that he doesn't know why he did what he did. All that edgy, deluded, tough guy nonsense was not real. The truth is, Eren Yeager just gave up when he realized the truth of what was happening around him. And the irony is that for a section of the fan base, that last chapter was bad for a lot of different reasons. But for one portion of the fan base, they hated that they took the cool Chad Sigma Eren and turned him into the virgin, what do you all call it? The virgin cuck. Much like older trash protagonists, Eren Yeager doesn't challenge his...
I do not like this midsection. This is uncomfortable to look at. I would like to stop.
This time emotionally, where the only reasonable behavior is this bizarre, absurdist, nihilistic edgelord act of looking cool and having no friends and not caring about your future, but also like doing everything you need to do to secure your future. This aloof, damaged man-child yapping about being a real man or being his own man through stoicism and not caring about other people because all he cares about is the thing he wants to do, shouting over and over that the world is cold and you can only count on yourself. And then next thing you know, it'll be like the grind set thing again with primal workouts and Bitcoin. If Eren Yeager was real, he'd thing again with primal workouts and Bitcoin. If Eren Yeager was real, he'd probably be on a panel with Andrew Tate. In fact, I think Eren Yeager is basically Sneeko. And as we see with Andrew Tate and Sneeko, our media has a really bad habit of making self-destructive, emotionally stunted, sociopathic men look cool and edgy and sexy. And in some cases in real life, these types of monsters are physically attractive.
To talk about so we've got a few, I guess we got a few minutes left in the Eren Yeager session. I wonder if he's going to talk about Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin has a really interesting, because like this whole thing is gonna, I can see where it can go in terms of like discussions about fascism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like Walter, again, I feel like it kind of boils back to class in a really interesting way, because one of the things that Walter Benjamin talks about is that like fascism emerges when liberal democracies have no answer to class contradictions. So aside from class, I think we can sort of extend this into like the subjectivity of like manhood. Like if these, and I think this is like kind of like what he might be sussing towards, right? Which is that like men and boys are like products of patriarchy. You know, like they're not just like these like wielders of it. They are recycled into the machinery that is patriarchy, subjectivity. And fascism emerges where when a subject is attempting to sort of metastasize its sense of self, but has been unable to do so in relation to the contradictions that's emerged within that society. You know, like you grow up, you grow up, you have a family, or, you know, do some such a thing. And then if you are unable to find a particular kind of like reason that makes sense as to why that's happened, especially if these contradictions are never resolved, like, you know, if you're just like, oh, I can't like find somebody, and then somebody might potentially say like, oh, well, you know, that's your fault. They can effectively surrender themselves to an ideology that purports to have all the answers for why it's happening. Well, why is it happening? Oh, it's because of the feminists. Oh, well, why is it happening? It's because of, you know, the vaccines.
The vaccines.
You're becoming a soy because of vaccines. And so like there's, it seems so like radically strange, but like that's like to Benjamin, that's how fascism emerges. Fascism emerges when people are faced with a fundamental contradiction within their lived modes of existence that cannot be addressed by the system as it stands. And so they surrender themselves to the will of like a strong man, somebody who purportedly has all the answers. And I guess in this case it would be like Tate or Eren Yeager. I don't know enough about Attack on Titan, so I'm just stringing a bunch of words together at this stage. But yeah, I wonder if he's going to discuss that.
Yeah,
but this is actually
not in the same terms, but yeah, I wonder if he'll touch on that.
Yeah, because like this is actually a pretty interesting like. So like I've seen some arguments for like why Attack on Titan is like fascist, but they've generally been like structurally fascist, right? Like that's been the argument I've seen. Like structurally, it's fascist. But like this argument is a little bit different in that like it's presenting a particular kind of like contradiction by the intimacy of Eren Yeager as the subject that I think is kind of interesting. And it seems like it might be going in like a sort of Benjamin perspective of fascism. But I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a couple minutes.
Life examples of self-indulgent edgelords are almost always fucking goofy dorks. Dorks that even just semi well-adjusted people don't really want to be around. They're emotionally stunted humans who haven't tried, or sadly maybe just haven't had the opportunity to get their shit together. Because even though I'm shit talking Andrew Tate and Sneeko, if you look at some videos I've done in the past, I've explained exactly how and why both of them ended up in the mind state that they're in. And I empathize with how hard it is to recover from any trauma. But I want to point out that if you are in the Erin did nothing wrong train, if you're allowing the excuse of trauma to guide and define someone's bad behavior in perpetuity, because they trauma to guide and define someone's bad behavior in perpetuity because they look cool, you may think you look like this, but you probably look more like this.
He's just like me, for real.
But you might be asking, FD, I do empathize with Erin. I feel bad for him. He went through so much, and you don't get enough stories that depict that type of trauma into triumph. If you love boys so much, why would you tear down a character that they love so much when some of these boys have so few to connect with? And I'd see that as somewhat fair if I didn't think that there was a character in the same medium of anime who has all the parts and features that many think are cool in Erin, in a story that is much more meaningful and valuable for young men to engage with and aspire to. Often when we make these video essays, deconstructing problems of the world, there's no like easy, obvious solutions to talk about at the end of the video. But in this case, I got one. If you are an Eren Yeager fan who identifies with how Eren Yeager has allowed his pain to affect him, but also maybe wants to have more from that message, and maybe, God forbid, you're interested in stories about healing and growing, but you still want your edgy power fantasy as well.
So this part right here, I literally thought he was building up to Vinland Saga, because I wasn't watching the video when I was listening the first time. I was just listening at work. And like I'm sitting there listening to it, and I'm like, he's about to just go into Vinland Saga.
It really sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah, because like Vinland Saga is an obvious one, right?
Yeah, so
obvious. Like it's Studio Wit.
Yeah.
It's current. It's same studio as the original studio, whatever. It, like the parallels between like Erin and like the first
same original studios and then same studios now, since they're also both done by Mappa.
Oh yeah, that's true too. I forgot about that. But Erin and fucking Thorfinn like are both fucking rage monster bitch babies.
And they end up going down very different paths.
Yeah, so like when he was saying this, I was like, oh, he's about to just talk about fucking Vinland Saga. And then it says Berserk. I was like, oh,
that works.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that
at the time,
when I was watching it the first time. We know that now.
Nobody gets around to like reading or watching this, so I think you'd enjoy it. Guts also gets a lot of like these like Sigma male video.
Isn't that kind of good though?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't it be good for like?
Berserk started in 1989, and I was 7, which means that unlike I imagine the vast majority of Berserk fans,
if you're introducing that into the space, like if people go to check it out, they can learn, and it like almost like baits them into learning something.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'd recommend. What were we talking about like the other day? Where it's like a few weeks ago, where it's like, someone probably under the age of 13 or 14 probably shouldn't read Berserk.
So this one I think is like kind of
I live a funny
story. I do kind of wish that FD was here to kind of like expand on this, because like so far up until this point, right? All of this discussion so far has been couched in the sort of discussion of like, is this something like kids or young teens can read? Because like that's the whole idea, right? Like these are essentially tools that like help inform them in terms of like means of like how to avoid pitfalls of toxic masculinity, or how they might perhaps fall into toxic masculinity. Because like it's all about age. It's all about like the age of the readers in regards to how they're consuming and digesting these. And so like that's why like that's why like I can give a lot of leeway on the isekai thing, because like even if the isekai stuff is not even if a lot of the audience is, working adults
Yeah.
who already have like largely formed a pretty cohesive sense of where they are.
Strong prefrontal cortex. Fully
I can
cortex is
understand.
strong.
Yeah, but I can understand the concern when it comes to like children watching it, right? Because like you really don't want your children to be all like, "Damn, slavery is cool." Like that's a really dicey thing to propose.
Right.
Maybe he didn't have
is
like
Berserk a good?
It's like, oh no, redo of Healer is gonna give a really fucked up meaning to playing Doctor, even more so. Fuck.
Well, maybe it's because like. Oh, because like those are two separate things, right? Like being able to separate messages and like meta context stuff like that, and then being able to separate like violence and stuff. Or those would be like two separate things. So maybe, as a hypothetical, I don't know. Maybe he has more faith in like his kid's ability to be able to separate like, hey, this is something that you should imitate in like obviously like a graphic violence sense, but he's not necessarily against like the imagery of violence much as like being against.
But Berserk is like really violent.
I mean, I'm not gonna take the stance of it's like I don't think you need to be over 18 to read Berserk. Probably shouldn't be under the age of 10. I have a funny story about this, by the way. So back home, it's a poor area back home. It's a poor area back on the farm, and so a lot of the kids don't really have like computers at home, or like so what they will do is they will actually go to the local public library, which have actually ended up getting funding to have pretty nice gaming computers, and what they'll do there is they'll just go and play Fortnite together, and it's pretty cool. I remember being in there one day, and I just, I'm just like checking a book out. I look over to my right, I just see like the first volume of Berserk over there on the shelf, right next to these kids, and I'm like, oh, that's a bad thing waiting to happen. That's some kid's gonna open that up and be gonna be very confused about why Guts is wrestling with that demon.
Yeah, I don't know, like, cause like I just think when I was a kid, I watched a lot of like violence shit.
I watched a lot of like wrecked threads on B.
Well, I'm saying like my favorite movie when I was like 7 years old was Child's Play.
Okay.
And I just like really like slasher films when I was like 7 or 8, and like I think it is definitely a different level of literacy of being able to unpack like the violence and the imagery from like being able to recognize like more like nuanced and kind of harder to parse through like themes and like being able to tell like these are harmful ideas when they're not being presented to you in like a harmful way. So that could be it.
But let's see what he has to say.
I actually engaged with Berserk from the age range in which it was designed for and the time in which it actually lived. And I got to re-engage with the story multiple times growing up, even though up until recently, I never was much of a fan and never took the story very seriously. But I also think that's an excellent part of the story because Berserk was written over the course of almost 40 years, which means that its author, the late Kentaro Miura, was forced to tell this story at various stages of his own growth, which means the story gets to reflect his lessons and growth as an individual and go from being this edgy thing at the beginning to one of the more meaningful mangas you'll ever read toward the end. I remember seeing Berserk a few times as a teen in my local comic book store and being immediately put off by the first few chapters of wonky art and overly edgy and seemingly pointless action. It wasn't until watching Super Eyepatch Wolf's video last year after the death of Kentaro Miura talking about Berserk that I actually decided to reread the whole thing as an adult, which I did over the last couple of months. And it was halfway through reading Berserk that the concept for this video came into view. I was watching Guts, the main character of the story, go through what he went through and learn what he learned in only the first third of the story. And then suddenly I want the video to focus on that concept of healing more and how in their power fantasies, boys never get to think about the fact that the greatest power often comes or is shown through an individual's ability to heal from their traumas, not to just have the power to make the trauma.
It's one of those things, too, I want to touch on this, is that, for like, I did not know until Miura died, that, who's like the little, like, fairy character in Berserk?
I don't remember the name.
Puck?
Puck, yeah, Puck. I did not know Puck was in the story. I generally did not know how funny it could be. I also did not know that Guts had tomboy GF. Up until Miura had died. So I was like, oh fuck, I've been fucking cheated. Alright, I just thought this was like just gonna be like really fucking like edgy and dark, and I'm gonna wanna just, you know, be really
Just
fucking
constant dour.
Yeah. But yeah, no one, you know, I guess it's one of those things. People don't really talk about all of the, I guess, joyous moments in the story. It was unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a good question. How do you not know Casca? What?
I know Guts and I know Griffith. Honestly,
have you not
if
seen like the '97 anime?
I'm not seeing anything of Berserk.
You should just watch that at least.
I should
Like,
probably at some point, but yeah, no. I literally, honestly, there was probably a point where I unironically thought that Guts and Griffith were just gay.
I mean,
Like
you're not
that was
wrong.
Like that was like the actual like component of it.
It's like you're not wrong.
Go away or something. Much like Erin, Guts goes through some real shit. I won't make it a contest, but I don't know if there was like a tragic backstory, like race with Guts, that Guts would be beaten by anyone.
Christ.
And much like Erin later in his story, at the beginning of Guts' story, he's kind of a piece of shit. In fact, if my understanding of Kentaro Miura is right, Miura basically planned at the beginning of the story to just have all the coolest, edgiest things he could think of be thrown into his manga. Guts is mean-spirited, cruel, violent, reckless, uncaring, and he gives those classic edgelord speeches of you shouldn't care about anything or anybody, you got to do the hardest thing forever by yourself, and no one cares, and Sigma grind set, and I don't know what this song is, but like this song right here seems to be the Sigma grind set song. Like that's playing the whole first arc of Berserk. And no shade to the late Kentaro Miura or any of the authors that make these edgelord stories, but I want to be clear. This looks cool to little ass boys only. All these stories about not caring and moving forward and never quitting and this, you know, platitudes about courage that aren't met with any type of rationality or logic or empathy or humanity. This is the type of shit that, you know, a little boy might think manhood is all about. Like, it should be obvious that I'm not a right-wing or conservative guy, and I don't hide that, right? But I guarantee you, if you ever need to find any commonality between me and your conservative uncle, or maybe any semi-respectable voice for masculinity from the other side of the political aisle, they will tell you that this fetishized caricature of male power as unbridled id and libido, absent of responsibility or sacrifice or empathy, is not at all the type of man that any young man or boy should aspire to be. And to his infinite credit, somewhere along the line, it seems that Miura realized this himself.
When he came up with Berserk first, he wanted the thing to be that defined Guts to be rage. Like, the story is called Berserk, you know? I think it was his desire
Berserk is a word.
to look into that anger and to explore why someone would feel like that.
Forgot Berserk was like just a word. Besides, I just implicitly just always associated with the story. I was like, oh yeah, it is a word, right?
It's like, what the fuck?
Is what led to this
fucking
just
anime
tremendous
poison
depiction
right
of
now, bro.
pain, but then also recovery from that pain. Like, Miura did not have
Forgot
Berserk
your own
planned out when he
language,
started.
your
He
native
was on the
language.
journey as much as we were. You know, in
know how
very
to
late
subtitle.
interviews in
This
life, he
stream's
talked
really
about how
revealing a lot
he didn't
about
know
me,
how
my
Berserk was going to end because he hasn't taken that journey with the characters yet.
Wow. And that's when things in the story of Berserk become amazing. Miura, who reportedly didn't have a plan for the greater story of Berserk when he started, set out to make sense of what would make such a man behave in this edgelord nihilistic way. So he created a deep, painful, yet joyful and beautiful backstory for Guts, starting from his birth under the worst possible circumstances to the cruel and abusive actions of his first father figure, and then shows Guts finding this chosen family, this friend group that for the first time in his entire hard life gives him warmth and meaning and even love. He gets so much security and life from these experiences with these amazing people that it finally gives him the strength to seek meaning for himself outside of fighting. And then right when he's finally starting to get the hang of being his own man, he has to watch all of these people die at the hands of a person he trusted. Everything
It is an
that
interesting
he's
thing
built
about
up until that point.
a lot of manga is like vast majority of them have like maybe like a framework of an ending in mind.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, since you don't know if the series is going to necessarily continue, you don't have the entirety planned out.
Right.
So it is interesting to see like when series like Berserk. I guess it's less common now than it used to be like 20, 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting when you would see like series like Berserk or JoJo, like see them continue past like, or Yu Yu Hakusho's 1-2, see them continue past like an initial kind of point, and then you kind of see like how they explore the different parts of their lives and kind of filter that through the manga and like the themes in the story that they're kind of telling. Like I know people like to point like Yu Yu Hakusho specifically, like was it the 4th arc, whatever the Sensui arc is, like that's kind of representative of his kind of conflict with Shonen, like I guess Shonen Jump editors, supposedly. Someone can probably fact check. I've heard that somewhere. It couldn't be true. It could not be true. I don't know anymore.
Stretch, though. We got 8 minutes left.
Point is taken away from him. And as you might expect, this breaks Guts to his core. Much like Erin, at this point in Guts' story, he's lost everything and has a perfect excuse to act not as a man, but as an animal, and he does. The edgy boy we meet in the beginning is due to the drama of that person that we followed in that section of the story. So in the first arc after the Golden Age, which chronologically happens after the Black Swordsman Age, Guts returns to his makeshift home and is faced with the ramifications of his decisions to go on this revenge-fueled rampage where he acts like an edgelord. And unlike Erin, who does not have to ever face the reality of what his decisions have wrought, Guts has to look into the eyes of the friends and peers he had left that he abandoned to indulge in his pain and trauma. One man in particular, the man that gives Guts his trademark giant sword, looks in the face of this giant, inhumanly strong killing machine, looks in the face of Guts, the edgelord that can't be killed, and questions his manhood based off the principles that he failed to uphold.
Godot has like 2 one-page monologues, and I think that's one of them. And the other is him actually talking about the act of getting better at something and improving. I'm butchering it here, but I just kept trying to make the next hammer swing better than the one that came before it, and then I woke up.
The manga is being read left to right now.
So in terms of like Berserk, that is such a like.
I understand like the choice.
Goddamn tourists don't understand how manga works. I'm mad. I'm angry.
I understand like the logic of the backing track, but my brain has been so like irony poisoned by the use of like this music in memes. It's just like
you just hear Ice-T in your head.
Yeah, it's really hard.
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
It's really hard.
Like you fucked up.
I know what the vibe
you
is.
You went for vengeance. You went with rage. You went to destroy rather than actually like not even protecting Casca, but just being there for her, being with the person you love. And it's so fucking sad because like the fact that they don't make it that big a deal, the fact that it's just this casual observation, I think brings it into this real realm of like, that could be your older brother, that could be your mom, that could be your dad having that conversation with you, you know, and it's devastating. It's genuinely devastating.
And the message here, at least to me, is that vengeance, violence, and being a lone wolf, that's the easy part. The hard part is living up to your promises and potential and growing despite what you've went through. And from that point on, something magical happens in this story. Guts changes. While his fighting style doesn't change, his reason for fighting does. He never stops being affected by his pain and trauma, but he responds to it differently. And there's moments where he is shocked into reality that he went through something unspeakably horrifying and lost everything and everyone he ever loved. And then as he let go of that pain, he suddenly found himself something to love again. And it's powerful and far more valuable for boys to aspire to that framework of healing and understanding that you don't have to be defined by your trauma than to be the edgy fascist boy with the abs that literally destroys the world. And in between all of this, yes, all the ladies still want to bang him, and even a few of the guys. And it's still a great power fantasy watching him cut monsters in half with one swing of his giant, not at all phallic sword. And he still looks awesome. But the reader is both confronted with that awesomeness and with the reality of trauma and pain, and how power can maybe make it easier to deal with those things, but it does not fix those things in isolation. And reading it just gave me hope. And it made me realize that we just don't talk about healing enough when we're talking about boys. We keep talking about...
We need to promote Yashike more.
True, yep.
Yeah.
Watch Aria.
Kotora-san.
Read Yokohama Stomping Log.
Boys being lost
Yokohama.
in this loneliness epidemic. We keep talking about the rise of
Boys gonna learn how to fix a
men
camera
over the past few decades. And those are serious issues. But I'm reminded of the conversations I had.
I think FD makes a distinguishment between power fantasy versus legitimate empowerment. I don't know. He doesn't really get into that in this video, but I think he probably just does recognize a difference, I would say.
With these boys at MomoCon.
Yeah, because I think
these boys were not lost. These boys were not alone, and maybe some of them are assholes.
It's not a power fantasy.
I'm sure it's possible.
Okay, well,
but we have
ultimately, his point here is completely valid, which is that there's nothing really wrong with power fantasy as long as you maintain that sort of.
It's not internalizing toxic ideals.
You maintain that very strong mental separation between fiction and reality, which is really just what's important ultimately.
Remember to focus on the good things surrounding young men right now. And as many views as I know my next anti-Manchester video might get, it's more important to me that my other videos that talk a little more positively about these issues get more traction.
I don't know anything about soccer.
Luffy from One Piece is 100 times more popular than Meliodas, and boys aspire more to the hard work and dedication of Goku more than the bland self-indulgence of Kirito. And in his wildest, most matricidal future dreams, Eren Yeager couldn't hope to be worthy of polishing Guts' smallest sword. And I'm not alone in that thought. Shit is bad, but it's not that bad, and it doesn't have to be that bad. The badness of the situation that boys are in is not the whole of the situation. And the thing I love about anime is that it gives us examples of this. It gives us examples of boys going through shit and fighting through shit and growing stronger, not always for the sake of being stronger, but for the sake of being better and following their passions and achieving their dreams and taking care of their loved ones. I wish that anime avatars on Twitter didn't signal to me.
So one of the things he mentioned there, fighting to well, I don't have an anime avatar, so we're good.
I do.
Well, that sounds like a you problem movie. So one of the things that I think is relevant here that only kind of comes up until the end. Again, I wish FD was still here to contextualize this, because one of the things that he just mentioned now was fighting to be better, which is really great. That's a great thing to mention, but that's neketsu ideology. It's just hot-blooded ideology, which means that and again, it goes back to this discussion of old or royal roads, right? It's just it goes back to this discussion, right? Once again, of just the critical problem here is that what sort of necessitated or what sort of kickstarts a whole bunch of stuff that we might see in Naruto protagonists, is that they tried the fight. These are not children who are just I want to be like Kirito, the sickest, coolest guy. It's these are tired people.
Yeah.
who are still doing this. They've tried the fight, and the fight just didn't work out for them.
Right.
You know? So like when you say something like so I understand like when you say something like it's a good thing to like have like, you know, fighting to be better for people, for yourself, for all that kind of stuff. That's great. But what about the people who like fail to do that?
Yeah.
Because like that's a very real problem
Mm-hmm.
that just is not necessarily being addressed. Like there's just a huge amount of people now that are just like, well, I've tried that and it's just not working.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it feels like we're back at, you know, like if like we're talking about like YouTube, you know, we were earlier talking about like YouTubers, right? It's just like it feels like if you apply it to like YouTubers who say that like, you know, oh, I just want to you know, I want to grind and do well and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I want to make my content better, my craft better. But there's a lot of people out there who work so hard to make their content and their craft better, and they just don't get the traction. Yeah. So, like, what do you say to those people?
Better luck next time.
I just heard my growl.
Better luck next time, yeah. But that's the solution, right?
Hmm.
That is the solution that these like texts like essentially say. These texts essentially say, well, the next time is literally like another life. Like next time, you know, you have another life. And it's really funny because like I feel like this is something that is really important in the context of like if you expand this outside of Japan, because this doesn't have to be a Japan thing, but if you expand this outside of Japan, you take a look at like the closest one, which is like webtoons. And a whole ton of reincarnation and regression webtoons are literally just people who are just like, I tried to do this thing and I've either been betrayed or I just did not succeed. And then they go back 10 years and then they say, well, now that I know what to do, I'm going to do it right.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it for me. And on a way, you might look at it and you might think, okay, well, this is kind of like a sort of a toxic mentality, which is fair. But like the pedagogical structures that we have to sort of think about like what it means to like to grapple with toxic masculinity, senses of hegemonic masculinity, like they're just not working right now for the people who have tried it and have failed. You know?
Danger.
Home stretch.
But I know that when I meet a young man that is into anime, that there's good things that are going to come out of that conversation. Because the joy
what do they say
that
about anime
young
profile
men
pictures?
through shit and fighting through shit and growing stronger, not always for the sake of being stronger, but for the sake of being better and following their passions and achieving their dreams and taking care of their loved ones. I wish that anime avatars on Twitter didn't say
a lot of them
danger,
don't achieve their dreams.
But I know that when I meet a young man that is into anime, that there's good things that are going to come out of that conversation. Because the joy that young men show in that space of loving anime, or probably anything that young boys get into, that is opportunity. And what it takes from us is to like be focused on that as opposed to the things that are actually bad going on around them. Believing that boys are worthy of and expected to be good and joyful and loving and loved, as opposed to being feared and corrected and policed. In a way, I've spent so much of this video talking about the bad stuff to avoid the obvious, which is there's opportunity for goodness out there. Boys like anime because anime is awesome. And it provides them with aspirational images that are also awesome. And yes, maybe some titties every once in a while. And that's all I got for this video, y'all. Please like, share, and subscribe and all of that. Please, please, please join my Patreon if you have it in you to join. Joining my Patreon allows me to keep making videos like this, keep upping my production quality, pay for editors that can do some of the cool stuff that I know that Zatzman is doing for this video.
Geek, I'm trapped. Let me out.
Furthermore, please support today's sponsor, Skillshare. And yeah, that's all I got for today, y'all. Peace.
Holy fuck, we're done.
So that's like at the very end, right? Like he sort of like goes back to like this framing of like young boys, young men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's fair. I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
I think like that is 100% absolutely fair, right? You know, this is completely couched in this discussion of young boys, young men, and like it's got like this sort of like pedagogical, like sort of like meta-analysis of it, right? It's just like what is like the anime that is like useful or helpful or, you know, quote unquote like good for teaching young boys and young men to like be, you know, be adults effectively, who are not under the cusp of hegemonic masculinity, who are not like sort of like warped into this like toxic masculinity kind of thing. That's a very good thing. But I don't know if the isekai stuff really works, because a lot of the isekai audience are not young boys and young men.
Yeah.
They're adults who have given up. You know, given up with scare quotes. Like they're adults. Like we know the numbers on Shosetsu. The numbers on Shosetsu lean 20 years and up.
Mm-hmm.
So like they're past the point where they're just like, I'm going to learn how to be a man. No,
Right.
They're already men. They're already women. You know, a lot of them are women. They're already men and women who are just like, no, this isn't working.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why Sword Art Online is a death game, because death games are literally fundamentally about young working adults who realize that the system is not working for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that context, that like, I don't know if isekai is really a good example in this, because I understand that you can present a toxic masculine portrayal if it's used or understood in the context of a pedagogical tool. But I don't know if it really was ever meant to be a pedagogical tool.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's again one of those things where, there can also be a gap there, though, not necessarily between, you know, people making these stories, people consuming them in Japan, versus, you know, people consuming them here in the U.S. You know, young boys and young men, and they are, you know, without that sort of, you know, context, they can have a different takeaway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a conversation to be had in the context of like how he framed the video, as far as like,
to be
why do
fair,
guys
he did
like
say
anime?
that like, to be fair, that he did say that like this is for like North America,
Right.
You know?
Yes, of course. Exactly.
This is North America. From his perspective, as a dad who has like you know, an in and out relationship with anime,
and has like worked with like, you know, boys and young men.
Yeah, so like
Troubled youth.
What he's working with or what he's presenting is a very different stack than like what, you know, like what we usually deal with, you know.
Right. Yeah. Well, the kinds of things we talk. Yeah, we're focusing on different worlds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, different isekai, if you would.
I would say that there could be an interesting conversation to be had about like the concept of isekai, whether or not that could be harmful in a sense. As far as like the general broad stroke idea of like the, you know, escapism, leaving your old life behind kind of thing, and like delving into that. This definitely didn't touch on that so much as just the, you know, the power fantasy element of it.
Well, you can't really like touch upon that, because I feel like in a lot of senses, like a lot of the people that he, you know, a lot of the boys and men he would be talking about haven't like given up yet, you know?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of like
what I'm saying. Like in this context, it doesn't necessarily work. There is like I feel like there could be like if it was geared as the video kind of seems to be presented at, you know, at first glance through SEO, whatever. Like it's about just why do guys in general like anime. I think you could have that kind of conversation if you're kind of gearing it in this, how he has it kind of, you know, geared more toward younger audiences. What the
Okay, well, you know, we weren't pedantically shitting on.
Right, I
we
know,
weren't
I know. I just wanted to
pedantically
like,
shitting on-
because we're winding down now.
Yeah.
We've been at this for 6 hours.
Also, technically, you know, that's half an hour and 11 hours. You know, we're good in terms of the ratio.
We really are. We really are. More
We're a
so
lot
I
better
wanted
in
to
terms
bring
of
this up
ratio.
because I am baffled about how the fuck do you do this. I'm exhausted after 6 hours, let alone
Yeah, like
nearly
11
12.
hours.
How the fuck can people
Oh
do this
my
every
God.
day? God damn.
We joked about it being 7 hours long and we hit 6. What the fuck is
Yeah.
wrong with us?
Yeah, you know, we're below par, dude.
Any I guess closing arguments.
I think it was a good video. I mean, it definitely had a lot of flaws.
Yeah,
I think
it was
I
good to
think
talk
the-
with him about it.
Yeah, so I think the thing is that, like, I feel like after he's explained a lot of the context he's coming from,
Mhm.
and like what so like one of the things I think is really important is like, and I feel like YouTubers don't do it a lot, which is that like they don't explain explicitly like what they want the video to do or
Right.
to like be for. Oftentimes it's just like, this is something that I see a lot when it comes to like longer form content where like they just kind of like vomit their thoughts. And then you're just like, okay, well, what is happening here? Like, what am I supposed to get from this, right? You know, and so like that makes it really difficult because it's very hard to like pin down exactly like what kind of thing am I supposed to like get from this in a way that's like productive, like, you know, like where is this going for? And I think it was really helpful that he came on and sort of explained like what he wanted to like do with this video.
Mhm.
You know, which is to effectively act as like a sort of meta-analytic blueprint of like how might we think about like anime as it revolves around young boys and men in regards to like crafting their senses of personhood.
Mhm.
So that makes a lot more sense.
Right.
I just wish that was like reminded a little bit more often, because like when you get to stuff like isekai, like that kind of stuff, like maybe it's just because like I have like an interest in the subject, but it's like when you get to stuff with like isekai, it starts to get a little fractured a little bit, because I see it and I'm just like, well, a lot of isekai are not built for young boys and men. They're built for tired salary men,
Right,
and
yeah.
tired off like OLs, you know? It's just like, so it's just like, how much can we necessarily glean in terms of like messages for young boys and young men?
Mhm.
You know? So like that's like my concern. But like that's the thing he's saying. Like, but I think that's the fundamental core of his argument, which is that like as a story for young boys and young men to learn how to be boys and men, something like Sora Online is insufficient.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's just not a very good blueprint, because like that's where he's coming from, right? But that section is a little dicey because it's very easy to get lost, and really doesn't help that Jeff kind of goes on a tangent now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff did not help his case hardly at all.
Yeah. But like it's very it's one of those things where it's like that section you could easily get lost into sort of like your own perspective of what you think the thing was, and kind of lose sight about like what he was trying to do. So it was helpful that he was here to like at least like remind us like what the scope of his project was.
Yeah.
And I think it, because he talked about like how he, you know, basically kind of really appreciates like video essays, I guess, as an art form. Kind of thinks that they're gonna overtake more academic kind of stuff or whatever. So I think it's a good kind of thing to internalize for him, I guess, like how he wanted his video to come across one way, and the way that he kind of went about it this way kind of like it might be able to help him kind of reconcile, you know, the SEO playing the algorithm kind of thing, and still being able to get his like message out there in a more kind of concise way without necessarily, because like he didn't necessarily have to come out and explicitly say this is from the perspective of someone who has an 11-year-old kid not wanting, or 10-year-old kid not wanting them to see these sort of like toxic things in media.
And
like
yeah,
you don't
how
necessarily have to
make-
say that explicitly, yeah, but it doesn't really come like it kind of. There are points where you can kind of like see generally in a vague sense, like maybe that's kind of where he's coming from. I think we probably talked about it before he joined. Like maybe he's kind of come from that perspective, but
It's so long I forget.
yeah, it's just it's not clear enough that like it's immediately kind of and like maybe he's just wanting to kind of like trick the people that are like really in this space into engaging with it and like hearing the message and being like rug pulled about it. But I think it muddies the point in a way that isn't really productive for the message he's trying to kind of come across when you open up your video to like potentially different arguments, because then you're sitting there because if he didn't come on, we would have been talking about stuff like, well, I don't understand why he's talking about this in this context. Right. How is this really beneficial and all that? Whereas if it were more clear, you wouldn't have those arguments, and that kind of extends to when you have like his comment section essentially. Like if it was a little bit more clear in those, what he's trying to convey in those sense, you wouldn't have people kind of like pointing out like, hey, that was a problem here. I don't agree with you here, here. It would just be much more. Which you're not gonna like. I think someone commented earlier. You can't make something for everyone, right?
Right. Yeah.
There's always gonna be someone that's gonna disagree. But like these kind of things would have made it very much more concise, where like you could tune out the people that are like criticizing the video a little bit easier if it's like obviously like out of left field,
Well,
that's why I always have a thesis in my video, and then I go completely off the rails 3 minutes in.
3 minutes in. This is a desk review. What are you doing? Anyway, thanks everyone who's stuck around to the end. If you
wait.
What?
Ghost?
What?
Lumi?
Yes.
What is your rating on this
What
video?
is our rating for this video?
Yeah, rating. The rating, yeah.
We could start doing this. I don't know.
2 thumbs up, 1 thumbs up, what? 1.5 thumbs up?
I give it I don't dislike this video. I give it a thumbs up.
I give it 1 prank video out of 12.
No, you can't weasel your way out of this, motherfucker.
Anyway.
No, I said I think it's a good video. Like,
okay, so thumbs up.
Yeah,
thumbs up. Yeah, give it a thumbs up.
You give it a
All right,
thumbs
then
up. I
there
can't.
you
I
go,
literally.
Weeb Crew
official
official
because
thumbs up.
I'm not signed into YouTube in this, so
it's a shaky thumb, but it's a thumbs up.
2 thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
There we go.
Thumbs up, especially since he came on the stream. Cool to talk to. Had a really nice discussion, and
Sai is dying, so yeah.
I'm dying, so
Thanks for everyone coming out, sticking around. We had consistently like 25, 30 people, which is kind of crazy. The whole 6 hours.
Yeah,
6
for
hours.
6
Oh my
hours.
god.
If you stuck around for this entire goddamn thing,
you're a fucking trooper.
Probably have better uses for your time, in all honesty.
Oh my lord.
Thanks for coming on,
you
Joe.
Were doing something,
you were indispensable.
I know Shaves says that he's gonna have to cover this on A2 Digest, so rip Shaves.
It's coming this on A2 Digest?
Oh god.
Yeah, he showed up early in the stream. He was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to talk about this."
I thought you said he was just covering the video.
Yeah, well, he's covering the video, and then he's
on stream, and now
he's gonna have to talk about the stream.
Now he's gonna have to talk. No, now he's gonna have to talk about this stream.
Yeah, talking about the stream of the video.
Yeah. So.
Well, if you're hearing this, good luck.
With that, everyone, new podcast coming out probably not tomorrow, since this took way more time than I was going to spend editing it. So probably sometime next week. We're also now on Twitch, where we'll probably also be doing streams. Probably not like this. Probably just like, I don't know, watching stuff, like maybe old OVAs. We have no idea, but
variety content.
So check us out there. And thanks everyone for sticking around, and have a good night.